Welcome, everyone.
Hello, good morning, Stephen. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. Thank you. How are you today?
All good, all good. Looks like it's a nice,
So,
bright day in Philadelphia. We are going to
well,
have
at
a
my
nice day.
place, it's like there's no rain. We have been waiting for a really long time, but the weather is cool. So, so we are very good now. So we are back to the second day of Azure Virtual Conference. What a fantastic first day we had! 6 to 7 speakers, keynotes. We talked about a lot of like some of the best practices, and you were there. How did you feel? I think you did the entire hosting for the very first day, right? Quite a long one. How was your day?
Yeah, that was good. So yesterday was first day of this conference. If you are joining us today and you missed yesterday, the recordings of yesterday are going to be available on CSharpCorner videos. Hopefully this week, later this coming week. Yesterday we had a fantastic day. We had a keynote by Magnus, Vishwas Lele. He's one of our friends and regional director and CTO of a large company. And then yesterday conference, I hosted with a friend Magnus, who is going to do the keynote today. Again, keynote is on Azure. Some of the things he's going to talk about that Vishwas, did not cover in yesterday's event. And then we had different topics on. I think we had Hank talked about AI in cloud. That's growing platform, that's growing need for every business. Then we had Eldred, when we had John, they came talked about Active Directory and identities. That's one of the topics. A lot of people are confused, especially guys who are just jumping in the cloud. And we also had a good Azure Kubernetes services topic, where Alan O'Neill, one of another regional directors and MVP, he also talks, covers a lot of things, usually comes in our conferences. And then we had two more topics. Mustafa talked about some of the top 10 tips when you are working with Azure, what you need to think about. And then Joe came in the end and did some lap around Microsoft Azure. So that was very productive day yesterday. And looks like today we have another exciting day. um,
Yep.
our first session is going to start where you gonna go ahead and run about this today. What we're gonna do today?
Yeah, I think today's session is going to be more like a rapid one where we have come from 45 minutes to now 35 minutes. And it's going to be more like code enthusiast. I mean, more like programming stuff and some of the solution architect and MVP joining us today. So starting from the very first speaker we have is Nishu Goel, a very active community member, both for the C Sharp Corner community and the entire ecosystem. She has been a frequent speaker in our different virtual events and even the local meetups. She's going to talk about deploying Azure static web apps, which is very new into the market and people are still learning about it. So that is going to be really exciting one. And that's why we have it that very first. And then we have Magnus, as you said, a very good friend to us. Definitely taking some keynotes from Vishwas, as he said the other day. I think maybe Vishwas is watching today. So keynote by Magnus is what next by Nishu. Then we have Ayça joining us for the very first time. She works at Microsoft. She's a cloud developer advocate and takes care for the entire developer relations in the Middle East. She's joining us from Dubai, and she's going to talk about a very interesting topic that is Microsoft Graphs and the automation. And Mahesh, we have seen that how important automation has been in past couple of years. I mean, it has covered the entire ecosystem, starting not just from an enterprise, even the day to day, right? So that
Yeah.
is an
So
again interesting topic.
yeah, I mean, automation is growing and it's going to continue to grow. And its reason is simple, right? Companies and businesses, they just don't have time. And in most cases, you don't need to, if there's something, solution is already there. All you need to do is plug and play, customize, do some settings, you know, change properties, deploy right there in cloud. That's where cloud comes in, right? Yesterday, Viswas in keynote showed how you can build a fully functional mobile app and, in minutes, not even hours. Forget minutes, hours or days. So yeah, that's what cloud is. It's just giving us, it's empowering all, even developers and non-developers, to build solutions quickly and launches, in hours.
Yeah, definitely. Automation is something that everyone is moving these days. Followed by that, we have Abhishek Mishra, who is a CSharpCorner MVP, is going to talk about containers on Azure platform. Yet, very very important topic, and so much to learn from this one. Then we have Manoj Mittal. He's again a CSharpCorner MVP, and he's going to talk about data transformation using Azure Data Lake. This is not something that I really understand. It goes above my head. So, okay. Then we have Azure Managed Identity by Prasham, followed by Prakash, who's going to talk about build efficient and cost-effective solutions using Azure Functions, which is very important as Azure is more like a pay as you go, and it is becoming more important as Mahesh said, that which was covered the other day. Followed by that, we have a 1 hour 30 minutes, almost like 90 minutes session by David McCarter. He's gonna build an entire cloud application from scratch, like from starts to finish. This would be very interesting. I mean, if anyone wants to just is a very beginner and want to get started with what is Azure, what is cloud computing, and just build an application and deploy it and understands the analytics, what it takes, then this is something one should really attend. 90 minutes. I know David's has some rock music maybe coming in his presentation. So I think that 90 minutes is going to be really productive. So let's see. And
Yeah, it
talking
looks
about
Yeah, it looks like it's exciting day. Definitely longer. It's almost what, 6 hours, but it
yeah,
should be very productive. And again, whoever is joining us, welcome to the second day of Azure Virtual Conference. This is very open conference, means you can ask your questions, you can post your questions on social media. Um, we will try, Simon, you will try to see if you can take some of the questions at the end of the sessions, depending on the time. But again, ask your questions, get involved. If you are on social media, if you share it, that's, we really appreciate sharing and letting your friends and co-workers know about this conference. Our goal as a community, C Sharp Corner community, is give this as much as we can, educate more and more people. It's everybody's community. Um, so go back, let everybody know, say, hey, this is, if anybody's interested in learning Azure and cloud, this is the place to go. And I believe you will also have these sessions recorded after, once we're done with these, and posted on C Sharp Corner and other places.
Yeah, I mean, to all those who are joining us for the first time, we put, although this is being streamed on YouTube, Twitter, and all those platforms, what we do is for the convenience, we just trim it down to every single session and put it on C Sharp Corner / videos. So you can just go over there, look at the abstract that the speaker has provided in the description area for that particular section, and go ahead and just watch it. We will be putting in, I think maybe in the coming week, we will have that all these videos on C Sharp Corner / videos, and you can just go there, no sign up needed, and you can just go there and watch it.
And I believe this is also being live broadcast on C Sharp Corner, which we just launched recently.
Yeah, I mean, that is also a pretty exciting new feature that we have is C Sharp Corner now supports streaming directly on the platform. If you just visit csharpcorner.com/live, although it's in the beta now, but you can go ahead and just watch directly over there. If you want to read some even maybe like an Azure articles in between, you can just click on the tab and just go to there. But it's an entire ecosystem that we have at C Sharp Corner. You need not go to different social media platform. Just hit C Sharp Corner /live, or maybe just go to C Sharp Corner homepage. On the top right, you'll find a live button link that says beta. Click on it, and then you will find us. And if you're watching us from there, let us know in the comment section.
All right, so let's get this started. You want to talk about our first speaker, and let this
Yeah.
conference begin. Everybody enjoy.
Yeah, so the very first speaker that we have for today is Nishu Goel, who's an engineer who works on front-end technologies. She's not just Google Dev expert, but she's recently awarded with Microsoft MVP. Having said that, she is also a CSharpCorner MVP. She often writes blog posts, code labs around concepts of Angular, Web, Azure in general. And she's an author of Step-by-Step Angular Routing, and she would often tweet on Twitter by the username DeCosta Wilson. Quite different than the actual name, I must say. All right, so let's welcome our first speaker, Nishu Goel.
Hi everyone. Hi everyone.
Hi, Nishu. Welcome to C Sharp Corner Azure Virtual Conference.
Hey, Nishu, welcome. Can you hear us?
Yeah,
Yes, hello.
I hope you can hear us, right? Ooh, ooh, ooh.
I can hear you. Yes. Hi.
I, yeah, I
Thank you
think
for having
there's a
me.
lag. I think there's a lag with some like time frame. But okay, so hi, Nishu. How are you? How are you
Yeah,
doing today?
I'm doing great. Thank you so much for having me. And I'm very excited about my presentation today. And there's actually this lag, so I'm like hearing 1 minute after you actually say the thing. So excuse me
Okay,
about
looks
that.
looks like there's a lag, so we will just let you, jump right in there. Go ahead with your talks, and good luck, and we'll be watching. Thank you. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. So I'll start right away. I've shared my screen. Please let me know when this is up. All right. So I see my screen is up now and we can get started right away. All right. So hi again, everyone. Thank you very much for joining today. And I'll jump right into the session. I'm really excited to be talking about deploying web applications with Azure Static Web Apps. And before we actually start the session and see what's in store for us, a little bit about myself. So my name is Nishu Goel, and I work as an engineer at the company called The DataWorks. I'm also recognized as a Google Developer expert and a C Sharp Corner MVP. Thank you, C Sharp Corner, for that. And the agenda, the session today looks mostly like this. So I'm going to start by talking about what Azure App Service, the static web app service, helps us to do and how it has made the lives of us developers really easy. With the aim to do everything from one place without having to go to either Azure or GitHub or different front end applications. The second part that we look at is how to quicken our development process using Visual Studio Code and how it is integrated with different extensions and how it would make the whole process seamless for us until the deployment part of it. So I'll mostly do all of this using the demo, doing the demo. So I hope you understand bits and pieces of it during the demo. So let's start right away. So the first thing that I would say is that if you are into the world of web, if you are developing web applications, you would know that JavaScript is currently ruling the world of web, and there are so many web frameworks out there like Angular, React, Svelte, Vue. There are so many different frameworks out there, so it's completely your choice which one framework you want to go with, or what is exactly the requirement of the project that you're trying to build. So that's the front end part of it. What Azure Static Services, the Azure Static Web Apps extension allows you to do from the Visual Studio Code IDE is that the first thing, you create your front-end application using any framework that we just talked about. The second part about is having a backend, right? Now, for people like me who are kind of newbies into backend, who don't understand, the architecture of a backend application, be it a Node.js application or a Go-based application, if you don't understand that, we are really confused about where to place the API folder. Do I create a serverless backend? Do I know where to place the API folder in my application? Well, I really don't know that. And I really wanna, rely on something to be doing this for me. And that's when Azure Static Web Apps again come into picture and help us with a serverless backend. And we'll actually look in the demo and see how we can actually do that. So there are two parts to it. First, building the front-end application. Second, being able to integrate it with the backend, but then, using the service which helps us to do that. So the second part of the demo would be about how you can integrate everything from within your VS Code IDE, which is all our web developers favorite IDE, right? So yeah, we'll be building a front end application first. I'll be using React, very small demo React application for the front end part of it. Then we'll see how we can actually integrate it with the backend, and I'll use the GitHub API for that, the GitHub Avatar API for that. And then finally, we'll come to the deployment part of it. And we'll also see how from within VS Code, you can actually do CI/CD, continuous integration and deployment on your project, on your application that you're building, and be able to deploy it on Azure. So I am sure it would be interesting for you, being able to do everything from your IDE, not going to GitHub for that, not going to Azure for that, but then everything in one place. So this is a quick walkthrough about what I'll be doing, and then we'll actually start doing that. So I'm gonna start off with a create React app application, which will be a basic landing page like this, which just says that edit the app.js file and the default landing page of a React application. We'll do that first. Then the second part is getting the extensions required inside our Visual Studio Code IDE to be able to dealing with either a serverless backend or to be able to use Azure Static Web Apps and have the Azure connection with our GitHub or with our Visual Studio Code IDE. The next thing would be to see how actually we integrate the serverless backend. So we'll walk through that, and we'll see how all of it is placed inside an API folder, which like right now sounds strange to me, but then let's have a look at how actually to do that. The next part would be to connecting it to the Azure portal, wherein you would, switch into the deployment side of it, and you'll see that the app that you just developed, you would run it through the continuous integration process. You would run it through the continuous deployment process, and then finally deploy it to Azure. And by the end of the presentation, you would be able to see an application actually deployed on Azure. So the process kind of looks like this. This is a very quick walkthrough of things that we'll be doing. So the first snapshot that you see here is Visual Studio Code asking you about the location of your application code. So where do you want to place your React code in this case, for example? So that will be at the root of your application, because you want the React code, the index.html, which is the main landing page for your application, to appear on the deployed instance. The second thing that it would ask you is that where do you want to place your Azure Functions code, which is the serverless backend code. And that's where you mention the folder that you have created manually, or maybe you have used Azure Functions to create it for you within the API folder. Then the next thing would be Visual Studio Code actually asking you what is the path of your build folder, the files that get generated after you build your application. And that's when you would specify build in the case of a React application. But then if you're using an Angular application, there is this dist folder that is generated once you build your application. So considering the framework that you're using for your front end development, you can specify all these requirements that Visual Studio asks you for. The next thing is about deploying it to the GitHub and using CI/CD, and then finally deploying it to Azure. That's where again you see no screenshots of either GitHub or Azure, right? This is because Visual Studio Code is actually doing all of this for you. So the first thing that it asks you is that enter a name for your static web app, that the name with which you want to see your application on Azure. So you enter some name according to what you want. And the next thing that it would ask you related to Azure is that what proxy region, the region that you want to enter your application into, and then deploy it there. So that also is integrated within the VS Code. You can specify any location from here, and your application will be deployed there. When you actually do that, you will come to the GitHub Actions part of it, which is exactly like the build pipeline that you might have seen in Azure DevOps, for example. So you have this pipeline that starts running once you push your code to the main branch that is connected with the pipeline. So the same thing we have here in GitHub Actions. And just like Azure Static Web Apps was announced at Microsoft Build 2020, GitHub Actions was announced a little before that. And the idea was to be able to integrate the front end applications with GitHub Actions in process, and then finally deploying it to Azure with the help of all of these things, and finally the extension that was announced at Build 2020, which is Azure Static Web Apps. So as you can see here, it's running many tasks. It's setting up the job, it's building the pipeline, it's running the required actions, and then it finally deploys and runs the actions required. When the job is completed, it should finally go to Azure and create an instance of our application where it is finally deployed. So you would be able to see like something like this in the resource that is created for you. This is the name of your the application that you are, the instance where your application is deployed. And as you can see the URL here, it's something called Gentle Bush and some random numbers there, right? So you can use this URL to be able to see your application now. Now, when you actually go to that URL that was randomly generated for you would see something like this. So this is the React code and the simple landing page, the default React application that you created, and ran it through the GitHub Actions process, ran it through the Azure connectivity process, ran it through the Azure functions process, and then you were able to deploy it to the Azure instance. So let's jump right in and do that before we go to the final part of it. So I'll go back here and open my terminal quickly. So let's expand this. This is here. Yeah, so let me clear this quickly and see what's here. There's nothing. I'll increase the size of this so that you're able to see this properly. So yeah, I want to create first a basic React application, and I'll use the package create React app for that. But you might be wondering that, okay, do you need to even install the package to be able to create a React application first? Well, you actually don't need to do that. So I don't have the create React app package inside my system. So what I would do is I would simply link to npm and try to use create React app from there. So we can use the npx command that you see here to be able to link to npm create React app, and then give any name to my application. Let's call it Azure Conf, right? So I'm using npx create React app here, and this basically starts creating the application for me. While that happens, let's go to Visual Studio Code, expand it a bit. And the next task for us is to get the necessary extensions that we need, right? So I'll go to the extensions icon here. And the first thing that I needed is the Azure Static Web Apps, right? So Azure Static Web Apps. Okay, I think this is something to do with the internet. Let's just check if there's any problem with the internet. This is working properly, all right. Let's try again. All right, so there seems to be some problem with the extensions marketplace, but the idea is to get 3 extensions in your bucket. The first is the Azure Static Web Apps extension, which is Azure Static Web Apps. The first link that is done, the next extension that you would need, actually I can show that to you here, and it loads now. So you see I have loaded this, I have downloaded this extension, Azure Static Web Apps, which is in preview right now. And if you've not installed it, you would see an install button like this. Otherwise, you would have it here, just like I have it. And once you install it, you would see an icon like this of Azure in your Visual Studio Code. The idea is to integrate your VS Code and GitHub with the Azure extension. Once that is done, the next thing it would ask you is to, as it says, the extension wants to sign in using GitHub, because the idea is to connect it to GitHub Actions so that your CI/CD is in place and you're finally able to deploy it to Azure. So you authorize GitHub to be able to use your Visual Studio Code and the extension within it. So when that is done, you would see something like this. So you see static web app extension here, and the plus icon is to, finally deploy some application that you have, and all your subscriptions will be appearing here. This flash kind of an icon that you see here is to integrate your Azure functions or any HTTP function, as it says here, create HTTP function. So this is the extension that we're going to use about that. Then this is the extension that is the other thing. So let's go again to the extensions and type in Azure functions. So you see this extension about Azure functions. This is the one that would help you integrate your front-end application with a serverless backend, and then you can simply use it for any HTTP trigger or any HTTP function that you want to associate with your front-end application. Now, when that is also done, the third thing, if you need, is to get the Azure database extension as well, which would deal with your database, either CosmoDB or SQL or any other database, and then you can get all the details about the tables in your database, all in Visual Studio Code. So you don't need to go to your database to get that. So this is again very useful if you're dealing with databases. When you have these extensions, these three extensions, mainly static web apps, Azure functions, and the one about the database, if you have these three in your bucket, the task is very seamless for you, because then Visual Studio Code takes it all over it to be doing the thing that you're trying to do. So let's go back, and assuming that our application is created, okay, it is still creating. So there seems to be some problem with the network. All right, so yeah, let's wait for this to be create. Instead, we can actually open any other application that is already created. So let's clear this quickly, and let me check. Let's open this demo application that is check until our new application gets created. So I'll open it in Visual Studio Code. Yeah, so forget this API folder for now and look at the front-end code that's generated for us. Let me close this file. Yeah, so as you can see, you have this index.js file, which is the kind of the entry file to your React application. You have service worker, which deals with the offline rendering of your application. So if you're interested in showing a customized message when your, for example, internet ditches you in between and starts showing that Chrome Dino, you don't want to show that for your application, and you decide to have a customized message saying that maybe your internet connectivity is not as expected or something like that. So service worker will help you to do that offline rendering. And you might want to check more about progressive web applications, PWAs, which allow you to deal with service workers and give many more other features to your application. So yeah, this is your React application. Now, when your front-end code is ready, this would just open the basic landing page of your default React application. When this is done, the next task that you want to do is to integrate it with the backend. So you go to Azure Functions here, and now you want to have an API, right? You want to have a serverless backend in your application. So as you can see, static web applications here, this extension, and this flash icon. So when I click on this flash icon here, this is still loading. So let's wait a bit for that. Correct. So when I click on this flash icon, it asks me that provide a unique, HTTP function name for your API. So let me just call it get GitHub avatar, because that's what I'm trying to do. And as you see, I have already, used a API inside my application because this is a demo application. So let's see what is that API that is created. So if you go here, I have this GitHub avatar. Let me just close this and close this as well. All right, let's leave that. Yeah, so let's see this one. So we have this API get GitHub avatar, which is integrated as a serverless backend inside our front-end application. And if you go in here, the index.ts file, you would see that the idea is to just get the query, the API from GitHub, use it for querying on your avatars on your GitHub, and then you can do your manual code here to get the whatever thing that you're trying to get from your GitHub API. In here, it's very simple about getting the GitHub avatar, and then you can show that on the UI if you need. But you see how the API folder within which the serverless backend exists about all the files related to the backend is integrated with our front-end application. Now, when that is done, we have our front-end and the backend code available here. The next thing for us is to be able to integrate it to GitHub. So we have the serverless backend, we have the front-end code as well. The next thing is to go to GitHub now. But do we actually need to go to GitHub, or just Visual Studio Code should help us with that, right? So let's quickly have a look if our code is generated now. Well, it has now, right? So I'll quickly open this new code editor, this new code base that we have. Let's close this. And yeah, let's go into this file that we have created, the folder. It's called Azure Conf. Let's open this and also run this. So we'll add the Azure function to this quickly. Again, for that, we'll have to go to the extension here, the Azure icon, and you can see the app is running here. We can have a look at that later. When I click on this flash icon, it would prompt me again to add an API to my application. Let's try if that loads in time. Yeah, so I can quickly add it here, get GitHub avatar. And it asks me which language I want to use, so I'll go with TypeScript. And you would see that Visual Studio Code starts showing you that it's creating a new project within my front-end application. And you can see that now in the front-end code, I have this API folder, which is about the avatar and the get GitHub API. But it is importing from this Azure Functions package, which we have not installed inside our application yet. So we would need to add that to our code base as well, right? So let's quickly go in here and come out of it. Yarn, I'm using the Yarn package manager. So I'll do yarn add @Azure/functions. So when this package is added, I should have no errors remaining in my application, which is kind of existing here now for now. So let's wait for this. Great. So it's added in the package now, and you can see that there's no error remaining inside our application now. So let's quickly go and integrate it with GitHub. For that, the first thing that we need to do is add all our code that is here to GitHub. So for that, we need to create a repository, right? So let's go to you can see first of all that our React application, the landing page is created. Now the next task is to code, push all my code to GitHub. So I'll quickly go to GitHub. I'll just say repo.new. Now this is very interesting, and I really like this concept of these .new domains, right? So you can see that I just did repo.new and it opened GitHub for me. I didn't have to type like github.com/Nishu Goel to be able to create a new repository. I could just do repo.new. There are many other interesting domains like that. So you would see this .new, and this would create a new just GitHub just for you. And you can also do story.new. So for example, if you're planning to write your own blog, right? So just do story.new and it will open a new story on Medium for you. So this is a very interesting thing, and there are many more .new domains you might be interested in. All right, so let's create a repository. Let's call it Azure Conf, NISHU. This is the name of our repository. Let's simply create it without changing anything else. Pick it up from here. Let's go to the terminal. Let's check the status of our code right now. Add everything in here. Let's commit this to saying any message. For example, initial code for deploy. When that is done, I want to add a remote origin. Git remote add origin. So where do I want to add that? In here. So let's check now. Git remote -v. And let's simply push our code, right? Git push origin master. When my code is all pushed to the GitHub repository, the next thing that we want to do is to see if we can deploy our application to GitHub now. Azure now. So all of our code is here. So let's go back to our Visual Studio Code quickly and go into the Azure icon again here. Now I'm trying to deploy my application. So you see this plus icon here. This is very important to understand that the flash icon is actually to create a HTTP function. But then this plus icon here, the small icon next to our static web app extension, is about actually creating a static web app and deploying it on Azure. So I click on this plus icon. I can use any of these subscriptions. The reason I have these two subscriptions here is very important. So I'll at a later stage, I'll tell you why is that so. So I'll choose the, for example, free trial subscription for now. They say enter a name for the static web app. So let's call it Azure Conf again, and Goel, right? This is the name. It asks me the branch, so let's call it master, the location of my application code. So this is exactly as per the snapshots that you saw in the slides sometime before, right? So this is the location of my Azure Functions code now, which is API. Then it's asking me the build path, which will be inside the build folder. Again, it's asking me the location where we want to deploy. So I'll simply use East US2. And now, as you see here, it says creating resource group, creating new static web app. But then it's taking some time. Let's wait for it. It's basically trying to create a static web app for our application. And as you see, it has created this, the name that I gave for my application. One important thing to note here is that when you click on this plus and it gives you different subscriptions, you might see that the subscription that you have is not allowed to use the namespace called Microsoft.web. So you might want to have to go to Azure portal and then register the provider called Microsoft.web to be able to use the static web app extension. So when I was doing it for the first time, I struggled for like 1 to 2 hours because I was not sure how to register a provider. So this is something that you might want to consider. Now my application is created, and if I reload this, I want to go to the actions, and you can see this actions part here, which has started the pipeline for me. One in progress, one queued job. So if I go to this task here, this job here, the whole process is running here, which is about the triggering the pipeline, then building the whole code that we have pushed, and then running the pipeline. Once this is deployed, you would see an instance on the Azure portal. So just to check the instance name, we would go to the Azure portal here. And this is some connection error. All right. So the resources that you see here, right? Inside these resources, you would see your new application. And let me try to reload this. Yeah. So our code is still running, so you would not be able to see the the React application already pushed in here, but we can see a reference application. For example, this one, right? Check MS build. So let's click on this one, and if you so you can see this URL here, right? Let me quickly just zoom this a bit so that you're able to see better. So yeah, this is the URL. This is the place where your application will be deployed finally. And if you go back, where all your resources are listed down, you would see that this has been triggered now. Remember, it was showing 1 hour ago, but this has been triggered now, and our pipeline has been completed, it seems. So yeah, this has been almost done. So if we go to the Azure portal, it has been triggered. And now when I go inside this and try to access the URL, if the whole pipeline is completed, it will show me the React app. Otherwise, it will show me a landing page. But it seems that it is created. And this is the URL where you can access your React application, which you just pushed. So yeah, you see how from your Visual Studio Code, you could create a front-end application. You could add the serverless backend to it. The next step was to add CI/CD, which was the pipeline that was created here. And then, it started running all your code in here. So since it has finished the deployment process, and you can see this here, the status also has succeeded. So yeah, all your code has been completed and your pipeline has run finally, and you can see the the change in here in all your resources, and we finally able to see the deployed application on whatever random name which is generated for you. Obviously you can change this random name that is generated for you, but yeah, that's a custom domain name that you can use here. So yeah, that's about creating your application and then adding a serverless back into it, and then being able to use CI/CD through GitHub Actions, which is exactly how Azure DevOps works, using a pipeline, and then finally see your application on Azure. Now, one question that I'm sure that you would be coming in your mind is that if Microsoft has done this static web apps extension, why was it not done for Azure DevOps, and why for GitHub Actions? And so the reason behind this was that, since most of the developers are on GitHub and people are trying it there, the first platform that they chose was GitHub. And if you're thinking that would it be up for Azure DevOps, then yeah, this is in the pipeline, and Microsoft might surprise us very soon about this integrated with Azure DevOps as well. So yes, that's pretty much it. And sorry about the delays, about the connection and everything. But yeah, thank you very much for joining today. And you can connect with me. And if you face any problems while actually trying this out by yourself, you can reach out to me and we can do this together. So thank you very much.
Hey, that was very informative. Static websites sounds
Thank
fun,
you.
quick, easy.
So nice to see you. How are you doing?
Very good. How are you? Thank you for
Very
having
nice.
me.
It was a really good presentation. I'm sure this has already been covered, but I was so happy when I saw this.
Nice.
Oh yeah.
Exciting.
Good. Congratulations.
Congratulations. That's beautiful.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. I hope we get to meet up in an MVP summit physically, as in no MVP summit going on right now, right?
Yeah. I hope things are normal soon and we can actually meet in person.
There you go. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, it's so warm in Sweden today. Thank you for the presentation. I managed to catch almost all of it. It was really good.
Thank you.
All right. Thank
I
you,
hope
Nishu.
it was informative for everyone. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you,
Really
Mahesh.
was.
Thank you, Stephen.
Yes, I haven't actually been able to use the static websites yet because none of my customers have asked for it much, but I've looked at it, but now I got shown how it works and it's really good.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. So here we are. Good morning, Magnus. How are you? How's Sweden today this morning?
It is the warmest day in Sweden of all year today. It is, well, this is warm for us, but it's a lovely day and the sun is kind of beaming down, which means warm in Sweden. It can be warmer here, but right now it's 29 Celsius, so it's about 84 degrees, which is so warm for us right here in the north. It's not like India, 45 degrees, but hey, we don't get that.
Yeah.
So it's been a beautiful day and I've been outside. So, but what do we do as geeks, right? When the sun is warm and the weather is nice, we go inside and we have conference.
That's what we do.
What we do.
All right. So yeah, let's get ready for your keynote.
I'm so ready.
So thank you for joining us again. And then we are looking forward and excited about the keynote. Everybody who does not know that, Magnus is a good friend. Oh no, we got the photo bomb again.
Oh, photobomb!
Magnus is a good friend. He runs his own company, Lofty Soft, in Sweden. It's a consulting company mostly focused around Microsoft Azure and other Microsoft technologies. And you're also a Microsoft regional director and several times Microsoft MVP. So yeah, a little bit more, tell us more about it, and then the stage is all yours.
Thank you much. Thank you very much.
Simon, hit it.
Okay.
It's working on it. There I am. Hello. I suppose I should share my screen. Not the old full screen here. That's the screen I want to share. And I want to go to there. All right. Now I can't see if I'm on the right screen, which I am. Beautiful. Thank you. All right. Hello, everyone. So this afternoon, beautiful afternoon here in Sweden, evening in India, and morning in the US. I would like to take a little moment or time here to talk about how this cloud challenge, of course, it is wonderfully technical and geeky and nerdy and all the things we love. It is also more than that. And I think it's very important to recognize the challenges, the opportunities, but the things that happen in organizations when and go on this cloud journey. So this is a favorite conversation of mine that I really, really enjoy talking about. So this cloud challenge, it's much more than just the technical stuff, because there are people, right? So, and the reason, let's hide that, right, there we go. The thing is with people that when you add people to anything, it gets messy. It's just a matter of fact. And I would like to share a few things that I have seen with customers that I have noticed over time, where, common pitfalls, common challenges inside organizations that I think are kind of useful to listen to. Before we get into that, I'd like to draw attention, of course, to the Global Azure events that we have been running for many years. It's when all communities in the world that have an interest in joining in a conversation about the Azure cloud all together at one specific time. In this case here last, it was 23rd to 25th of April, so a little while ago. And of course, with this pandemic and all the things going on, we had to quickly rearrange everything and throw this as an online thing. The year before, last spring again, that was a huge year for Global Azure. I believe there were over 20,000 people attending in, I don't even know how many countries anymore, but over 300 locations, 329 or something. But quickly, for the pandemic, we had to cancel, of course, to meet up physically. And we threw this online event, and it turned out beautifully. So many speakers joined and spoke at this event from everywhere, from their living room, from their kitchen, from all over the world. Just joined and added their sessions, and we linked off to whatever technology they used to stream. They could have used StreamYard or they went on YouTube Live, and they did everything they could to share, because they cannot do anything else. I really want to take a moment to really thank and appreciate all the great speakers that make this possible. Community spirits around the world. Absolutely beautiful. So here we are. It's 2020. Some stuff is going on in the world, but the cloud, though, is also going on. It's really growing, and it's really everywhere these days. India still have 3 data centers. US, I don't even know how many the US have. In Europe, it's just throwing up new data centers everywhere. South Africa is recently added to add Africa to the map of the locations or continents that have Azure finally. And there are several new ones popping up in Poland, Spain, and Italy, and so forth, even Mexico, Israel, and so forth. It is really growing. It is really on everyone's mind these days. It is huge. It is everywhere. It's dominating, and it's a solid trend. There is no cloud in that sky, to use a weird joke in this context, right? It's cloudy, but it's not going to change. It's going to be the same for a good long time. And what's really happened is kind of important to observe. I believe many of you have probably seen this chart here, which is called the technology adoption life cycle. So it's a classic by now, because it's from like the 50s, the 40s, when they started talking about this technology adoption life cycle, that whatever technology wants to do is go beyond the innovators and early adopters and kind of jump this gap, this chasm here, and come into the mainstream, if you will. This chasm, this gap is called if you want to make it funny, it's called like the chasm of doom. That's where bad technology falls in and dies and gets forgotten. But good technology jumps that and gets into that large middle section, which is about 80% of the market. And that's when kind of everyone wants it. If they didn't want it before, they thought that cloudy thing would go away. Whatever, it's going to be sunny soon, so we're not going to have any more clouds. Forget about that. When it comes into mainstream, everybody wants it. And that's what people like myself, we're seeing now. I've been in the cloud for over 10 years, since the very beginning of cloud, and I've been an Azure MVP now 8 times, right? And that means that I've been there for the duration, which means that I was there when it was
almost innovator steps, early adopters, the very beginning, when kind of nobody wanted cloud, but now everybody wants it, which means that there is a big shortage of actual experts, actual experienced experts, because there are so many companies that want to do this now. That translates into a really nice opportunity for people such as, well, me, thank you, but such as us, technology experts. If you want to have a good, solid future in technology, a really nice approach would be actually to think about cloud and think about the real challenges of cloud, those that are holding companies back, that are hindering adoption, that are slowing down approaches to the cloud. Which are those? What can we do to become knowledgeable in those areas? That's what's really going to help you get a good job or get something really fun to do, because the greatness about that is if you can solve the sticky problems about cloud for people, then you're going to be somebody who everybody wants to hang out with. Because if you really think about it now, this whole cloudy thingy, which is so huge now, it actually means the largest IT migration in history, because there is so much IT moving continuously. And it's, to be honest, the vast majority of compute in the world, by far, like 80, 90% probably, is, or even more, is still not cloud. You hear about cloud, it's all the rage and all the buzz, and you think everything is cloud. Really isn't. Only a fraction, a small portion is cloud. But we are migrating lots of things and going to the cloud in massive, massive quantities. So I would say as a market, this is absolutely beautiful. You'll be working with some very interesting companies. And I'd like to frame the conversation today, or this keynote today, around this fictive company. You know, there was a company once upon a time who was migrating or going to the cloud. It may or may not have, you know, connections to things that I'm telling to my real customers, maybe, but I'm not going to tell. What I am going to tell is that this company, Acme, had a boardroom. It's a pretty big company. So they had a board of directors, and this is what they looked like. So this is the Acme boardroom. And as you can see, all of the people in Acme, they're starting to think about cloud. Cloud, cloud, cloud. That's all they have on their mind. And so they make this wonderful big boardroom decision like big boardroom people do. Yes, we shall now be cloudy. We are going to the cloud. Beautiful decision made. Lovely. So go tell the tech people to make us cloudy. As you all know, the road to hell is sometimes known to be paved with good intentions. They're not being bad people. They just are not really knowledgeable about what it is that it means, what it entails, what's going to happen to their organization when they say, let's go to the cloud. Okay? This is a problem because of things like this. You know, the Acme is a big company, right? So they think that, you know, we are so large, we're an enterprise, so we need to be multi-cloud. We cannot focus on just one cloud and sort of put all of our eggs in just one cloud basket. No. We have to be multi-cloud because there are several big clouds and we can't just, you know, bet on just one. Good decision there. Yes, very good boardroom decision. Lovely. What does this mean? Well, it turns out it means things that you have to have now two solutions for all the things that you do. For instance, cost management. You have to collect all your, let's say let's go with Azure and Amazon here, right? So they decide to focus on Azure and Amazon because they seem to be big clouds. Let's do that, yes. So now they have one solution for cost management in Azure. They have another solution for cost management over in Amazon. Yeah, I mean, it sounds good to begin with, but you're doubling the development efforts here because you need the answers from both. How much is Azure costing us? How much is Amazon costing us? You need that. The financial people need all the numbers of all the consumption. What's the cost? So, turns out, this is wonderful, the Azure people say, Because you know what? The Azure sort of, the people inside of Acme that like Azure, right? The Azure folks. You know, there's a new connector for AWS accounts so that in Azure, so that we can connect to AWS and pull the AWS consumption data into Azure and use that together, you know, join the silos of data and use that data in one context. And now beautifully, we have one solution for cost management data. Isn't this great? Isn't this lovely? We all love this, don't we? Except if you're an AWS focused employee at Acme. You like AWS. AWS is awesome. It's beautiful. It's absolutely wonderful. You know what the AWS people at Acme looked like when they heard that there was a suggestion to pull AWS cost management data over to Azure? Yeah, they looked like this. They were like, no, we don't want to. We don't want to pull our data over to Azure. No. That's exactly what they sounded like. I'm not kidding. That's precisely the quote. And then this became a bother for the management board. They were like, how are we going to solve this? This is a pickle. I don't even know. What should we do? Here's what we do. Let's focus more on one cloud, because this kind of multi-cloud thing, it became old really quickly. Let's focus a little bit more on one cloud. So let's go to the technical people and let's ask them to give us some sort of which cloud are we going to choose? We don't know because we're not technical. So let's ask the technical people. Let's go to the technical people and we'll ask them, tell us which cloud should we focus on the most. We'll have the other one as well, but let's give us, by tomorrow, give us some information so that we can make our 70-30 cloud split. Yeah. Great boardroom decision there, because now really they really made sure that within the company, people really want to stab each other in the back and kill each other in the hallways. Absolutely beautiful decision. Now, again, the boardroom people at Acme are not bad people. They just don't know what it is they're actually making a decision about, right? Here's the problem, right? So the lack of cloud skills is hurting Acme a lot. Even the boardroom, of course, but within the company, you can't find enough people because Acme wasn't a cloud company. It's a big company, and they have all this IT staff, right, in Acme that have been in the company for years. They have their own data centers, they have lots of servers, hundreds, even maybe thousands, let's pretend, right? Acme is a big company. They have so many servers. They have server rooms. They have failover geographical locations, big company, fantastic. Okay, but now that we're moving to the cloud, the thing is, a lot of people will be excited inside of Acme. Finally, we get to work with new technologies. Thank you. Oh my gosh, right? But also, you'll get these people, right? The people that go, well, this is the way we've always done it. I don't want to go on a cloud journey. I don't want to change. Change is dangerous. Change is scary. I love this picture, by the way. It's an automobile, right? It's a wagon which is automatically able to be mobile on its own without a horse. And just to not scare people too much when you come down the street without a horse in front of the buggy, you kind of add this fake horse front to the buggy to make sure that people don't get too afraid. So when you have a lot of people that have done things a certain way for a long time, it takes a while for people to get used to that. And here's a beautiful picture from New York City. I can't remember it's like 1900, right? So it's 120 years ago. This is Fifth Avenue in New York City. And sure enough, there's an automobile there. I believe there's supposed to be a couple of more. I think there's one over there, maybe. But I haven't really, I'm not really sure. There's supposed to be a couple of them. But as you can see, mostly horse and wagons, right? So that's what you kind of need to bridge. And a challenge here is that in the beginning of the cloud, the early adopters, the excited people about cloud, they went about this all the wrong way, because Many of us, including myself, I'm so sorry, that was rude, really, really uncalled for and very, very rude. We kind of said that, hey, if you're an IT person in the future, we're not going to need you. You're all going to lose your jobs. You're going to drive taxi cabs. And so rude and so wrong. Like, I didn't want to maintain and handle IT resources and monitor systems and stuff before as a developer. That's my heart as a developer. And I really don't want to do it in the cloud anyway, right? For those in IT, I'm sure there's going to be some that will not want to change enough. I don't want to do this cloud journey. I'm about to go into retirement. I'm not interested in learning new things much. You're right. But you're also going to find, people that will be so excited and jump into this cloud thing. And really today, in the beginning of the cloud, it was much about developers, but that has turned around many years ago by now to really, really enable IT people to be this all-powerful, superhuman people that can do, just great men and women who work in IT and who can really just create everything for you. Once upon a time, you had to fill out a physical form, stand in line at the IT office and hand in to request a database, right? And sometime eventually, weeks or months later, you'd get your database. But now there's no limit at all to what IT people can do in the cloud. I'm actually quite jealous for not being an IT person of how much they can do now. But the developer, wrong way. The developer staff at Acme, they're not exempt from these challenges themselves. No. Now they have all this new power. They already know they can do some really, really cool stuff. They can use microservices. That's a really hot architectural concept. They can go serverless. They can use containers. Fantastic. Love all that. Honestly, that's kind of known as, if you pardon the expression, developer porn. I'll go to Yoda. Let's go to Yoda and get a quote. Once you start down the dark path, forever it will dominate your destiny. Consume you it will, right? That's the problem, that you should use microservices. Absolutely. That's a great architectural paradigm. Serverless is beautiful, wonderful things. Containers, kind of hard to manage still, getting better, but really, really cool technology and really powerful. Absolutely. If you have the staff for this, if you have the people for it, it's not enough to have an excited, wonderfully talented architect who knows all about microservices. It's not enough to have a person in the company who is used to this serverless paradigm. You have to have teams of these people, or you have to start training so that people can onboard with the concept and can be on board with this and this change and understand how to do it. I've seen countless times companies that kind of go all in with all these new, raging new wonderful things that are hot and cool, and at the same time, both hot and cool, and they struggle because it's not easy to move forward. And some of the things they struggle with is security, big area, monitoring, and automation. So let's spend a few minutes, go through each one of these. I'll give a couple of examples, and I'll tell you about where you should focus. So keep these three in mind. Learn about these three things in the cloud of your choosing. I choose Azure myself, right? But in the cloud, learn about these three things, because I see basically all, or literally all, my customers are struggling in these areas. So if you can become a wizard here, you're going to be really, really hot on the job market. Security. The first thing to know about cloud is that security is a shared responsibility. So this is one of the classic pictures in that space to sort of describe this. This is actually function as a service, but it works equally for any cloud sort of technology out there. The cloud provider provides you with access to compute, to storage, to databases, all the things. It helps you with failover between different regions, and you get availability zones. You get all the things, networking, everything is there. And additionally, in a secure way. because that part, handling that security, is your provider's responsibility. On the flip side of that, your responsibility is to understand how to take advantage of these services securely, how to manage such things as identity and access management, how to handle if your data is secure in transit. And there's lots of things that you need to understand as an application owner, as a customer of a cloud. This is a challenge, and this is a place where companies like Acme are challenged, and there's some real issues here. One is time, and here's an example of time, right? This is the Acme CTO, and he's saying, we have to get this service out to the customers now, right? Here's how we're going to do it. Just because it's kind of makes everything more easy, what we're going to do is we're going to make all the developers owner of the subscription just for now, because then all the developers can make all the changes that they need to do. And then tomorrow we'll set up this secure operations. We'll do that later because we're under time pressure. We have to get this out to the customers now. There's a really good song by Garth Brooks from '89, popularized by Ronan Keating, that kind of speaks to this problem, if tomorrow never comes. So for Acme, of course, years later, they still had not set up any SecOps, right? So, and also when you go to Acme and you go into the thing called Security Center in Azure, you click into Security Center, and there's all these things that happen inside of the Security Center. It's actually a bad example because there's not much red in there. If you go into any companies, if you go to your company, I'm sorry, but let's do that, right? If you haven't been in Security Center and you work in a company that do a lot of cloud or Azure cloud, you go to Security Center. If everything is green in there, call me up. I'll send you a prize or something, because there's always something red in there. There's always something bad in there. And that's terrible and sad, of course, but it has to be somebody's job, right? It has to be somebody's job to actually go in here and fix things. Because there's a lot of security concerns that kind of needs maintenance continuously, upgrading servers, making sure that the new server deployed doesn't have an open port to the internet. There's always stuff. And you have to have a security operations team that takes care of these things. It just doesn't work otherwise. And here's another one that I really like as well in the security space. So the central operations team at Acme said that here's what we're going to do. They learned about the key vaults. In Azure, there's something called a key vault, which means that you can take whatever secret, a string or a certificate, and you can put it in a so-called key vault and then securely access this key vault and maintain your secrets in this vault. So it's a handy tool to help you enhance security, your security posture inside of the company. So it's a good thing to use. So when you deploy, you go and you want to make a deployment to your Azure resources, you come and fetch this secret from us, from the key vault. We will not give you the secret. You're not supposed to take the secret and store it on your own, because then Acme has a problem, right? Acme has to know that everybody that stores a secret will store it securely and handle it, responsibly, and only a few people have access to it, and all these things that you have to do. So instead they said, no, we will not give you the secrets. The secret stays with us. Can you imagine the face that some of the Acme employees made when they saw that? Why am I not trustworthy? I can keep a secret, no problem. So again, people, right? So what we had to do with this customer, we had to go on sort of a crusade around the company to explain. We had to go on a tour to talk to the people. So here's what we're about. We're the operations team. We want to enable you. We want you to be able to do all the things you need, but you don't need to keep the secrets. You need to do the things you need to do, but we will keep the secret. And oh, by the way, here's how you keep the secrets. Here's how you access the secrets from us so that you can do all the things you need, but you don't have to worry about keeping secrets. And this is what Acme staff looked like after that. But it turned out that was actually a big thing that we had to handle. So please bear in mind, among the things that will not be added later, number one is security. Let's turn to monitoring. I've been using this notion for a while, and it's so true that I really, the best way to phrase monitoring or the need for monitoring is this. You are always being measured when you're using a cloud platform. Always measured. Every bit and byte, everything you send and receive, all the things you store, you get an exact bill at the end of the month. If you use it, you pay for it. So the thing is that you are being measured. They, your cloud provider, they measure you. Your obvious response here is you also measure you. That's how you know what it costs. And the first and last, the beginning and end all of quotes in this space is by Dr. H. James Harrington. I love this quote, and you should remember this because you don't need any other monitoring quotes ever. Measurement is the first step that leads to control and eventually to improvement. If you can't measure something, you can't understand it. If you can't understand it, you can't control it. And if you can't control it, you can't improve it. Right? So for Acme, that meant that they cannot measure their return on investment. They don't know exactly which cost what. They don't know how much of the cloud bill is development and how much of it is the production system in the US, how much is the other production system in Europe, and how much is test costing them. They don't know. Their business is essentially blind. And what's worse is that they cannot be responsible when everything is just a lump sum. So on the list of things that will not be added later, number 2 is monitoring. Let's turn to automation. So we're kind of in a rush here. It's a little bit sticky. We have to be quick about this and get on the market fast. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to do it manual for now and automated later. Smart, right? You know, because that's such a time saver. Not worry about setting up all of that automation. We'll just make sure that we get it out there quickly now. Just manual for now. Yeah. The thing is that you really need to view your service delivery as an automobile factory, in this case, a Ford factory, right? You have to have a conveyor belt of deployments. And here's my measurement stick. Here's what you should do at your own company or at your client. You should go to them and you should go to their test environment in the cloud. So here's a test environment in the cloud. And you should hover with your mouse pointer over the delete button to delete that test environment. So if that's okay, if I can go into your company and delete your test environment without you freaking out as hell, going like, no, don't touch that. No, I set it up just right. Do not delete, do not touch that. Well, then you have an issue. If I can just go and hover over the delete button and I feel someone who's cool as a cucumber going like, yeah, fine, you delete that, go ahead. And I delete it and they can just fire something off to deploy the whole test environment again. Then you probably have automated an appropriate amount. That's a really, really good test. Because if a company can have that posture of being able to fire up a test environment, run some tests and throw it away, it means so many things. It means that they can shut down development environments over the weekend when nobody is using them, or over the holidays if you want to, and over the night. But if you can't do that, you're stuck in the land of manual deployments and human errors and things you don't want at all. So what you need to do is automate. And the thing you need to know about automation, or the word automate, is that you have to always say it 3 times. Because if you don't, it's not going to work. It's like a little incantation. So everything that you can automate, you must automate it. It's just the way it is, because you will make that time back over and over and over again. And as I mentioned, Acme does not shut down development and test over the weekend. So essentially, Acme is giving away free money to Azure. Azure shareholders, Microsoft shareholders say thank you to Acme because they're being so irresponsible. They're not taking the time, one-time investment to automate so that they can then delete development, delete test. Over the weekend, Friday afternoon, throw it all away, go have a beer, have a great weekend, and have an automated deployment that starts up at 6 a.m. or 6 in the morning on Monday morning. And when people come in to get their Monday morning coffee, the development and test environment is back. Save that money over the weekend. It is worth it. Spend that money on the next party for your company instead. Right. So another problem when people have this actually falls back to security a little bit. Is this bug in production, right? There's only a bug in production. You throw up a test environment and you try to run that, and there's, the bug doesn't show up in test. It's only in production. Well, I cannot tell you how many times I have worked with customers that have been chasing bugs. They've been chasing ghosts, essentially, because their QA environment turned out, days later, many hours spent, customers are pissed off, and they find out that the QA environment does not equal the production environment. And that's because too many people have too much access, and it's because people are making manual changes, manual deployments. If you automate that, if you automate the provisioning of the resources, if you automate the deployment of the code, you're able to actually make a complete copy of production, make the test, make sure you find the problem, solve the bug, redeploy, test, is the bug fixed? Yes, move to production. Seriously, I cannot overstate this. So, on the list of things that will not be added later, number 3 is automation. So tell me now, what do all of these Acme challenges have in common? One thing, people with good intentions. The people of Acme are not bad people. The people of Acme are not bad at their jobs. They're good at them. They just don't necessarily have the right amount of experience or the right staff at the right place. So get upskilled, learn about the cloud, become more proficient, and really learn how to become a good person in the cloud. So, right, we have an online thing here, so it's kind of difficult maybe for questions. We'll check it at the end in a few minutes here if we have someone who can do, if there's a question from anyone. So if you have a question, tweet it or something like that, and we can see if we can do that in a few minutes. But let's go to some final advice. An enterprise cloud operations trenches kind of realization that I found is that you must appoint a resource owner with a budget. What does that mean and what does that entail? Well, first of all, I'll tell you what it entails. You have to be able to tag your resources and pile up the costs in different buckets. So you know how much does development cost, you know how much does test cost and production and so forth. And you have enabled this within the organization. And not only have you enabled the data collection, because I've seen that, but nobody's using the data, right? You collected all the data, but nobody knows what it means. So you have to collect it, and then you have to make sure that your company learns how to look at this data and figure out what the different costs are. And then you set up budgets. There's budgets feature in Azure. You do whatever you do, you set up budgets and you say, hey, development team, development lead, here's the cost, here's the budget for your development. And next month over, if the budget is if you're over budget, go back and you check the numbers and you start to question why did we raise the cost between last month and this month by 15%? What's the reason for the raise of cost? Well, turns out we have some servers standing around idly that somebody tested something on and then just left running and forgot about, right? You have to enable people, responsible, great, hardworking people that love their job, that love to work with the cloud, that really want to be able to do the right thing. You have to enable them to do the right thing. So set up all this stuff so that you can get responsible people to be able to be accountable and take a responsibility. Because this means that the development team have to take a look at, learning how to shut down servers they're not using on maybe a timer every evening or over the weekend. They have to learn to optimize, to conserve their budget. And if they need more, if they can motivate that they need more money, I'm sure they can get it, but they have to first learn how to save money, right? So this is the single biggest enabler, because if you look at this in production, if you have budgets for production, you are acutely interested. The person who owns the production, right, who is responsible for the production environment is or maybe a team, right, is acutely interested in understanding how they can optimize, because they have to have satisfied customers, but they can't just add more servers, add more compute, add more power if somebody rings up and says, you know what, the service is slow again and so forth. Well, let's just add more servers. No problem. More power, more power. What happens then is that the cost will go up, right? If you're not able to be accountable for that, I kid you not, I found 2 clusters, 5 and 5 VMs. I found 10 virtual machines with a customer that had been running for several months, like 3-4 months. These servers had been running. Nobody owned them. Nobody was responsible for them. They were just running. They were just throwing money. They were burning it, right? And that's terrible. So you have to be able to make people responsible. And that's super important. And if you're able to do that, people will be interested in monitoring. People will be interested in optimization. People will be interested in automation. Right? Get to it. This is important. And in the cloud, Azure, what Azure has done, what Microsoft has done with Azure, they have gathered up so much information about the cloud in something called the Cloud Adoption Framework. It's really big. There's, oh my God, there's well over 1,000 pages in this thing. But it helps you get an overview of all the things that you might need to do, right? You get a complete list of things. That's great. So you get an overview and you get a complete list. Here are all the concerns, all the things. I mean, not everyone is an enterprise, right? Absolutely. I mean, you can be a really small startup as well, but it would still be worth while for a company of any size to take a look at the Cloud Adoption Framework, which kind of boils down lots and lots of experiences from many customers, from many partners, from Microsoft internally and everywhere. You kind of pour this into the Cloud Adoption Framework for Azure. And if you go in there and you look around and you get to know it and learn and understand, I mean, you won't need an enterprise scale landing zone and stuff like that. Fine, ignore that. But understand sort of the big strokes in there. Which are the areas that are important? That's a really, really good place to go to. You can also go to the Azure Architecture Center and study architecture in Azure. Look into the different deployments, different solutions that are in there. Take a look at what's in there in those solutions. How did they build those solutions? Which Azure resources were used? That's really, really handy. And if it wasn't clear from what I said before, in Azure, I actually didn't mention there's something called the Azure Monitor. So in Azure Monitor, there's a really, really good page, the Get Started page, and there's a What's New, and there's a tutorials and demos, as you can see here, right? You go to Azure Monitor in Azure, and you invest. If you want to learn to become valuable inside of your company, and you haven't really looked into monitoring Azure, take it upon yourself as a person, right? Or as a company, invest. Put some people in there to go and study and understand about Azure Monitor. There's so much help in there, and there's so much value. And I see companies, enterprises working with Azure that haven't really opened up Monitor. It's ludicrous. There's so much value in there. The same with the Security Center. We talked about that before. There has to be a team, there has to be someone who is responsible for going into the Azure Security Center to check it out and make sure that, this secure score here, which is 22%, that's maybe too low, right? We have to go up. We have to raise the secure score. What are the things we need to do? Go in here and understand this has to be someone's job to go in here and understand what do we need to do to move that needle and raise the secure score for our company, for our applications? Well, you have to understand what is in there. You have to make that into work items in the backlog, and you have to get someone to actually start working on that. So important. And just for fun, if you have a bunch of stuff on-prem, lots of things on-prem, and you're moving to the cloud, it's going to start out with some little small things in the cloud to begin with, and maybe that cloud part of the business is not really going to be financially viable or carry the business. So what you're going to do is you're going to have, excuse me, things on the ground as well, not in the cloud, right? And so this is, of course, Wile E. Coyote, and he's jumped off the cliff. He's trying to fly, right? So he's hanging in midair, and we don't actually honestly know if he's going to fly or fall yet. Well, by experience, we know he's actually going to fall, but you don't know. You're in limbo. And that's similar to when you have a bunch of things on the ground and a bunch of things in the cloud. I'm not saying at all that you have to actually move all the things you have to the cloud. Some things don't belong in the cloud, but make sure you know which ones those are. And don't sort of straddle the cloud, dragging one foot in the ground and trying to fly it and take off at the same time. When you have your application deployed on the ground for some customers and in the cloud for other customers, well, I mean, maybe you have to in the beginning, but eventually you have to make a hard cut and say, hey, customers who are not in the cloud version of our service, sorry, but you have to move now. We'll give you a discount, but you have to move, right? Because this limbo state where you don't know if you're going to fly or fall, it's going to cost you. You're going to have, a fork in the road of your code base. You're going to double the security, the risk of security flaws, because you're going to have them in both places, and you're going to have to publish code to both versions, and it's going to be a mess. And again, I do not care if you deploy your code, your production application to on-premise. I don't care. Go ahead and do that. Some applications do not belong in the cloud for various good reasons. But you must use the cloud for development and test. It's not even funny. Just do it. There's no other way. And if you can, start moving to platform services. Don't just migrate your VMs to the cloud. Start moving to platform services, because it is kind of inevitable, and it's really awesome sauce when you get there. So do it now. You don't have to do it all in one big go. You start your journey kind of small, with just like one small application, and you build from there. You learn. That's actually a part of there's information about this inside of the Cloud Adoption Framework. What's the journey? What do you do as a company, as a team to learn? You start with something small and you grow from there. So honestly, I think that's about it. So it is hot here in Sweden, and I'm kind of done. I'm definitely hot and finished. So thank you for the attention, and thank you for listening today. And basically back to the studio.
Wow, that was great. Very good keynote, Magnus. And then I definitely agree with you. There's a few things I 100% agree. And one of the thing is accountability. You have no idea how many clients I work with, and I go there, and obviously they have Azure, AWS, both data centers, and every time we launch a new application, they're like, "Oh, here's new VM for you. Oh, here's new VM for you."
And nobody's
looking at them. And all of a sudden, the CIOs, and they're looking at the budget, and they're spending really $250,000-$300,000 just on those servers,
and they don't know why.
They don't know why. Nobody's really accountable. Nobody owns them. That's how it is.
Accountability is just not something that somebody decides as a manager, as a top-level manager going down saying your responsibility. Accountability is it's like a journey, but it's like it's among the first things you have to add, right? To enable people to be accountable. There's a technical solution that has to be in place. There's a process that has to be in place. There's a habit inside of the company that has to be in place to be able to enable the right people who want to be able to be accountable to be that.
Yep. And as it's, we are, CSharpCorner has always been a software developers community. And as a software developers, we just focus on building things.
Absolutely.
That needs to be changed, as you said, now going forward, that not only we need to build that, but we need to say, oh, am I building a secure? Is this secure? So security first. And you said auditing and monitoring and budget conscious. All these things has to be part of our development process.
That's right.
All right, that's great. Let's Simon, you want to go ahead, invite our next guest, and Magnus, you're going to hang out a little bit more and invite our next guest.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you for having me today.
Yes, thank you, Magnus. That was a great session, right? So the next speaker that we have is Ayça. She works as a Microsoft Developer Relations as a cloud advocate, focusing on Microsoft Graphs and Microsoft Teams, Microsoft 365, and also Azure. She's extensively concentrated on Azure App Services, bots, and cognitive services, IoT, and over the years, she had worked on site with more than 100 customers around the globe. She shares what she has learned on Twitter, and she would often blog at quickbytes.dev. So let's welcome our next speaker, Ayça.
Hi there. Wow, I love the introduction video.
It's great, right?
Yeah, it's great. And I love the presentation, by the way, Magnus. I was like, wow, I'm super interested learning more about it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Magnus is a pro. He's been doing this he's teaching everybody. He's like this guru. He goes all around the world.
Stop it now. We're not talking about me anymore. We're talking about the next presenter.
Yeah, it was really, really interesting for me. And you also keep the automation in the last part, where I'm going to talk about process automation as well. So it was kind of matching at the end. I love it.
We planned this.
Yeah.
So I suppose, wait, are you in Dubai now?
Yes, I'm based in Dubai. Actually, most of the things I was going to cover in the introduction shared in the video already. I'm based in Dubai, and I work at Microsoft Developer Relations as a cloud advocate. I'm focusing on Graph, Azure, IoT, cognitive services, all application-related stuff. So today we're going to discuss some part of it.
So tell me, do you think that the hot weather in Sweden of 29 degrees, is that hot for you?
I really miss it, to be honest. If I can travel right now, if I have a chance, I would definitely go somewhere cold.
Good point. All right. Well, I don't know if you guys, I think the stage is for this lovely lady now.
Yeah, it's all you. Hopefully, everybody's safe where you are in Dubai. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay right now, other than the weather. It's a little bit hot, but I can't complain. It's great, and we are safe here.
Okay, all right, sounds good. Stage is all yours. We'll be watching. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I'm gonna share my screen. Just let me know if you can see it.
Yeah, I have it, and I'm adding it to the live stream. Perfect.
Okay. Then I'm going to the presentation mode. Okay, is that okay?
Yes, that's perfect. That's perfect.
Okay, cool. Then I'm going to start. As we did the introduction already, I'm going to talk about process automation and insights across M365 data using Microsoft Graph and Azure today. Just to recap, my name is Ayça and I live in Dubai. I'm working at Microsoft Developer Relations as a cloud advocate, and I'm focusing on Microsoft Graph and Microsoft Teams specifically. And I'm a developer, and I'm trying to create projects around Microsoft Graph by using Azure, and I'm posting a lot of stuff on Twitter, in my own blog, and also Microsoft official blogs too. If you are interested learning more about it, or if you have some other questions, you can always reach out to me on Twitter. So let's start with the agenda today. First of all, I'm going to talk about a little bit of overview of Microsoft Graph, and then we will jump into Microsoft Graph and Azure app development. Actually, my speech is going to be pretty much 100% technical. After that, we will discover user interactive scenarios. Then we will check what we can do with non-interactive scenarios. And the last part we're going to cover is reporting, analytics, and insight scenarios. And at the end, I'm going to cover some links that might be useful for everyone. Okay, so let's quickly have an overview around M365 platform. As you know, M365 is quite big, and we have lots of documentation tools and lots of products we can consume. But today, specifically, we're gonna discover what we can do with the data in those products, inside of those products. Let's think about, for example, Microsoft Teams or Outlook. You're using all of them day to day, and we have a huge data in the background. Every company or individual has a huge data in the background of M365 platform. And actually, by using them, we can create great bot projects, web apps, or daemon apps, workflow automation, or we can also use these data in the analytics for auditing purposes or some business review perspective and so on. And to be able to reach out that data, we always use Microsoft Graph. Let's check out what is Microsoft Graph. It's a gateway to your data in the Microsoft Cloud. Let's say that we are using, again, day-to-day our tools like calendar, tasks, we are joining groups, we are chatting on Teams, and each time we use these products, your data is staying under Microsoft Cloud. That doesn't mean that Microsoft has access to your data. You actually have access to your own data, and by consuming all these data, you can create great projects around it. Like by consuming all these calendar, mail, tasks, and information, for example, you can create a great agent assistant for you, bot assistant, which can gather all of the important events of the day, or you can just automate background provisioning processes by using Azure Functions, and we're going to discover all these scenarios in this presentation. So quickly, to be able to build an app by using Graph and Azure, first of all, you can check out docs. You can go to ak.ms/m-graph, which you will find lots of documentation around each graph-related product and how to consume that. Plus, you can see there are lots of tutorials and quick starts documentation around languages you prefer. If you are a .NET developer, you can choose .NET and go through the entire tutorial. You can build an application from scratch. If you prefer Angular or React, you can choose React, and you can, again, create an application by consuming Microsoft Graph from scratch. And the second tool I highly recommend is Graph Explorer. It's a free tool that we can go ahead and sign in. When we sign in, we can start consuming our own data, and we can call any Graph API we want directly through the Graph Explorer. I'm going to show that in one of my demos today. And the third thing, we need to create an application in Identity Platform. We need to register an app in Azure Active Directory. By using that app, you're going to access to M365 data. Let's say you want to reach out to email data. Then again, we need to create an application in the background, say that we need permissions for the email or the calendar. And whenever user consents, the permissions, or whenever admin consents, we will be able to reach out that data and continue our process. And after configuring the app permissions, we need MSOL, Microsoft Authentication Library, for signing in and getting the token. Once we have the token of the person or of the app, then we can call Graph API where we want, literally. It can be a mobile app, it can be functions, jobs running in the background, it can be web application or any kind of app. It's basically an API, REST API you can call wherever you want. So this is the quick overview of Graph Explorer. Graph Explorer, as I mentioned, it's a tool. I can actually quickly show you. It's a tool where we can authenticate quickly, and after signing in and giving the consent to Graph Explorer, we can choose any API we want to try out on the left side, and we can see our data in the response preview. In addition to that, in the code snippets, you can find out how to implement this data in your applications. If you're using C#, you can copy paste your C# part in your application and it's going to work. So I want to quickly go through the documentation with you, as well as the Graph Explorer, because I'm assuming it's going to be the first time for some colleagues to see these kind of tools. So I open the browser. I can zoom in a little bit. Oh, I did that again. I did it in the morning too. Zoom, okay. So first I'm gonna go to ak.ms/m-graph. With that, I'll be directed to documentation, and in this documentation, you can find all of the REST API guidelines. API version 1 and beta is available. And if you're new to Microsoft Graph, you can check out quick starts and as well as the tutorials. Quick starts are the part where you can pick the language you prefer. Let's say that I want to build an Angular web application, and it's just showing you the prerequisites, what you need to install. And if you want to end-to-end walkthrough, you can just click here. It's going to direct you to documentation, and it's just 3 minutes quick start. If you're interested to have application scenario running end-to-end and you want to build something from scratch, then you can go to tutorials. Choose the language you prefer. Let's say I want to build something with ASP.NET Core. Then this is the entire documentation. You start with introduction. When you follow all the steps, at the end, you have an application with Microsoft Graph up and running, and congrats, you build your first app by using the official tutorial. So this documentation I find it quite useful. That's why I wanted to share. Another thing I want to quickly go through is a Graph Explorer. If you go to ak.ms/g-explorer, you will be directed to Microsoft Graph Explorer. This is a free tool and open source as well. What I can do is I can quickly sign in. And my pop-up is here. I'm just going to choose the account I want to sign in. I'm choosing my demo account. Oops, let's choose another demo account. And after that, you can see my profile here. Then if I want to get my profile, I just run the query from here by using related request. I want to have a get. As you see, I have a response overview. You can see my display name, job description, email address, and so on. So you can run any thing, any API you want. There are actually more than 5,000 API in the background of Microsoft Graph. So capability is huge. What we can do is really quite big. So you can just explore lots of things from here. For example, I want to get all my calendar events. I just click here. It changed the endpoint from here, and it gets whatever I have in my calendar here. And if you want to implement this in your application, if you're using C#, you can just grab this code and paste it here. Same for JavaScript, Java, and Objective-C. Okay, this is it. I'm going to continue with how we're going to build something by using this data. So our big data is going to be here, Enter65 data. By using Microsoft Graph, we are able to get lots of data in the background of Enter65. We can consume, again, calendar data, anything related to your organization in the directory. There are, as I mentioned, there are more than 5,000 different APIs in the background of Graph. So capability is huge. Literally any data in the Enter65, you can reach out to your own data. And after the authentication by using Auth2, 2.0, the rest is choosing your development environment. There's no limitation. By using the development environment, you can use Notepad or you can use Visual Studio Code, and you can choose your own language. In Graph, we don't have any restrictions of building your app in any language. You can, if you're a JavaScript developer, you can consume the API in your JavaScript application. If you're an iOS developer, you can consume, again, the same API in your iOS mobile application. And you can host your app wherever you want. Today, we're going to discover Azure solutions with Microsoft Graph, and hopefully you like it. So key scenarios when we use Microsoft Graph is basically two things. That's why I divided the entire session into two pieces plus the reporting. The first one is user interactive. The second one is non-interactive. First one is when we create application in Azure Active Directory, we think that the application we are working on is going to be consumed by end user. Let's say it can be a web application where user clicks and log in. After that, they can see their own data, like profile information or get their email information, so on and so forth. Or it can be a chatbot where chatbot can gather all of the calendar data to you whenever you ask. These kind of scenarios, we always ask end user to consent the permission. So when we first start, then we give a pop-up saying that this application wants to reach out to your calendar data. You need to give consent, and then we will be able to reach out. This application will reach out to your data. Second scenario we use is the non-interactive scenario. In non-interactive scenarios, it's common to have background automations, process automations, like provisioning scenarios. Let's say whenever a new person is added, then create subscription and add that person in the onboarding teams and so on. So in this case, we need consent from the administration. In Active Directory, we're asking admin to give consent because in this case, these kind of scenarios, we don't engage with the end user. All of the provisioning is going to be in the background without any touch of the end user. And we will only notify maybe administrator saying that we changed this happened today, and so on and so forth. Let's start with the first scenario. It's the user interactive scenarios, and it's the one that as a developer we really like building, like chatbot scenarios, web applications. I really like consuming Graph API in those kind of scenarios. So basically what we do is once we build the application and register in Azure Active Directory, and once user logs in, click on login button, then user consents to the permission required by app, let's say calendar permission. After that, app uses user access token to make API calls. That means we reach out to users token by using MSOL, and the end result is going to be your app by using the permissions and the token is going to get the data we required. Common scenarios for that is generally email any person we want, calendar scheduler bot where it asks you to, for example, this is your calendar, and you type bot that do this, do that, and bot is following your comments and calling Graph API in the background and doing whatever you were asking to do. So in Azure Active Directory, for interactive app registration, we use delegated type of permissions. That means that we always ask end user to give consent to us. In this case, it's showing like read user files, sign in, and read user profile. That means that, let's say on the top, we have sign in with Microsoft button. When a user clicks on that button, then after giving the email address and password, we ask with our application created in Active Directory, we show the end user saying that this application needs to read your emails and view your profile information. If you accept that, then application will be able to do API calls, Graph API calls on behalf of you. Then with that, you will be able to return your calendar data or email data through the bot. Let's say that we are using Lydia's access token. We ask Lydia to give consent to us. When she gives the consent to us, then we are going to return response 200 OK, and we get Lydia's emails, all the email data in her inbox. But that doesn't mean that when Lydia gives us an access, we can use other people's token. We cannot, because every person who's using that application, that bot, needs to give consents on behalf of themselves. So whenever Lydia gives consent, if we try to call same application with someone else's token, even in the same organization, it's going to return 403, forbidden error, and we will just see that access is denied because we don't have the credentials and the token. So Peter needs to give permission on behalf of himself. Very common scenario is bot calls Microsoft Graph to access calendar, mail, tasks. This scenario is actually asked from many enterprise level customers as well as the developers. They like working with bots, and I'm a big fan of bot framework too. Actually, the new skills are published by the bot framework. They just released a calendar skill, email skill, and to-do skill. That means that these skills are pre-built for you, and they're consuming Microsoft Graph already. You can literally just get the SDK. I just shared a link here, ak.ms/bot-skills. Here you can get the SDKs, whichever skill you want. And you can run the code and test it for yourself, and you can publish it to Azure bot service, and your app is going to be ready. So you can have your to-do bot, you can have your email or calendar bot. Same thing can be done all together as well. These components, these skills can be attached to bot framework assistance too. So there is a bot framework solution called Virtual Assistant, and you can actually attach this productivity components like email skill, to-do skill, and calendar skill in your virtual assistant, and your virtual assistant will be able to do all of it. So I highly recommend you to go ahead and check that. Let's continue with non-interactive scenarios. So non-interactive scenarios are generally the scenarios where administrators will be quite interested. So we don't have any user in the scenario. Everything is happening in the background. We ask admin consents for the app for the specific permissions. Let's say I'm running functions in the background. I am saving all attached files sent by emails in our entire organization to a database. In this case, I need to register an app in Azure Active Directory. Then admin needs to consent the permissions, and we need to define which permissions we require, like files read all, users read all, mail read, and so on. Once admin give the consent, then app uses its own credentials to authenticate. We don't need any users authentication or token anymore. So at the end, app has full privilege. As long as we define here, app will be able to reach out to files, user read, and mail read. So in these kind of scenarios, we don't have a visibility of user. We just send notifications maybe in the administrator level saying that subscription provisioning is done and so on. Let me give you an example about it. During the COVID situation, we had lots of customers talking about moving entire working or education or healthcare environment to Teams. And because we didn't know that it's coming, they need to do these entire move in a couple of weeks. We were really limited in the time. So what happened is that maybe thousands of users needed to register in Azure Active Directory. After that, we need to assign them in certain Teams groups so they can communicate with their nurses, doctors, or their students, teachers, and so on. These kind of scenarios cannot be done manually by administrator because it's, again, thousands of people, thousands of work. We need some kind of flow in the background running on behalf of the organization. So these non-interactive app scenarios are quite useful for this kind of background workflow automations. In this case, in Azure Active Directory, once we create the application permission level should be, the permission type should be application. And at the end, our admin needs to consent this from Azure Active Directory. After that, our app will have full access of the data required. So let's take a look at that. App calls API to access any mailbox. Since we give the permission to reach out any mailbox, it's given by the admin, then our app can call any user token and get the data we required. Let's say that we would like to gather everyone's sign-in log, and we want to check if people working from home are working after work times, or if they're comfortable, if they're working too much after work stuff. If you want to do some kind of analysis, again, we need to have our admin consent to gather everyone's data. Then we can create analytics with this kind of data. Okay, let's say that we have an onboarding solution. Whoever is added in the company, let's say I'm a new employee in company A. When I'm added in Azure Active Directory, then I want to be automatically added in a Teams group, which is called onboarding. In this case, whenever new subscription is created, we are calling Microsoft Graph from Azure Functions. This lightning symbol is actually Azure Functions. When we call Graph API, then Graph validates our app's endpoint, then saves subscription information in the database. After that, we can either notify our administrator about the changes, or we can do provisioning in the external system. External system can be again Microsoft Teams or somewhere else. We again call Graph API to do this provisioning. Let's think about a scenario like this. App manages user's calendar and replies the meeting invites. In this scenario, actually, I'm using a real life reference. So this is the calendar from one of my colleagues, and she's literally working like this every single day. And since she's working with the customers, she does not have any time to check her emails during the day. That's why whenever a new email comes, it directly stays in the calendar, and she sometimes misses that, and it's really quite a challenge for her. So we were just discussing this, and I built this, and it was really useful and created lots of impact for others too. So what we can do in these kind of scenarios, since she doesn't have any time to check Teams and say reschedule this, reschedule that, because it's again repetitive function, you can go to Outlook and do the same thing. What we want is the automation and the background system handling the calendar for us. In this case, we build the logic apps, and with logic apps, we are calling Microsoft Graph to reach out users' calendar. And it is granted by the admin because end user is not touching anything in the process. What we do is, in the calendar, we first of all read whenever new event comes, whenever someone sends an invitation, then we view the calendar of the user. If there is a conflict, simply we call Graph API and we respond back to the organizer with, if there is no conflict, we reply back as, okay, we have accepted your event. If there is a conflict, then again, we turn back to logic apps. We call the Graph API to check her or him upcoming 5 days. If it is too busy, like if there are more than 10 events in the calendar, then we say, sorry, in upcoming 5 days, I'm super busy, so I decline. And if there are less than 10 events in the calendar, then we send a reschedule request to the organizer. So organizer will be informed that I have availability in upcoming days. So this kind of workflow, we only and only inform end user about what we're doing. So end user has no touch in this kind of workflow. We just send notification to the end user through Microsoft Teams Flowbot, and end user will have an idea what we're doing. So I'm going to quickly demonstrate how you can do it. Let's say that I can actually share this solution in my GitHub too. I built this flow, and I'm just going to send a calendar invitation by using Graph Explorer. So let's say we have an admin person is super busy during the weekend. He has no time to reply anything. And I am, as Ayça is sending the request to the admin, and I would like to have a prioritization meeting. I'm going to run my flow first. Then I'm going to send a request to my admin. I can actually do that from my own calendar, but I really like using Explorer. Okay, this is my request, and this is my admin's email address. I run the query and post this event in his calendar, and without touching end user, actually, I can show the email here. Since admin has a conflict, it returns that can we reschedule? Let's check what we had in the flow. So here we see that we have prioritization meeting, and we have another prioritization meeting conflicting with that. So it returns me the can we reschedule, because admin's calendar actually on those days aren't quite busy. Let me show you. Okay, this is the admin calendar. If I create a request, let's say here, I want to, because it's an empty day, I just want to show you how acceptance process works. So what I'm going to do is 101 with Ayça, I'm going to say 8 a.m. and I will invite my admin in my company. I send the requests. I need to rerun my process. Here is let's turn back to my mailbox, and I get acceptance. What happens in the background is it's actually checking in the filter if admin has anything or not. If not, then it directly goes to accept and responds back with the accept. Otherwise, it just goes to, I can show in the designer, it just goes to false because there's a conflict. Then it checks in upcoming 5 days, admin has how many meetings. If it is more than 10, then it just goes to true. Then it says, sorry, I have lots of meetings in the upcoming days, so I decline. If not, then it just sends the options, like do you want to reschedule to the same day, other times, or later this week or next week. And all these, when all these are happening, admin is only getting, this is my admin. This is my admin. Admin is only getting information like one-on-one with Ayça, accepted, one-on-one meeting, reschedule, requested. Everything is just an information level. So my calendar manager running on Logic Apps is just managing everything on behalf of the person, admin. Okay, last but not least, I just want to mention that let the scenario drive your design choice. If your scenario is user interactive, if you're building web app where user needs to log in and it's like personal stuff, then use delegated permissions. If it is a background process running in the function apps or logic apps, in this case, it is just an automation and it's a provisioning scenario, it's better to use application permissions and app auth. Last part of my today's presentation is reporting analytics and insights with Microsoft Graph. So let's think about a scenario where we need auditing process, but we are all working from home right now and we are not at office, so we cannot check how many people are working, how many hours, and if they're comfortable working overtime and so on. So companies auditing processes are really needing these kind of informations. So for this kind of info, we can use Microsoft Graph Data Connect. Microsoft Graph Data Connect has specific data where we can connect by using Azure Data Factory, and we can get user profile messages, calendar events. So these are the specific data we can get, and there are some others. And after that, with Azure Data Factory, we can transfer our data to Azure Data Lake, or we can directly connect to Azure Snaps for analytics purposes, where we can create a special queries, let's say, between those days and these people under this group, and specific information can be gathered by using Snaps. And if you have any purpose of creating reporting, then you can use Power BI. Snaps, Azure Snaps has a direct connection with Power BI. We can actually show the data from Azure Snaps to Power BI automatically, and you can create great charts and pie charts, great information for the business. Another scenario for insights and reporting, if you require more information, let's say, for example, call quality about Teams, or what's happening in the emails, or in the Azure Active Directory. In the directory, for example, how many people get subscription recently, if they're provisioned to Office 365, provisioned to Teams. So these kind of information, if you're looking for, then we can use either Logic Apps or Azure Functions. Actually, Logic Apps are the ones we can, if you were looking for a low-code environment, Logic Apps could be your friend. And if you're looking for jobs, then you can use Azure Functions. We can save our data. We can gather our data by using Microsoft Graph and save the same data in Azure Blob Storage. And then we can transfer data to Data Lake, or also Data Factory. With Azure Snaps Analytics, we can again, query data. These kind of tools are quite important for admin level because sometimes they need specific information, and when company has hundreds of employees, then this data like teams or sign-in logs or auditing logs are easily like millions of data weekly. So to be able to do some queries, searching by the days or searching by the email address, so on, then the Azure Synapse Analytics are a really great tool for us. Again, for the reporting purposes, Azure Synapse Analytics has the direct connection with Power BI. Actually, even Azure Data Lake Storage has the connection with Power BI too, if you're looking for reporting and getting some insights about your organization. You can use Synapse plus Power BI, and with the connection of Graph, you can actually gather the entire M365 data. With that, I think I'm kind of over time, but these are the documentations I talked. Or I think that they can be useful if you're if you're new to Graph and Azure. You can find all of the Microsoft Graph documentation and the solutions related with Azure under ak.ms/m-graph. Again, if you would like to play around a little bit before you implement anything to your app, you can go to Graph Explorer. It's G-Explorer. If you want to discover what kind of solutions you can build, there is a great series of blog which is called 30 Days MS Graph. You can go to ak.ms/30days-msgraph, and you can reach out to all blog series. It's 30 different documentation talking about different scenarios. And Microsoft Graph has a huge GitHub repository open. If you want to search some solutions, if you want to get, for example, chatbot example or React application example, I highly recommend you to go ahead and check the GitHub repository of the product team. And last but not least, if you have any questions, you can always go to Stack Overflow with the tag Microsoft-Graph-API. It's an up-to-date tag. You can always ask your questions there, and we will try to answer all of them. And thank you so much for joining my session today. If you have any questions about my presentation, or you want to learn something specific about what I talked today, or something related with Graph and Azure, you can always reach out to me from Twitter. And if you tweet it, I can try to answer it back to you. So I feel like I talked non-stop.
What an amazing session, Ayça, it was. I think you covered the entire ecosystem of the Microsoft Graphs by explaining what is Microsoft Graph. Then you went on to have some demos, then explanation, a bunch of resources shared. Definitely, it went more than 35 minutes. I think if you need an entire 6 hours conference to cover the content of Microsoft Graph, you have so much of that.
Yeah, I just wanted to share all of them, but it's really, in 35 minutes, it's really hard. I can easily cover an entire day.
Someday we're going to have the 6 hours conference just dedicated to the Microsoft Graph. So Ayça, once again, I really want to thank you for your valuable time and the contribution that you have made to the community. A great session. Thank you so much. And have a great weekend ahead. And that's it.
Thanks for having me. I'm a big fan of CSharpCorner, so I'm glad to be part of this. If you have any questions, I think I'm out of time, but I can cover everything on Twitter. Thanks.
Yeah, definitely you're active on social platforms. Bye, Ayça. Bye. Take care.
Bye.
All right, so we are now done with the Ayça session that was about Microsoft Graph, and now let's move to the next session. And our next speaker is Abhishek, who's a CSharpCorner MVP and an architect. He works on Azure and .NET-based applications. He has been working on Azure Machine Learning. He's an expert in RPA. And there's a lot of content that he's going to bring you from his expertise. So let's go ahead and invite our next speaker, Abhishek to the Azure Virtual Conference. Hi, Abhishek. Welcome to the Azure Virtual Conference.
Hey, hi Simon. Thanks for the warm welcome and for the nice video. Huh? Like I love the video that you have created.
Yeah, I think the team this is an intro video that everyone loves it, right? So the team behind CSharpCorner is doing a great job to make sure everyone has a warm welcome. So Abhishek, before you start, really want to thank you for coming and being a part of this conference. I know we have taken a little bit of your time session, so I'll allow you to straight away go ahead and start with your session.
Yep. Let me share my screen. Thanks Simon and CSharpCorner for this wonderful opportunity. Let me share my screen.
Okay, I'll let you know.
Let me know once my screen is visible so that I can get started.
Okay. It's still not there. I think you were sharing it earlier, then it stopped.
Okay. Is it visible now?
Yes, it is visible, and I'm going to bring it to the stream. It says containers on Azure platform, and it's all you now.
Cool. Thanks, Simon. Hey, hi all. And I will talk about the containers ecosystem on the Azure platform. I'm Abhishek, and I'm an architect for intelligent cloud and automation. And as Simon mentioned, I'm a proud MVP of CSharpCorner. And I have deep expertise in building Azure and .NET-based new generation architectures. I have reached 14 plus years of experience. I am a published author with my mastering and with BPB publications, and recently I have published a book on mastering Azure serverless computing. I am certified in TOGAF and a couple of Microsoft certifications. Okay, so that's about me. Without spending much time on my profile out here, so let me start with the agenda. So today we will talk about containers. Like I'll give a brief introduction on containers, and for the next 10 minutes or so, I will talk some theoretical aspects on Azure Container Registry, then Azure Container Instance, then Web App for Containers, then Azure Kubernetes Service, then Azure Service Fabric. I'll give you the big picture of how all these things work that just now I spoke, like I named those Azure services, the container-based services in the Azure ecosystem, and I will give a big picture of like how they work. And once I'm done with giving the big picture, I will get into the demo where I will try to demo few of these services. Okay, so let's get started. So containers. So containers are basically the most exciting thing that is happening nowadays. And in any of the new designs, at least I am doing. So I'm thinking of from that container mentality where like I try to bring in a lot of containers to my application ecosystem. So maybe Kubernetes or like Azure Service Fabric, I try to get in containers. So it's exciting. Why? Because they're highly portable, they're easy to adapt and lightweight. I'll come back to each of these points and what I mean by them. So basically containers, so using a container, you can package your application along with all its dependencies and take it to the target environment and directly run it there. You need not set up any application dependency on the target environment. It is already there in the container. You just need to run the container there on the target environment. So, and you are done. You save a lot of time. So you need not get into the complexities and those issues that you face while configuring the application setup on the target environment. Now the next thing is like container is of course a virtualization concept. It's an operating system virtualization concept and it is lightweight. The reason being, so when we talk about virtual machines, in the case of virtual machines, we have an infrastructure. On top of the infrastructure, mostly we have a host operating system running. On top of the host operating system, we have the hypervisor that virtualizes the underlying infrastructure and runs the virtual machines. and each of these virtual machines have a guest operating system of their own. But in the case of containers, I need not have any kind of operating system running inside the container. Rather, it runs on top of the operating system itself using this container engine. So this container engine helps me to virtualize the underlying operating system and host multiple containers on top of it. Okay. And it's highly portable. So I can build my container along with all its dependencies. I can put it in Azure service. I can put it in Azure Container Registry, keep it there, and I can go to multiple environments, like maybe like my stage environment, maybe my production environment, maybe my development environment or a beta environment. To any environment I go, or to in multiple client environments, I just need to tweak very few things and get it running in no time. So I need not, as I already told, I need not get into the complexities of configuring the environment. So that is all about the containers. So now let us explore the container ecosystem in the Azure platform. Okay. To start with, it is Azure Container Registry. So what is Azure Container Registry? It is the repository for the container images. Okay. So we build the container images. We need to keep it somewhere. So where we need to keep it? In the Azure platform, we have the Azure Container Registry, which is the private Docker registry we have in the Azure environment. It stores all the container images, and you can version it pretty well using tags. So you can associate tags with the container images and keep it in the Azure Container Registry. And you can store also the related contents like the Helm charts. I think Helm charts is doing pretty well. Like nowadays, like if you are working in a containerized environment, so Helm charts helps us a lot in a lot of deployments and doing a lot of things. So yes, you can keep your Helm charts in your Azure Container Registry. And also other kind of images built on Open Container Initiative specification. Even Dockers are also based on Open Container Initiative specification. You can keep all these images in the Docker registry. And the most important part is, or the beauty of Azure Container Registry is, there are several ways to push images to Azure Container Registry. You can use DevOps pipelines, you can use your Docker commands, or even directly from Visual Studio also, you can build a container image and push it and publish it directly to the Azure Container Registry. So there are a lot of ways that developer gets to interact with the Azure Container Registry. And it's a PaaS-based service, and hence it is highly scalable and highly available. Okay. So the next is the Azure Container Instances, and this is something new and one of the greatest service in this container ecosystem, because it is very much futuristic, and I'll tell you why. So before that, let me just quickly tell you that Azure Container Instances can boot up very fast. You need not have any kind of virtual machine on Azure or any kind of service to run any container. You can simply run it on top of Azure Container Instance. You can boot it up very fast. It spins up very fast, and it is very easy to even create a container just in minutes. We'll see this in demo. And also it shuts down in no time. And why it is very important, and it has a lot of importance in today's designs, because it is the basic building block of serverless nodes in Azure Kubernetes Service. As we all know, so all modern containerized applications are based on Azure Kubernetes Service, right? So in Azure Kubernetes Service, we have nodes. We'll see that, like definitely I'll walk you through a case also. So in case of Azure Kubernetes Service, we have physical virtual machines. So virtual machines take time to boot up. So suppose you're scaling up when you get a lot of requests. So it's not something immediate that another virtual machine will quickly spring into action and start serving the request. But in the case of Azure Container Instance, you can quickly have a Azure Container Instance ready. So it spins up in no time, as I told you. So what happens in the background is, so whenever any request comes in, or a huge amount of requests comes in, like in seconds or rather in minutes, so like you can have thousands of Azure Container Instances spinned up and start serving the application request. So that is why like we do a lot of Azure Container Instances nowadays, and it is the basic building block for the serverless nodes. The reason why I told you, like for Azure Kubernetes Service. Okay. So let me talk about the web app for containers. It is another offering, and it's a pretty old offering, but from last 2 to 3 years, they've started supporting containers on that. And I really love this service because if you know, like when we are setting up any web app service in Azure, so what we do, we build our application and we deploy it on the web app. And like it's a platform as a service component, we need not worry about the infrastructure as a like all the infrastructure aspects for the web app. But here we might have some kind of dependencies. At least I have seen in my designs, at times I need to use some kind of dependencies that web app extensions doesn't support. Maybe like some kind of Python libraries I might need to use with web app. So what I will do, it's not always easy to have that kind of extension available on top of web app. So in such a scenario, I need to think out of the box, or else like I can't give that application that has some dependencies that is not supported by web app and give it to my client. So to address all these issues, what we can do is we can build our application, containerize it, have all my dependencies inside that container, and use that container inside the web app. So I'm sorted. If I need any kind of Python service or any kind of binaries or some kind of extensions that web app doesn't support, so I can build it in and bake it inside the container. I can have the container image ready. I can run it on top of web app. So I'm good. And the best part of web app is like it works seamlessly with multiple DevOps tools, maybe Azure DevOps or any infrastructure as a code solution like Terraform or anything. It helps us a lot. The next is the Azure Kubernetes service. The previous two services I spoke about, the web app and the Azure Container Instance, they support single containers, right? We can run a single container in like a web app or in a Azure Container Instance. But nowadays we build a lot of microservices, right? In case of microservices or any modern applications, we don't have a single container in an ecosystem. We can have multiple services or small components that can each run inside a container. So like we have number of containers to address. Then the new set of challenges comes in. So what if, like suppose for example, in one of the container I have my front end, in another container I have my database, and in another container I have my business logic processing. So what happens if my business logic processing container goes down? My entire application is down, right? So how do I address such scenarios? How can I handle such scenarios? So I need to make sure that when I'm having multiple containers in my application, then I need to handle those kind of scenarios, so that if my container goes down, then I should have a high availability option, or like I should have another replacing container spinning up quickly and starting serving the request. Also, like in case of heavy load, the container should scale independently. Maybe like at times, like you might have containers like business, some business functionality like sales, another containers doing finance, another containers doing marketing. So if one of those containers may get some heavy requests, and other containers may not get that amount of request. In that case, in such scenarios, the container that is getting a lot of requests should scale independent of the other containers. So that is how like I need to take care of all the containers that I have with my ecosystem. To address all these problems, we have with the containers, we have Azure Kubernetes service. So Azure Kubernetes service helps us in orchestrating our containers on the Azure platform. It's a managed Kubernetes service. What I mean by the managed Kubernetes service is like in case of Kubernetes, we have a master node as well as we have like child nodes. The master node is the control plane, which is the most complex part of the Kubernetes, and it takes days to create Kubernetes control plane. I have witnessed it. But in case of Azure, like when you create an Azure Kubernetes service, what it does is it spins up the control plane in no time. And in the nodes that we have, like we host our applications. So in case of managed Kubernetes, so when we spin up a managed Kubernetes on Azure platform, we build that control plane along with all the depending nodes, so where my application runs, and that managed control plane that I have, it abstracts all the complexities from you, like all you need not configure anything there. It is totally managed by Azure. So you have no control over the control plane. So that is why we call it as a managed Kubernetes on Azure platform. Okay. So this is how Kubernetes architecture looks like. We have a control plane. So we have different nodes on top of which we have our applications running inside the pods. So I'm not getting deep into this. And all these pods will be pulling images from the container registry. And we interact with the control plane using API calls. Like we fire kubectl commands. There is a component called as API server that helps in bringing in those commands and acting on that. Okay. So another exciting service that Azure provides is Azure Service Fabric. It is just like another container orchestration solution where we can run multiple containers on Azure platform, but it is much more than that. And personally, I love this service a lot, and I have been using this from a long time, and I have seen like how beautifully it addresses a lot of business scenarios. And even like Microsoft runs a lot of its in-house components like Cosmos DB, Cortana, Azure SQL, Event Hub on this platform. So the best part of Azure Service Fabric is it supports a lot of stateless service like design patterns like stateless services, stateful services, reliable actors, guest executables. So in case of guest executables, you are not just tied up with the language C# or any Microsoft languages. You can also build your code in Java or some other language, build it as a guest executable and run it on Azure Service Fabric. And you can run it on anywhere, I mean anywhere, not just in Azure. You can run your Azure Service Fabric on any other public clouds also, and also on on-premises. And I would like to stress on the fact that the Azure Service Fabric environment that you run on the on-premises is exactly same as what we have on the cloud. So it makes no difference whether you are running it on-premises, on the development environment that you are building, or like it's a cloud platform. The tooling is absolutely same, and it runs both on Windows and Linux, just like Azure Kubernetes Service. Okay, so this is the big picture of the container ecosystem. As a developer, you build the container and push it to the Azure Container Registry. Then you have multiple services like Azure Kubernetes Service that we discussed, Azure Container Instances, Azure Service Fabric, the web app for containers that will pull the images from this Azure Container Registry and orchestrate it or host it and give it to the end users. And end users can access the public URL of these instances or these services and access their applications. So this is the entire big picture of how it works. The developer builds it and pushes it to the container registry, and all these services pull the Docker images from the container registry. Okay, so let me get into the demo and quickly show you a few of these services. Okay, so I have a Azure Container Registry already created. So if I go to the repositories, so I can see I have one image, my demo app. I've already created and pushed it beforehand, and I have a version of it, a tagged version called as Gold. Here I can keep multiple versions of my images out here and tag it accordingly. Like for my demo app, I can have a Gold, I can have another tag called as latest, I can have another tag called as demo, or as a best practice, what you can do is you can tag your images as per the environment. Like my demo app, then the tag can be prod or like stage or like development. Like in that way, like per environment, you can tag it and keep it. Now let me quickly create a Azure Container Instance, and we will consume this image. Let me create a resource. Okay, let me repeat from here. In the Azure portal, you can do a create resource. Then click on this containers. It will show you all the container offerings out here. Then you click on the container instances. Then let me just select a resource group. Let me give a container name as in AVI. Let me keep it in US East. Let me, you see, like this was my container registry that I had created, and it has automatically populated this container registry. From there, I have pulled up the image, my demo app, and the image tag Gold. So I have provided the registry, the container registry name, the image, and the image tag. Automatically, it has detected that it's a Linux kind of image. You can also size it based on your performance requirements. Now let me get into the networking part. Most importantly, I need to give a name to my email, basically a DNS name level. What it says, okay, it can't start with this. Maybe I'll make it this. Now it accepts. Let me review it. And create it. Let's wait a while this is getting created. Maybe while it is creating, are there any questions that I can address? Okay, cool. So let me get into the resource it's created. And you see here, there is something called as FQDN that has got created. Let me copy this and run it. So inside my Azure container instance, I have an FQDN. It's the same DNS label I gave it while creating the Azure container instance. And when I run it, this FQDN, I see that my app is up. This is a .NET Core app that I built just before the session. So this was all about the creating a container instance. Now, next, let me create a web app. So let me put it in the same resource group. Let me do a Docker container, and it's for Linux because I have built a .NET. It actually matters because it's a .NET Core application. It can work both on Linux and Windows. So let me keep it Linux. We create a Linux plan. Next, I need to specify where I need to pull my images from. I'll say Azure Container Registry. So it automatically populated the registry name, the image, and the tag. Now, let me just review it. One second, I think I left something. Okay, I didn't give the name. Cool. Let's sort it. Now it will validate. Let me create this. Okay. So while it is creating, we'll come back to the service. With the interest of time, I'll just quickly move to the Azure Kubernetes service and just show you like what I spoke about the service, and maybe like I'll just have a demo ready for that as well. Let me know if I'm going too fast and you are unable to catch up, so I'll try to slow down. Simon, let me know if I am like going a bit fast and
no, you're not going. You're not going fast, but maybe like maybe like to wrap up. Maybe in 10 minutes.
Yeah, I'll be done. This is the last service that I need to demo.
Okay,
and
perfect.
Service Fabric, anyways, I don't have anything to show. I don't have a demo. Okay. The web app is complete. Let me just get into the web app. So this now, like I have my container running inside the web app, and I can access it using this URL. So you can pick this URL from here. So you can see the same app, it has come up. Okay. Now let me quickly get into the Kubernetes piece. So this is the Kubernetes I have already created because it takes a while to create it. And this Kubernetes has a single node So maybe if you go to the node pool, you can see this. Like I have a node count of 1. Also, I'll show you how to see it from there. So inside the Kubernetes, I can work on Kubernetes using this Cloud Shell, or you can also install Azure CLI locally and use it. So let me quickly fire the command to get the credentials for Kubernetes. So this is the command that we do to fetch the credentials so that my Cloud Shell will be able to interact with the Kubernetes. So here, let me show you the nodes that are there in the Kubernetes cluster. Okay, you can see there is a single node. Let me see what are the pods. Basically, in the Kubernetes, inside the nodes, we have our applications running inside the pods. So basically, pods run the containers, and the pods that sit inside the nodes. Okay, sorry, I need to do get pods. Okay, there are no pods currently because I have not yet deployed anything. So I already have created a deployment manifest. So whenever we do any deployment to the Kubernetes cluster, we do it through a manifest file. I already have created a manifest that says that I need to pull my image from this location, like Azure Virtual Conf. This is my Azure Container Registry, and this is the name of my image, my demo app, :gold. Okay, so let me quickly apply this. kubectl apply -f deployment.yaml. Okay, so my deployment is done. Now let me check what are my pods available. So I have one pod available and it's running. You see, it's so fast, like the deployment is. So I need to access get services. So this is there is a concept of load balancer, like maybe in some other session I'll speak about this. It's a big area. So let me grab this external IP and let me run this here. You see, my app is up. So basically, what happened is, so like if you see here, this load balancer, like this pod itself is private to the network. It has a this is the IP of the pod, like it's a cluster IP that we have, through which the pod is exposed internally inside the cluster. But my customers, they need to have a look at the pod, or rather the application that is running inside the pod. So how they will get it? It's private to the cluster. Using the load balancer service, they get it. So this is for the load balancer service. This is the internal address in the cluster, and this is a public address using which it is exposed outside. So this is a way we can do it, but there are also other ways, like we can do ingress and a lot of other things specifically that is not covered here. So that is all about I had for this container ecosystem. So we saw the big picture. Let me just go to that screen. We saw this like AK's service in action, ACI, then web app for container. Maybe some other time I'll show you Azure Service Fabric. So that's all from me. Like any questions or queries? I hope I'm on time, Simon.
Yeah, definitely, Abhishek. That was an amazing session. I know we had to race it a little bit because of the time constraints. There's just quick one question from the comment that I'll let you on the screen is, Pal Sundar asks, in one container, can we tag multiple web apps, example, prod and stage?
Web app, if you are talking about web app, yes, we can do that. We can have two web apps and they can target a single container, of course. But in a single web app, we can't have multiple containers. So it's a single web app, a single container running services. For that, if you want to run multiple containers, it is like we have to go for AKS or ASX. But yes, you can have a single container and it can run on multiple web apps.
That's perfect, Abhishek. That was an amazing session. I think if I ask you how long it took you to put that all presentation together, I mean, how long it took you? Maybe like a day or maybe like an hour?
Prepping up for the presentation. So I've been
Mm-hmm.
doing this
Yeah.
I've been doing the slides from last 2 weeks, and from last 2 days I've been prepping up with this time thing, like this 35 minutes. I need to use it judiciously.
Okay, so I think there's a lot of commitment that you have added for this session that really came out beautifully, and of course the years of experience that you have displays from this presentation. So Abhishek, thank you so much for your time on weekend. You have been an amazing contributor to the C Sharp Corner community. We are more than
Thank you.
honored and humbled to have you as a part of our family, and thank you once again. And we'll catch you in some other live shows. Have a fantastic weekend and good night.
Thanks. Same to you. Have a great sessions ahead. Anyways, I'll be tuning in and seeing all the next sessions.
All right, thank you. So that was Abhishek, C Sharp Corner MVP, with an amazing session. We now move to our next session, and our next speaker is Manoj Mittal, who's a senior technical architect, a C Sharp Corner MVP, author, blogger, and Manoj Mittal has a rich experience in Microsoft product stack, that is SharePoint, online and on premises, O365, Azure, .NET, and .NET standards. Apart from that, he has quite rich experience with Power Platform, that is Power Apps, Power BI, and MS Flows. He would often go out and speak in different local meetups, and this time he is with us on this virtual conference. Let's welcome our next speaker, Mr. Manoj Mittal. Hi, Manoj. Welcome to the Azure Virtual Conference.
Hey, thanks, Simon, for having me, and it's a wonderful video. Many thanks for that.
And Manoj, we have been missing you in the offline event. I really want to thank you for your time on this weekend. I know it's very late at your place. It's almost like 10 o'clock.
It's 9:50 in here. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
9:50.
So I won't take much of your time, Manoj. I think we're already running late by maybe like 7 or 8 minutes. I'll allow you to go ahead and start sharing your screen. And I think you're going to talk about data transformation using Azure Data Factory. Pretty interesting topic. Everyone would be interested to hear. So I see a screen, and let me bring it to the stream. Okay, let's loading. I see a blank white screen. Why is that? Okay, that it says I got your presentation.
Okay.
Perfect,
Thanks.
Manoj. So next 35 minutes is all yours.
Thank you. So, hey everyone, and thanks for joining me this evening, wherever you are in the world. So, hey, good evening, good night, and good morning. So I'm here to just talk about the Azure Data Factory. So it's a quite popular topic into the Azure. When in the world of the data, in the world of the big data, we always talk about the data, and then data exists in the multiple forms. It's an organizational structure. It's just an organized structure in a relational format or in non-relational format or any other. It's just either just exists in the many other systems. So, however, on its own, raw data doesn't have their own proper meanings or doesn't have any context. It doesn't have any meaningful insights to the analyst, data scientist, or to the business decision maker. So the big data always, once we have coming from the multiple sources, we always require a service that can orchestrate or can operationalize the process to refine this enormous storage of the raw data into actionable business insights. So that's why the Azure Data Factory, which I'm going to talk about, is a very vital, plays a very vital role in the cloud service that built for the complex hybrid structures. Okay. So this is about me, little bit my introduction. I'm a CSharpCorner MVP, holding couple of certifications. This is my blog sites, YouTube channels, Twitters, LinkedIn's, at the end the CSharpCorner site. So I'm quite active on the CSharpCorner. You can follow me on the CSharpCorners and like comments on the articles if you need any help. I'm always available for that. I'm working in the Mindtree Limited in a Bangalore located that one as a senior technical architect. Thanks for that. So now come back to the topic. So Azure Data Factory. So what is Azure Data Factory basically? So Data Factory, as you can see on the screen, is just a cloud-based data integration service and used to compute the data storage, data movement, processing the service into the automated data pipelines, right? So once we talk about what is Data Factory actually. So Data Factory is a cloud-based PaaS solution, platform as a service solution. So it's just, we don't need to worry about the servers for the scalability, for the patching. It's a serverless activity. Whatever we are using the component, how much we are consuming, we need to pay for that. Second, we say the data integration service. Definitely, it's allowed to integrate multiple sources and generate and provide a common platform where we can integrate multiple sources of data at a single form. And then orchestras and automation. So it has 80 plus connectors and pipeline can be automated whenever is required. Data transformations. Then definitely when we get the data, we have ability to transform using SD Insights, Databricks, Azure Functions, other data transformations tools. So when we talk about the Azure Data Factory, so in the past, if you will see SSIS package when the people are using into the on-premises system, so it's a cloud-based service on the Azure Data Factory. So here the things comes, what is ETL? So when we talk about SSIS, so that's the terminology come ETL and ELT. What is both and what's the difference in between those? So ETL is just like extract, transformation, and load the data. First, we need to extract and then transform and then load the data. Or ELTs will say extract, load, and transformations. As you see these sections. So first, we need to transform the data using some formulas, but we are going to write filters, lookups before loading the data. Or here, we are going to transform the data, loading into the data warehouse, and then we have an ability to change the queries on the fly and read the data and change the data as per the needs. So that is ELT. So that's depending on the business scenarios which we are going to use, ETL or ELT. So it's a very high level comparisons, SSIS and ADF. So on a very high level or 30,000 feet, if I'll talk about SSIS is a on-premises solutions which were used earlier. Now, if we're talking about the cloud, we have a ADF. It has a much higher scalability. It has a cloud and SaaS connectors. It has an event-based triggers. We can run the SSIS package with an ADF also. If we have, we can do the connectivity with the on-premises environment, and we can run it on the Azure Data Factory. So Data Factory considerations, if we'll talk about. So there are basically the two versions of the Data Factories is there, the V2 and the V1. V1 was the past, the current is a V2. It's have a quite improved versions as compared to the V1. And then we have a build option. So there are a lot of options which exist to do the codings or just do the configurations in this section. We have a PowerShell option, .NET, Python, REST, on top of that ARM templates. So it's a highly integrated with a DevOps key vaults where we are storing our credentials in a secure manner. Monitors, we can monitor all our pipelines or our integration services. We can do the automations for those sections. No data storage. So this is the key factor. Azure Data Factory doesn't store anything within itself. It just processes the data and move from one location to the another required location where we need actual processing. It's have a security standards on its own, HTTP or TLS whenever is possible. So let's talk about the main Data Factory element here. So I just draw the simple diagrams to make it easy so we can understand. So if you see here, so this section is just a toy, and this toy is having a two component we need to integrate. This is a buzzer and this is a battery sections. So if need to add into this sections, so the activity and the jobs run one by one. First, we are going to fit the battery into the toy, and then in the next jobs, we are going to fit the buzzer also into the toy. So each job is done by the one particular persona, which is the activity here, right? So this is called the activity. So in short, if I will say, what is pipeline? So this terminology is very important. So after a couple of minutes, when I will go to the demo, so it's very useful to understand what is pipeline, what is activity. So activity, combinations of activities called a pipeline here. And then it's the integrations runtime. So what jobs is running, which is called integrations runtime, and the trigger actions when my job is going to trigger. Okay, and here is a link services. So if I just talk about in the example, in the next slide I will talk it more about what is the link services, why is required. So basically, once my the job is going to done, it's going to connect with any of the services. If I'm taking the data from the blob, so I need to connect with the blob as a connection string. I need to push the data into the SQL. I need to connect with the SQL via connection string. So those activities. So this jobs, which we are calling, is a data set. So it has a combinations of the components what we need to do, called a data sets here. The entire process which comes here, the data sets, pipelines, activity, link service is called a Azure Data Factory. So we'll try to understand all these things one more time here to get the more clear picture. So we have a pipelines, which is a group of logical group of the activity, and those activities going to consume with a data sets, which consumes and just produce the results for the activity. And those data sets, what we have, data sets, it can be the where my data exists into the multiple storage, which may be the blob storage bucket. It's going to store there, and it's going to connect with those services, which is called the link services, and my activity run on those based on link services configure. So take the real-time example. So what is the data factory element and relationships? Okay, so here we are going to talk about Azure Data Factory. First, whenever we are going to define the structures of the Azure Data Factory, so one, pipelines come into the picture. In the pipelines, we need to define the integrations runtime. Under the integrations runtime, so here I will just talk about, I have two components I'm going to take. So I will just store my data in the backend data, which is coming from the multiple sources. Some other systems is dumping into the blob storage. So, so it's going to, I need to move the data from the blob storage to the SQL server. So this is the Azure Data Factory. So we can write a code also to do all this activity, but code is not feasible when I'm doing on a very large basis, all those structures. So it's an error prone, and just a cloud base, we can say ETL as a service, this process. Okay, so the blob is going to connect with a link service. Similarly, SQL is also connect with their own link service. And then once it's connected to the link service, which is part of that data set, similarly, SQL also having a link service and a part of data sets. And both we have a one sections where my data exists, and this is the another section where data need to go. And then activity comes in between, so which is called the activity. So there are multiple activity exist. What we need to do with the data. So I just in this scenario, we need to take the data and dump into the SQL server using the copy activity. So we'll take the scenarios before going to the demo. So for example, if you talk about the aerospace industry, so there is a lot of the industry is having a lot of data, and then data what those the airport authorities or the airline authorities, they want to process the data, what time the flight is going to schedule, okay, what's the status of the flights, how many passengers are there, what's the origins, what's the destination. So such type of data, each airline is having their own storage. So the airlines or the airport authority, they want to process the data. So in that scenarios, if we'll talk about the real-time scenario, to be very helpful to take the data from the multiple sources, whether in a blob storage, S3 bucket. So a lot of storage are there, and we can just dump it into the one data warehouse and do the processing and connect to the Power BI and generate the reportings. So that's all for this. I'll just quickly jump to the demo and we'll see. Yep, so I log into the portal.azure.com. Here I will just create from the scratch the entire structures. So I will just take the storage account first. I will create here. I click on storage account. I'll just click on create. So here I will just create our new resource group. Access to the Azure Virtual Conference 04 is my resource group. I just give the name Azure Virtual Conference 04 blobs storage. Yep. So here is this. I'll click on the I'm okay with the other configurations. I will just take it by default other configurations and click on the create. So let it create the storage account where I'm going to dump some CSV file. Parallelly, I'm going to create the Azure data factory here. So here is a data factory. I'll just take data factory. I'll just click on create. So I'll select the same resource group which I use here, AVC04, and I'll give the name AVC04 Azure Data Factory. So the next one, yeah. So the GitHub I will just not connect for this demo purpose. I will just straightforward go. I'll just the next. I'm okay with other configuration review, and just click on the create. Let it come. Yep. So the data factory object also created. Now data factory is the intermediate layer. Now I need to create a SQL server also. I will just go to the again to the portal home sections. I will create Azure SQL, create resources. I'll just SQL database. Click on create. So here I will select my resource group where everything should go. I'll just give the name AVC04 Azure SQL database. I'll just give the name of the new server AVC04 Azure SQL database server. Yep. I'll create a password. Just here I will create like that as a admin. I'll create a password for this one. Password. So the password is created. Click on OK. So the server is get created. Now the compute storage, I don't need that much storage. I will just reduce it. As for this demo, I need a minimal requirement. So I just click looking for the standard. I'm okay with this cost. So creating the SQL server, the cost is coming almost 991 INR. I'm okay with that. Apply. And I'll just go for the next. Just check. Okay, public endpoint. So for the production purpose, we should not do the public endpoint. We should define all the IP address which is required. But for demo purpose, I'm just using the endpoints or public. Create and review. Yep. So what I did, I just created a blob storage. I created Azure Data Factory. I created a SQL server. Blob storage I created. I will dump the file there. I just assume the multiple sources as dumping into the blob storage file. I will take the file, process into the Azure Data Factory, and extract the data and move it to the SQL server. So that is the demo theme. So let it create. I will, in the meantime, I'll go to my resources and just check the blob storage. I'll go to the home, my resource group. So let it come. AVC04 is my resource group which I created. So blob storage has already came. Data factory SQL server is in provision stage. I will go to the blob storage. So in blob storage, I will create a one container. I'll just give the name of the container as a input where I'm manually place the file as of now. I'll just click create. Yep, it's created. So for the demo purpose, I have already the file which is having the some data. So I will take this file and upload it here. So just click on upload, select the file. Yep, select flight data, upload. So this file is get uploaded, which is my raw data, which is coming from the multiple sources to me. Like that, better we can check what content exists here. I'll just go click on edit and click on the preview mode. Yeah, so this is the data. What we have, the IDs, flight names, where is the to, what is the air code, airport code, countries, and all such data we have. I have almost 44 records exist, so that's pretty good. I got the data here. Now move to the SQL Server, and let's create the table structure for us at least. Move to the resource group. Yep, let it come. It's still provisioning, so the server has came up. So might be taking some time to come up. Okay, let it refresh one more time. SQL Server should come here. Yes, just waiting to load. Yes, so the SQL Server database, it came here. I select the SQL Server. So here we can go to the query editor and we can see the SQL Server structures what we have. It just asks for the credentials. So I'll just have a SQL Server authentications. I will use this one. Password, click OK. Yep, so I got what the structures I have. As of now, nothing is there. I have a blank table. So I'll create a one blank table as per the schema what I have. So let me go into the structures. I have that structures, I have query, I have already made it. I will just take the particular query and go back and run it. So now my tables, blank tables will be there in the SQL Server. All right. Yep, nothing will be there. It's just a blank table we have. Now we move to the Azure Data Service and our actual work will start there. I'll go to the resource group, Azure Data Factory. So once I click to the Azure Data Factory, this is the interface where we landed. And here we have a sections like authors and the monitors. Once I click in author and monitor, it will go to the adf.azure.com. The Azure Data Factory interface will come up here. And here we can define our own pipelines, activity, and data sets. So let it load. So we'll configure for the blob and the SQL connections and integrations between both here. Yep. So once you land in this page, so this page has a very well documented all the component from the Microsoft. What is Azure Data Factory and why we need to use all the other activities. Just go through this documentation, is very useful. And they have defined the entire process itself. We need to create a pipelines, we need to create a data flow, and we can create a pipeline from the existing template, and we can store our process, what we are going to create as a template. We can use the activity like the copy data. We can configure the SSIS integrations from the on-premises as well as what we are doing in the Azure Data Factory, the cloud-based, and GitHub repositories also we can add. Okay, so I will just click it here and move to the actual process where we can define. So this is my factory resources. So to start with, we need to define a pipeline. So for the pipeline, I click on the right click and the new pipeline. So here it's come. So I'll just give the name. We need to store the data from the blob to the SQL. So I will just give the name blob to SQL here. It's just a name here. And for the time being, I will just place the one activity. It just wait, so it shouldn't throw the error while doing any processing. So I got the blank activity, which I just dummy it here as a wait. Now let's move to the data sets and create a data sets which will connect with our blob storage. So I'll just select the blob storage here, click continue. So what type of, if I'm talking with a blob storage, what type of content we have in blob storage? I have a CSV file, so we can define what type of content we are getting from the multiple sources. So that type of format we can select here. So I have a CSV file, I selected this one. I'll click on continue. So I can give the name blob flight data. So I can select the link services. I click on new. So the link service, there are the multiple options to create a link service. So it's just a connection strings which we are creating here. So I'll give a name, the blob flight data link service. Just for the name's sake, okay, it should be the proper naming conventions. So I can understand. Yep. I will just keep it the accounts key. So basically, once for the production purpose, if we are going to use, we need to use the manage identity is a recommended one. But for this time, I use the account key. And I'll select my subscriptions. And then I select my storage account, which is a 04 blob storage, which I created. I'll just check it for the connection. If everything goes smooth, it will show success. Else we need to correct the error. Yep, it succeed. I click on create. So let it create a connection. So once it's created, we created a linked service. Now we need to give the file path where our file exists. So here we are just giving hard coded this is particular file name, but we can make the parameterize and we can just take it this as a parameter and we can change it in the actual project. So the first row, what is coming here, we can select as a header. I click OK. So this settings we can do the changes later point of time also. So here also we have those configuration settings. So this is the one data sets we created, which is connected with a blob storage. Now we will connect with a SQL in a similar fashion. So the SQL, I'll just go to the Azure and select the Azure SQL database. So here I'm creating the SQL flight data. So and create a link service here also, which is going to connect with a SQL. So I'll give the name here SQL flight data link service. Yep. So for the connections, I will select my subscriptions. Let it be as is those things. Server names, what we have, 04. Database name 04. And the authentications, I will use SQL. I created those one. SA admin is my username. Password is my password. Okay. We'll just check it this one. So this database, this data set is going to connect with a SQL. It's successful connected. Click on create. So now we have a two data set and the one pipeline exists as per this diagram what we talk about here. We have this sections in place. We have this section in place. Now we left it over. We need to create a activity which is going to connect both. Okay. So coming back here, the table name, what the blank table we have created, we need to select the table name. I clicked on OK. So now the section we are good to go. Now we'll go back to the pipeline and pipelines. I will select the activity which is copy data. I'll just drag and drop here, and this is no more is required. I will just right click and delete this section. Yep. So here once I select this one, so it just come up with the settings, what configurations we need to do, what is my source and what is my destination. So I go to the source. Source is my blob storage where my data exists. Okay, and the sink, which is my destination where the data is going to go, which is a SQL. So let it come. So here we have a lot of process. If we need to use the stored procedures, we can define pre-copy script when any processing is happening from the blob to SQLs. I need to do any pre-processings we can do here with the scriptings. Now going to the mapping. So this section, what it says, whatever the columns we have, it may not be the same in the blob storage or in the SQL. So we need to do the mappings among the column. As you can see on my screen, my columns are also not the same. So here are a few columns which is same, it's mapped, but a lot of other columns it's not mapped. Here I have a destinations this section, but sources doesn't map. So I will select those particular columns which I feel it's appropriate. From is this one. So here is the airport code. Here I have a country. So similarly for the other columns, for the destinations, it's a 2. It's a 2 airport code. It's a 2 country. Yep. And then finally the status. So here I have a flight status, but here I don't have a column with the name of flight status. I'll select a status. So I'm good to go. This is a warning. I will just keep it as of now. Yep. So this section has done. So what we have done, we connected with a blob storage, we connected with a SQL and did the mapping. So let's validate this section. Yep. So our pipeline has been validated and no error found. So we are good to go. So before publishing all those things, better to debug this application, entire process, what we have defined, and check whether it's work fine or not, or any error exists for that. So when we are debugging, the pipelines is running. So it's in process. So let's see. Let's wait for a couple of seconds and it will show the status if it succeed or not. Yep, it succeed. We got the message. It succeed when we did the debugging. So let's go to the Azure SQL and just check before publishing whether we really get the data or not here. I'll just select the command and click on run. Yep. So it's that easy. So I didn't write a single line of code using the Azure Data Factory, the very vital tool, and I got the all data in my SQL. If need to see what data it's came here, we can just check how many records we were having in the blob storage and what it came here. Yep, all 44 records came here. So now we are good to go and we can publish all this activity. So blob storage, apart from that, we can, so with the Azure Data Factory, we can do a lot of other things. So like once we did the publish all, we can define the notifications when my job is get success or job is get failed. So accordingly, the target audience will get the notify, and we can monitor when how the job has been published and it's going to trigger as per the schedule. So we can monitor all the jobs and we can see what the status is coming, what job is running, and which job is took the what times, and what's the trigger runs, what's the integration service. So all the activities will listed down here. It's a quite rich dashboards. We can get it here. So as of now, it's a blank because just now I created and didn't run using the publishing services, right? So let me now, as I publish, I will go back again and let it run one more time. Yep, let me run it. So it's running again. So the agenda of running again, why I'm showing. So I didn't write any the pre-scripts, pre-validation scripts as I run. What it's doing, it's just taking the data from the blob and keep copying the data into the SQL, and data will get keep adding. Now we have earlier we have a 44 records. Once my job will finish here, so it's still in queue. Once it's finished, as it succeed, and if I run it again, data will keep adding here. So we can write all those scripts to validate the data. So I'll write a one simple script. So I just want to delete the data, whatever it exists, and it will upload the data from the scratch. So it's quite simple. We'll just select our activity. And here in the mapping section, not in mapping, thing. Yep. So we can write the pre-copy script here. So it just says delete from this particular table. So we have a table like data. I will come up here and just run it. We'll just validate one more time and just do the run it again. So let it run. Now we'll see what type of data and how much records we will get it again. It's queued again. It will not take a couple of more seconds. Yep, it succeed. I'll go back to my query and I will check how many records we have. Hopefully we should have 44. Yep, here we go. So we have 44 records. Now earlier, whatever the records was there, so we can just do the processing before uploading the data into the SQL. So this is more about how we can transform the data before doing the loading here. Yep. So that's all from my side for this session. So as an recap, so what we did, we just take the data from the external source, that is the blob storage, and did the processings and dump the data into the Azure SQL via the Azure Data Factory or a ETL as a service process. Thank you for joining me. Yep.
Thank you, Manoj. That was an amazing session. You just covered from the very basics and you went to the hands-on demo. You also shared some of the best practices. Definitely, you bring your years of experience, right? So we're more than happy to have you in this virtual conference. Quick question before you leave is like, for how long you have been working on this this particular data factory? I mean, is it like just for the clients, or you just learned it for how long it's been?
Yeah, so as a role in the industries, what I'm playing as of now, so it's a technology agnostic basically. So it's a Microsoft technology, whatever it comes, I don't know next day what I need to pick up. So in the Microsoft
Yeah.
is a very vast and lot of components exist. Sometimes the Power App, and next moments I'm getting I need to work on Azure. So we need to keep continuous learning and keep I don't know, that keep doing all these things. And some today is the Azure Data Factory. Tomorrow maybe the AWS also will come into the pictures, and it's keep coming on all those things and keep learning and keep doing all those things. As such, no definitions for a year, 2 years. Used to be
Yeah.
all those.
Definitely, Manoj, you're a very experienced person, and we are more than honored to have you. And I know it's already too late. I won't take much of your time. Thank you so much for a
Thank you very
fantastic
much.
session. Have a great weekend ahead, and good night.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you.
All right, so that was an amazing session by Manoj. Now we will move to our next session, that is by Prasham. Prasham has 14 plus years of in the field of IT with 12 plus years of experience in SharePoint. He's passionate about SharePoint and works on Microsoft 365 architecture. He has been author, blogger, speaker, and also an avid reader. He's been a frequent flyer to our offline conferences, and today we have Prasham speaking on Azure Managed Identity. Quite an interesting topic to talk about. So let's welcome our next speaker, Prasham Savdar. Hi, Prasham. Welcome to the Azure Virtual Conference.
Hi, Stephen. Thank you very much. It's my
Uh,
pleasure to
uh,
have here.
I really appreciate that. It's almost like maybe like 10:30 at your place, and you have joined us. We have a couple of more sessions coming. So thank you so much, Prasham. And tell me for where you're joining us today.
Sorry.
From where you're joining us today, which location?
I'm from Pune, actually.
Pune, right? So it's great
Yep.
city, and we have been having our virtual offline events there also. We will love to meet you once again back when we do the offline and the annual conferences. For now,
Yep.
Prasham, you can go ahead and start sharing your screen, and I'll put it into the live stream.
Yes. Okay. Stephen, is
I
it
have
visible?
your screen. Yeah,
Yep.
and next 35 minutes is all yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Okay. Let's start with today. I'm going to discuss with the Azure Managed Identity. Recently, I have also learned this, and this is a very nice feature which Azure is providing. We have. I'll go with the why we need to have this concept and how it's come to them to picture. Uh, Let me go through first, like myself, Prasham Sabadra. I'm working as a software architect in Theatre Software India Private Limited. As Stephen already introduced me, so working since long time on the SharePoint, starting with the first version of SharePoint 2003, and recently now working with the Microsoft 365 and the Azure. I like to speak, like to share the knowledge a lot. So speaking in the SPS events, SPS Gurgaon, Pune, even I got opportunity to have present two sessions in the SPS Sweden as well on Microsoft Graph and the Power Platform. So yeah, Microsoft Graph is my favorite there. And then I used to write a blog on, of course, CSharpCorner site, which is a great platform provided for developers like us. So I'm really very thankful to the CSharpCorner team to have that to provide the platform like CSharpCorner and the presenting the sessions. And I'm fifth time CSharpCorner MVP. So it's my pleasure to hear. So since we have only the 35 minutes, I won't go in much kind of these details. Let's start with some use case here. What was the theme? So we have for Microsoft 365, we have implemented some governance job there for Microsoft Teams. So our jobs is like to take care that okay, this team is created, starting with the team creation, and this team is created, and we have at least two group owners there, because Microsoft team has behind the scene there is a Office 365 group. So we are making, our job is making sure okay, there are the two group owners for each Office 365 group for which the team is created. Then there are, we are maintaining the like job like the team's life cycle as well there. So team's life cycle, so we have specific number of days. Okay, today is team created, so as per our organization or any organization policy, let's review this team after 180 days. So that if if the user has the permission, all the employees has the permissions to create the team, then the team can be created like for some users or some employees create the team like for sport team or T team, and then those teams are not used. So the governance must be there, or governance requires it. So we make sure that okay, after these many days, like for example 6 months, after 6 months the team is created, let's review it, send an email to the team owners or group owners, your team has these many days, and whether do we need to extend it or we need to archive it or delete it. This kind of governance job we have in place for the Microsoft teams in Microsoft 365. So we were using the initially when we started, we are using the console applications, and we are using the CSOM object model, either calling the REST or directly using the SDKs from those consoles application, and then we are hosting those console application as a background job in the scheduler. But then later, as we are improving, we are hosting as our job CSOM jobs in Azure. And then since we are using Microsoft Graph API to access the group owners and the details, to send the mail, we are using the Graph APIs. And as we know, Microsoft Graph APIs are the secured APIs. So we require the access token, and to get the access token, uh, we need users credentials, or we need the, if we create the Azure app, then we need the app ID or client secret key, or app ID and the certificate. If we are not using, if we are providing the more security, so we are using the app ID and the certificate. So when we started, we were storing those certificate and details and the app ID into the local file system on the server where the jobs are hosted in the scheduler and accessing those. But then as the Azure Key Vault service is there in place, so we thought to use the Azure Key Vault service. So we are storing our certificate and the secret and the app ID into the Key Vault service, so that we don't have to keep those onto our local environment. But then again, next point came, or next problem came, where the to access my Azure Key Vault, I need the credentials again. So at least to access the Key Vault service, I need to store those credentials or whatever I'll use, either username, password, or secret or certificate to access the Key Vault. I need to store it on the local or somewhere else, or I need to access those on in the config file or in the SharePoint list or from somewhere, and then I need to access those. Then again, the same thing, we are in the loop. It's a security concern again. Even though we are storing the app which and the certificate which required to access the Graph API and Key Vault, but to access the Key Vault, we need to store these credentials somewhere. And that's why this Microsoft identity comes into the picture. So we have changed our architecture bit. We have hosted our this console web job in Azure App Service, and then there is no way to enable this manage identity, identity to manage identity to the app service, and then we need to give the permission to that app to the keyword service. So overall this is the overall architecture which change. And this identity feature is really really nice when we don't require to store the credentials somewhere. We without storing credential or something, we could directly access the Key Vault service if we host our consoles applications or our .NET Core console jobs as a web job in Azure Web Service. So today I'm going to show you what are the things required, what are the prerequisites required, and how to, and simple application, console application which will host as a web job as in Azure App Service, and then access the Key Vault and just print the secret. So let me move ahead. So before going to that, we have that as we discussed, we have common challenge to the application to manage credentials in our code to authenticate the cloud services or to use the Graph APIs. We need the credentials we need to store. So Azure Key Vault, it's a very secured service from the Azure side, which allows us to store either secrets and the keys or the certificates, and we could give the permissions, or we have options as well what operation could be performed. So to solve this problem, where to store the credentials and to keeping those secured, and to solve this problem, we have the concept of the managed identities for our Azure resources. Azure resources are nothing but Azure services like my Azure App Service, Azure Virtual Machines. Those are the Azure resources. There are not all the Azure resources supports this identity. Still in managed identity. It's still in progress. But as we are going to see today, the Azure App Service or Azure Virtual Machines and other services, those supports this managed identity. Okay. And this manage Azure and this manage identity for Azure resource feature is a free with Azure AD for Azure subscription. So there is no extra cost or additional cost required to use this feature, manage identity. So before going through this process, I would like to demonstrate something. So I'll directly go to I'll just refresh portal.azure.com. I have this free trial subscription, which gives us $200 credits per month. So I'm using that. I have logged in with my trial Office 365 account. Yes, let's get it refresh. I'll refresh other pages as well. Yeah. So what we required here, we'll require one Azure App Service. We required one Key Vault service, and then we'll require one application, console application, which will access our Key Vault service without code, without credentials using a code somewhere. So if this my homepage portal.azure.com is visible, then I have there one app service created. This is CSharpCorner Azure Virtual Conference 2020, and then Key Vault service as well. This KGVC Key Vault services as well. So I'll go to the Key Vault service, and there I'll show you in secrets. I already keep this demo prepared, so just to save the time. So in secrets, we have here the secret is added. We could easily add by clicking on the generate option there, and we could add the name and the value for it. So I'll just go back. I go back to the secret page. So here we have already created two secret, and this secret CSharpCorner virtual secret key, or this we are going to access in our solution in our Visual Studio Code. Okay, so this service is in place. I have created one this Key Vault service as the KGVC Key Vault service, and added two secrets in it. Name will just to access it. If I click it, so we have there the details. Then we have in place one the app service. So I just stopped it. I'm starting it. So I have already created this app service, Azure App Service, C# Azure VC 2020. Yeah, this successfully started this our service. We have here various options to create, how to create the Key Vault service. If we click here, the Key Vault service, it shows me the current Key Vault service and the options either view or create. So we could easily we could go and create the keyword service from here. Same thing for the app services. If you go to the again portal.azure.com, so there are the resources, this app services, which shows me in my this trial account. I have two app services which I already created: C Azure Virtual 2020 and in Junction 1, and plus I could create more. If anyway you didn't find this resource, you could always search from here, either app services or keyword services, and we will get the option to create those services. Okay. Now, I'll show you the code which I have written. This is very simple code. Before that, I'm going to the Azure App Services. There is a link called the identity. So this feature is this feature is there. So if I click the identity, it will open the identity page. And here by default, identity feature is off for the Azure resources. Here our Azure app service is a Azure resources, so by default it was off. If we off it, then we couldn't access in our web job as a secret as a key from the key vault. So we need to make it on. Now here exactly what happen when we make it on. What Azure does, Azure create one enterprise level app for us. This is very important to understand exactly what happens when we make the identity on for any Azure resources. So it makes the it creates one enterprise level application, and then it gives the it creates the certificates as well and stores the credentials. So on the top of that app, we are going to access the keyword service. So let's see how it is. Again, so we make it on this for this app service. Again, there are two types of identity, managed identity are there. One is the system assigned identity and user assigned identity. So there is a bit difference, difference. So system assigned identity is linked with the individual Azure resources. For example, here we make it on as a system assigned identity. So there is a one-to-one relationship. But there is a scenario like where we need to share our this app which created behind the scene when we state a change on to the an identity for Azure resources, and we need to share it. So at that time we are going for user assign. I'll give the both example. Like say for example, I have a Azure virtual machine, and there is only one job which is hosted on my Azure virtual machine, only one. So at that time, I'll go for the system assign because that is the only application I have running. Okay. But in case, say, I have an application which is distributed across the Azure data centers in the different Azure regions. So in that case, I need to schedule on the different data centers that kind of application, or I need to host the application in the different data centers in different region. At that time, I can go for the user assign manage identity. Okay, because I need to share that. So this is a bit difference. Again, if suppose I'm deleting this, my work is done, my job is done, I no longer at this app service, C Sharp Azure this. So when I clean up this, at that time system assigned identities are getting cleaned up. So app is getting deleted, permissions are revoked. But so the cleaning happens with their respective linked Azure resources. But this is not in case of Azure assigned identity. If I'm done with that, my application which is hosted in different resource and clean up it, then still this remains in place. I need to clean up it explicitly. So that's this kind of differences between system assigned managed identity and user assigned managed identity. So just for being ahead now, we have make it on for over this app service. Now I'm going to add a web job. In for Azure App Service, there is a web job. These are the jobs which execute. We could script it out, or we could get it out manually. These are kind of the background jobs as I'm saying the application which we hosted and executes and check whether my team or my 65 group has multiple owners or not, or two owners at least or not. So this is kind of now I will move to the So this is my very simple solution and the concept keyword demo. This is a .core console application. What we are doing in this console application, we are specifying the URL of the our keyword service which is created. Now from where we will get the URL of the keyword service? If I go to my keyword service, for example, I open this KCVC keyword. On the overall page, there is a domain and the URL. So that was the URL of the uh, keyword service. So let it be. I'll show you once it is loaded. So what I require now, what is the what we need to do this console application? Through this console application, we just need to access this key. What value for the key? So assuming that here we have the secret key which is required to access for the graph APIs, or here we have the certificate stored which will require to access the graph APIs. So here I'm just specifying the we need the value whatever the secret that I'm printing here using console.writeline. Okay. So what things we required? This keyword, and then to access those keyword or to work with their the keyword service, we required to nugget packages, and it is one is the Azure identity, another is the Azure security keyword secrets. So these two packages we required. So if you see this my nugget manager for this project, if you see the installed one, we'll just list it down these Azure identity and Azure.security keyword secrets. These nugget packages are installed. So only these two packages are required to work with or to get the details from the Azure keyword service. So I'm again going to the program.cs. So, and this is the API. I need to create an instance of client. This is a secret client class. I need to provide the URL of the keyword service, and this is default Azure credential. What is this? I'll just explain after the demo. Okay, and then with this client, I could get the secret, whatever the secret name, and just printing it. But only thing is now, so this is my console application, simple console application which fetch the and please notice that here I'm not specifying anywhere credential. There is no config file here, no username password, no application ID, Azure app ID or secret key or certificate name or something. Nothing is specified. Only the keyword URL and the key, which value for the key which I need to fetch from the keyword service. This is very important. So it's very simple, right? Only thing is that I need to publish it as an Azure job. So when I right click on my project and I click on publish, so here I already publish it. So here I selected C# Azure VC 2020. This is my app service. Publish your app to Azure. So this is my app service. If I go to here into the code, so let me show. Yeah, so this is the app service. So I deployed this application to this app service, and it is get deployed as a web job. Okay, so here is the app service URL which Azure generates for us, and in just if we first time publishing it, it just loads the resource group, and we need to select it, and we need to select to which app service we need to deploy this as a web. So we just make it publish it. You could see the details into the output window. It publishes the successfully. So let me go here again. This is the keyword service open, and this DNS name is the keyword service URL which we need to provide into our code. Which keyword, if there are the multiple keyword services in my tenant. So we need this URL that we have provided, and in another important thing for this app service where we are deploying. So if you see this KV demo, if I go to this is the my project KV demo. It get published successfully. So if I go to the app service, and under app service in the left navigation left pane, there is a web jobs, and these web jobs get listed here. Okay, so we could select this web job, then we could run it manually. But since we have scheduled it, so how to schedule is there is one settings.job file which get created when we deploy it as a web job or web deployment to app service. It generates this kind of file with comments. So we just need to comment here, run every minute or whatever the schedule. Run every 50 minutes, or we could have the 5 minutes, run every hour or something. So these files is generated by the Visual Studio for us. And then we could uncomment it, or we could add the auto schedule as well. The frequency of the job which is getting executed. Okay. So currently I have published it as a running as a every minute as a web job. Now, one more thing we need to do it on the keyword service. We need to give the permission for this app service or the applications. When we, as we discussed, when we enable the identity behind the scene, one enterprise level Azure app is getting created. So that app requires the permission to the keyword service. So how to do that? So if I go to this Azure keyword service, and this can be done by the access policies. So if I click on the access policies, I have already given the permissions. Here it's listing GUID, but let me show you again. Yeah, it's turning it out. So it's CSharpCorner Azure, the same name the app is getting created. And if you see the permission to access the secret, and this kind of like getting list, or we could delete from our job as well, we could recover backup and stuff. But let me show you it again. So we need to click here on the plus add access policy. Then there are various templates available. Since we are working with the secret, so here we have like whether we need to access the key, secret and certificate as well, secret and certificate as well, and only secret management as well. So various options are available. So let's select it here the secret management, and these are the permission. What kind of permission we need to provide our app service or the that app which is created, what kind of operation it can be, that app is eligible to perform on this keyword service. So let's have the default setting, and then this is the principle which we need to select. So if I unselect it, click on unselect, it lists out all my applications or Azure apps which are there in this tenant, and then we have option for searching it out. Let it get loaded. So here we could search, basically it's getting loaded, so we could search it out with the name which we have created, like CSharpCorner, sorry, the name of the app service which we have, like C# Azure Virtual Conference 2020. So let it be load, and then we need to select that app. And when we add, so our application, like here we did, our application get the permissions. Let me go back since it's taking time to load. Yeah, so this is I already specified the permission to our app service. It's not app, this is enterprise level app, which the same app service, and we enable the status of identity on the app and the permissions. So these things we need to do, and then we are very easily able to access the your user certificate we required to so now let's proceed.
Looks like Prasham had an internet connection. He's down now. So no, it's no worries. We still have one more session to go on, and that's by Prakash. Prakash is technical manager and profession by profession, and a speaker author by passion. He has extensive experience in design, development, maintenance, and support of enterprise applications, primarily using Microsoft technologies and platform. He is active in technical communities, and he has been all right. So there's he has been awarded with Microsoft Most Valuable Professional Award 4 times, and he holds a master degree in computer application from MA Bhopal. So let's welcome our next speaker, Mr. Prakash. All right, so I need to find the video. All right, got it. All right, so looks like we have lost the speaker once again, and then while I did have Prakash, but anyway, by the time the speaker joins, I did had speaker in the broadstar studio. Looks like the other speaker has also dropped, but yeah, I think I have Prakash once again with me. Let me bring Prakash. My goodness, these technical things, Prakash, are sometimes quite, tricky.
Yeah,
Prasham,
I'm audible, by the way?
yeah, you are very loud and clear, Chris, Prakash. I really appreciate your joining us so late. It's almost 11 o'clock at your place, I believe, right? So I
Yeah,
won't take much of your time. The next 35 minutes is all yours. You can go ahead and start sharing your screen, and
sure.
then you can
Appreciate
get
that.
started.
Yeah, sure. So let me, okay. Yeah, so let me go from here. So is my screen visible, guys?
Okay, yeah, I see the presentation. It says build effective and cost-effective solution using Azure
Exactly.
Functions.
Sure. Okay. So thanks everyone for joining, and thanks CSharpCorner and this entire team for organizing this Azure conference and having me here. So this we'll be talking about how we can build effective and efficient solutions using Azure functions. Of course, we'll start with some context about serverless computing and how Azure functions fits in there. We'll talk a brief about Azure functions, and we'll take some real-world use case that how Azure function can be used to make solutions cost-effective. Okay. This is pretty much about at a high level, who am I and what did I do? I think Stefan anyway talked about it. If you want to follow me on Twitter here, you can, and we can have a chat later. Okay, without any further delay, let's go in. Okay, I know there were a bunch of talk around Azure, and you might have, of course, seen either this slide or something similar slides, which talks about what is PaaS, what is serverless. But just a brief in case you are joining the sessions as a fresh or now. So of course, PaaS is there in the system from longer than serverless. Serverless is a bit modern flavor on top of PaaS, if I say. So of course, if you look at all the services, so we have IaaS, PaaS, serverless, SaaS, of course. Of course, below this there is something called on, like you have everything your own, like bare metal or something like that. So basically, what happens is that if you look at the right side of diagram, or if you look the overlap of these two, so serverless is something that gives you a little more abstraction on top of PaaS. Okay, in PaaS you care about data, and maybe to extent you care about configurations. some kind of settings that, hey, I want to scale my app on when my either loads become or number of users are of certain number, or my CPU utilization goes X times, or my storage or space becomes this much. So span something new machine or something like that. In serverless, you don't need to care even those things. So application settings and basically settings or configuration things is also taken care, and you just need to care about your pure application logic and nothing else. So everything goes, or everything's basically takes care of its own. So you need to least developer needs to worry least on this particular platform on serverless. Okay, moving on. Serverless computing, of course, what is that? So there is a little bit, sometimes, people take the serverless on a literal sense, and they assume that, hey, there is no server at all. Of course, it's not for you as a developer, but it is, it has to be there somewhere, and it is there as well. It is not visible to you, of course, because you don't have to care or you don't want to manage it, but it is there somewhere, and to help you do the write the code, or take care about the application you care about. How it is helping, because since I take care configuration and multiple other things, it is like easier to go to market, it is easier to code, easier to scale, and that's what exactly we want in most of the time, right? And most importantly, from a dollar or from cost perspective also, it is better, because you really need to pay for the time you're going to use any resource, not like you need to kind of own it and you need to pay even if you're not using. So it is like more aligned on a principle of pay and use, instead of owning something and just keep for the sake of it and paying without it is actually being used. Okay, so serverless computing gives you that power as a developer, or as a admin, or as a whoever owner or founder of any firm, that you just need to pay for something that you are actually going to use. Okay. Of course, we talked about some of the benefits or also of serverless computing. So you don't need to care about infrastructure, of course. Scalability is dynamic, vis-a-vis if we compare with PaaS, where you need to put some setting in place that, hey, I want scalability to begin on certain threshold, whether it's a scale up or scale out, but you need to define some rules there. Here, it's all dynamic. Of course, since it is the focus is more on application and logic instead of anything else, so you will be faster to market. And as I said about cost, that you're not going to pay for the time you're not using any particular resource, so you're you're more efficient using resources, and you're paying for the actual use. Okay. Okay, now coming to the topic of this day about Azure Function. So Azure Function is the implementation of serverless computing in Microsoft Azure, and it lets you create serverless functions where you just create some event-driven kind of you just write some logic, and either it is triggered by some upstream, or you can write some independent code as well that is triggered by either some HTTP calls, or it can be just simple as timer, and it is running on certain time. So it could be anything of that nature. We'll talk more as we progress. So basically, it is like writing not so thick logic, but it's like you're dividing logic into different pieces, and sometimes people loosely call it as a nano service as well. So you just write the code that is there for certain business logic, and either it is running independently or it is integrated with certain upstream or even some downstream. So it is kind of there are binding created, so it is getting triggered on certain actions from upstream, and it is doing certain jobs after completion. So all those scenarios can be kind of put together on this Azure function. Okay, talking a little bit more on them. So as we can say that some reusable functions or methods are put together into Azure functions, as the name suggests, and basically the concept of one of the concept of software development is reusability. So that is also being addressed with that you just put together something into Azure functions, and it can be used by multiple consumers of that particular logic. Okay. Some example could be that maybe some share market or kind of service, or some weather kind of service that the logic is there and it's just being used, and there could be multiple consumers. Okay, event driven we are saying because of course it can be configured to run on every minute, or it can also be configured to run as some event. So if once something happens to that, those kind of scenario comes into play on this kind of implementation. Okay, typically it is designed to keep not, so as I said, not so big code, so that it is completing within a few minutes. Use cases where you want to run something for very long. Of course, in your template, we also got something called they call it orchestrator kind of functions, durable functions, where you can expect those functions to do a little more longer job. But in principle, in ideal cases or in most of the cases, one wants to go with some logic that is finishing in few minutes. Okay, maximum few minutes, maybe few seconds as well. Okay. What are different things it is are supported? So as Microsoft Azure is not just it's not just about .NET kind of platform. It is through open source now from several years rather. So any kind of workload you have, whether it's typical .NET or Python or PHP, JavaScript, PowerShell, all kind of basically even Java, all kind of language or platforms are supported. So you don't need to really know .NET or C# in order to work in order to write code in Azure functions. You can write pretty much what you know. And I have highlighted something called CRON. It is pretty popular in Linux world, or bash command, or kind of those commands. So you can configure the timing or like scheduling part, using CRON expressions. They can very much be used, and they're pretty easy way to schedule certain, like kind of timer schedule kind of scenarios you can use, and you can have this thing set up. Yeah. Okay. We talked about serverless Azure functions, and let's talk about actually where it is used in real world, right? So what are some of those scenarios where when you want to go for Azure functions? So I was talking about one could be like, you want some kind of schedulers or some kind of timer to run on, or for example, you want some mail to be sent, maybe let's say 10 a.m. or daily, or 10 a.m. Monday or whatever, right? You can set up those kind of logic in a timer function. So timer is one of the function available for function app, one of the template or type available for function app, right? And that can help us. This can help us on this kind of scenario. Other could be that you want to do again, for example, once some document somebody uploaded on SharePoint, you want to trigger some mail, or you want to trigger certain other actions, like you want to insert some data into table, or anything the required business case for you, you can do that as well. So it is like integrating upstream system and downstream system, and also those kind of use cases are also supported. Third example could be, for example, you want to do certain actions on some message got added in queue, or something, some notification came in on this queuing scenario, and those kind of things. So even those are supported. So it's pretty much most of the use cases, if not all, are supported here, and they're keep on adding multiple capabilities. As I said, recently not too recently, but yeah, it is there's something called durable functions, because there was a requirement from developers community that, hey, we need something that can fit in for longer running scenarios, like orchestration scenarios, where something is not completed in minutes, but it is maybe maybe 10 minutes or half an hour. It is like long running kind of thing. So you should have something. So they came up with durable function capability also. Okay. We talked about this, like for example, timer-based processing, some event processing you're doing, or all kind of like stream or all kind of scenario you can put together. As you can say, it is like 365, or so different integration points also available here. So it's not just like typical timer or HTTP or API kind of scenario, but even multiple business process can also be integrated here, with Azure functions. Okay. Kind of template that we have at this point, there are many. However, I just put together the most commonly used. Could be timer, could be HTTP triggers, blob, event, service, but something happening or some message added and you want to do something. So all kind of web hooks, yeah. So all those kind of scenario commonly used. Of course, there are more. If you go to Azure website, you'll find a big list. But I just put together, as I said, some mostly commonly used ones. So yeah, so as you see, like generally what we want to do on certain scenarios on this case, you will get some kind of tablet there. And just click it, and you will get some kind of a maybe hello world kind of easier example to explain you what exactly is being done there, and you can integrate, you can make it more, you can extend it based on your requirement, and for real world application. Yeah. Okay. How this function looks like, right? Under the hood, what exactly it has. So of course it has runtime. It has to have, otherwise how would it run? Of course, when you create a function, I would ask you whether you want .NET Core, you want Java, you want Python, Ruby, PHP. You need to tell actually to when you create a function. So for example, I have some demo for .NET Core. So it will have .NET Core dependency runtime. Of course, then only it knows that I'm going to write C# language or C# program, right? Then there's some configuration related to bindings, basically, that what if in case I have to get some or I want this function to be run on certain triggers, like some message came in my queue or some service bus basically got trigger or something like that. So those kind of configuration needs to be there, and in the topmost thing where that comes to us is the code, right? The real code, what I want to do when this particular function is getting called. Okay, so basically these three things together make this the function. But generally developers cares about code and in some cases maybe configuration. Yeah, dependencies are taken care by the platform itself. So you just need to select what kind of platform you're targeting to, and it will be taken care automatically for you. We talked about upstream, downstream. Typically here they call it as from bindings. Basically, there are things but like upstream, downstream systems, like how you want to connect your Azure functions. So whether you want certain logic to be executed on some message. As I said, some message came in your queue. You want to do certain entry into the tables. You want to send some notifications on push notifications. So all kind of bindings, and again some could be triggered, like something happened at this point. Some could be like some data came as an input, or something is going as an output. So all those kind of scenarios, like it would be bidirectional, of course, if it is both input output. All those settings goes into the function configuration, and you can do that. We'll be looking into this demo, how this looks like. Okay, coming to testing part. So it is fairly easy. You can test on the portal itself, although you can also test on a bunch of other tools available, like Postman, Swagger, API kind of things. You also have some plugins, like they call it Azure Explorer, those kind of plugins in a studio. You can pull it and you can test. So there are a bunch of things available for testing. Okay, now the crucial part of the talk, right? Is it really cost effective? And yes, do I have an example for it? Yeah, I do. Okay, how it looks like. Real world example. Let's take a scenario. So I need to build, I got a requirement that, of course, this requirement, when I talk about cost, of course, the example, of course, going to be that the person or the company is fairly new, and they want their they want to go with cost effective route instead of getting a premium one, and they want to go with maybe free, or maybe to extend D1 they call it. There's some charge. It's not totally free in the plan, and what they want is that they want to build a scheduler, okay, or timer. So, for example, they want to send mail to all the, for example, it's a startup, just maybe 5 people, right? So they want to send some kind of task. Hey guys, this is task for you, maybe daily 9 a.m. whatever. So this is a requirement they have, and of course it needs to run. Otherwise, how it will take automatically the next day 9, right? It has to run continuously, right? So, and of course, as I said, the company is fairly new. It can't afford the over budget, and it's trying a free tier, or maybe D1 they call it, a bit of price. It can't afford basic standard, or of course premium is not an option anymore. So suppose this kind of setup you have, and you created a web job, and here things become interesting, that in order to have a continuous run, you need to basically have a always on feature, okay? Otherwise you can't run. And you know what? This always on feature comes with minimum basic plan. It doesn't come with either free or D1. So you have no choice now. You're stuck, right? So you can't have a web job because you did not buy for either basic or standard or premium tier. You are just free or maybe to the max D1. And when you go to, as you see the picture, it gives you that you need to have a always on. And for always on, if you go to Microsoft Docs, you'll find this commentary over there. It will say, hey, your web app can be timeout after 20 minutes of inactivity if you don't do anything, and you have got to have always on. And this feature is available on what? As I said, basic, standard, and premium. Forget about F1 or D1. Okay. So what next? What's the savior? So savior is timer function. Azure Web Jobs timer function. It's typo here. So Azure function timer function. Okay. Web Jobs was the previous one where you got stuck and you can't really move because you did not get up the premium tier. So Azure function timer function of Azure function is a savior for you. You're gonna have a an expression similar with web job, and you're good to go. We'll see in a demo in a while. Yeah, let's jump to the demo now, guys. I hope I have time. So yeah, so let me share. Okay, Simon, you're there, right?
Yes, I'm there.
Okay. Let me. Simon, you're there? Okay.
Yes, I'm there.
I think I just shared the deck, not the entire screen. So let me stop and quickly I'll open up for demo actually. Okay. Share screen.
Entire desktop.
Where is that? Oh, is this?
The first option.
Right? Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I'll go with this. Yeah.
You're learning new tools every day.
Yeah, here we go. So I hope my machine is visible, I guess. Is it?
Yeah, your portal is visible.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that's what I wanted to show. Okay, so let's come. So I created, in the interest of time, I created 2 demos before this call. So one is to talk about the constraint that was there. That is kind of, they said, I chose the basic tier or the free or shared tier, and how I can be blocked if I don't use, in this case, the function, right? So as you see here, this is my web job, and it is pending restart. Why so? Let's go to log. Okay, select this and go to logs. And you're gonna see what I just told you. Okay, what is saying? Saying, guys, forget this, it can't run. Why? Because it doesn't appear to be having this always on and blah blah, and looks like this feature is available only in basic, standard, and premium, right? Forget about this shared and free. It's not for you. Simple. Okay, how I can look into this, right? So let's go a little deeper. So this is my app service, and what I'm going to do is let's go on overview and go to your plan. As you can see, it is free, right? It is free, and if you go to configuration here, so let me go there. Oh, it doesn't come in here. One sec. So it comes into here, configuration. And if you go inside general setting, where typically it's allow us to change this thing, look at here. It is disabled for me. The reason is I'm a free tier guy in this case. Okay, so it is not for me. Then what is there for me? As I said, Savior for me. So Savior for me is Azure function, and let's quickly look. Oh, I need to. What happened? Let me log in again. Okay. So the second examples talk about how we can do this. How can I achieve this with Azure functions? So I have, let me go to my all resources. I'll show quickly to you. So I had two app servers. One is for, I just showed you, and another is for this one. So this app service, and this service again has a free only. If you look at how you can look at, let it load basically. So it is free. Come on. So yeah, see, it is free only. Okay, it's free tier. So how can I make it work in this case and don't lose my requirements? So this is my app, Azure function app service, and this is the app I created. It's a timer function. Okay, when you create a timer function, it will let you define how exactly you want. So I was showing you guys the templates. So there are a bunch of templates here, and currently we're just interested on this one, timers. So I can select timer. So here it will let me choose what schedule and the name. So since I already have, so I'm just going to cancel. I just wanted to show how it looks like. Okay, so it is enabled. Let me double click here and go into more details of how it looks like. So as you see, it is okay. So the CRN expression, as you were seeing, it was like every 5 minutes it runs. Okay, so I think maybe few hours back I spent this. So let me go to monitor, and I should have some message coming in. Oh yeah, it ran a bunch of times. So I think it is running every 5 times. So as you see, look at the time, guys, here. So yeah, so it has run 14. So I think it is taking UTC time here. So I guess what is UTC right now? Okay, whatever. So it is looks like it ran 4:19:59, basically 4:20. Okay, so now it will run. As you see, it is running every 5 minutes. So and it is running. That's what I wanted. And what message it is printing? Hello, Prakash. Azure function timer. So it is running actually every 5 minutes in my free tier. So it is doing my job. Whereas if you look at this guy, this is that job, and it is saying me, hey, you are not eligible. You need to have this premium, right? Manually it can run, yes. And I run myself manually just for testing. So if you look at, some message will come in the down somewhere that, hello Prakash. Yeah, hello Prakash came in, but it was a manual run. It can't run automatic because always on is not on, and always not on has to have this kind of your plan. Whereas in this case, timer case, you don't really need, and you can go ahead or work around this case with with Azure function and timer template or timer type of Azure function, where you can have a prettier and you can do the job, right? That's what we wanted. That the requirement was the timer function. If I come back to my deck, what was the requirement? Requirement was that, hey, I just need a scheduler. I'm in free tier, and I want continuously to run. So basically, every 5 minutes is fine. I can even reduce to 1 minute, right? So it is running continuously. Okay, so who saved me? So your function timer job saved me. So yeah, that's good. That's what I wanted. Okay, since I have time, so let me also talk about a little more on this. I had some slides, there for remaining time. So to talk more about the function. So demo is covered. Now let's talk about some little more deeper on architecture side. That given the Azure products, if I have been tasked to, hey, Prakash, you just come up with some kind of solution architecture, and you got to use Microsoft products as much as possible, and you also try to have a Azure function somewhere embedded, and I need to come up with architecture. Okay, and these are some of the products, or what do we call it, capabilities, or what do we call it, I have got to use. Okay. So how I can proceed about it? So let's build some context here. So as an architect, I need to look into different different things, that how my sequence of communication gonna be, and what different building blocks needs to be there, and what will be stored at what juncture of time, and what product will have those capability. All kind of I need to have a big picture. So I started having those basically what do you call scenarios. I put together it. So how it going to look like? So user will be accessing the web app in browsers, and will have sign feature typical to any e-commerce site. I need to show some product images. Of course, I will be interested on putting them on, or taking them from CDN for faster access. And I should be able to query or search different products. And I may be interested on storing them into the SQL database, or SQL Azure in this case. What else? I want any product, when I click, it should go to some kind of queue, so that it is there, and I can just keep shuffling it if I want to remove or add, those kind of thing. For performance reason, I may want to cache some data, so that it is not going to the backend every time, and response is good. So, this could be capability. I want some logic to be built in, so that when I click on pay order or pay, all the items in my bucket or bin are kind of based on the rates or taxes, whatever. It is giving me the final amount, right? Net price. And of course, this should also be capable to talk to some payment provider, and upon successful, it should be able to make an entry into some persistent storage, maybe database again. Or if it is failure, so the failure notification or the cause of the failure should be also be noted somewhere. So this is my requirement. Now, how I'm gonna plug those requirements and put together. Okay, so usually comes in a browser, of course. There's a first action. CDNs storing my static images for faster retrieval. I have MFA. Sorry, MFA for extra security. Then I want to have basically. So if you look at the sequencing, so third could be that generally when we log in, right? So we want to search something. Any category. Suppose I want to get a phone, so I'll be searching some model or some some phone or brand. So it should load some data, right? So it will make a maybe some search call, and it will bring all those products of what I put together in the UI. So it needs to, maybe typically it comes from persistent. So it's initially, at least, later it caches, but initially it comes from backend. So SQL database can be the good option here. How blob is coming? So blob is coming like, I'm just keep playing about different items back and forth. I'm not sure. Maybe I'm confused on what phone to buy. So maybe I'm shuffling, like initially selecting some and then later something else, like that. I also want to cache so that my next response, if I'm searching something similar, it is not again coming from backend. It is kind of returned from cache. Okay. I want some logic to be there so that when I'm clicking on like pay, so it is able to calculate my entire the amount, and it is talking to or able to talk different, like, provider. It could be UPI, could be anything else, could be bank or debit, whatever. And in the end, it is also making an entry into the persistent storage, like for example SQL in this case, so that I have a reference that what happened to that order, whether it got success or failure, or so those kind of details. So how this Azure function is coming. So if you look at 8, right? 8 is what, where you have basket, and it is calculating each line item on that basket, and it has the logic to get the rate, prevailing rate on certain, if it is a global site, to certain country, and taxes, and maybe discount, right? All those calculations can be put together into the function. Okay, because it's like stateless. It will change based on the user. It is not something, it will be like what you've chosen on your side, and it will give you the amount based on what you selected, or what you're buying rather. And so it has the logic built in, and it can give you the final amount, that hey, this is what you're buying, and this is your final value, right? So this kind of scenario can be put together into function. And also you can make a call to the payment provider, and has ability to basically store the response of that payment provider into the database in this case. Okay. I hope I have time. Yeah, I do, maybe a minute. So I think I'm on time. So guys, these are additional resources I use myself to learn and on this. So you can also find, I think these slides can be shared later. So you can, if you want, you can go through them. So thanks again. This is what time I had, and I think I was able to meet the time. And for any additional queries, guys, this is my Twitter handle. I generally able to respond Twitter faster than other communications, so this can be used in case you want to talk to me later. Thanks again for the sessions and having me. Sivan, over to you.
All right, Prakash. So that was an amazing session. And to be honest, it went all over my head. I mean, I don't understand all that stuff, but definitely for people, it might be very, very useful. And I think you went in very detail talking about Azure functions and all, and some of the best practices. That is all I could get from the presentation. But yeah, it was. Thank you so much for your time, Prakash. I know it's very, very late, and we are more than honored to have you as a member of CSharpCorner. We really miss you at the offline events, and we hope things get better and we can meet in person once again. So Prakash, thank you for an amazing session. Take good care of yourself and have an amazing weekend ahead.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
All right, so that was Prakash with an amazing session on it went all through my head on Azure functions. And now we move to our next speaker. He is David McCarter. He is a CSharpCorner MVP, Microsoft MVP. He's a solution architect. He's a trainer. He's an international speaker. He's an inventor. He's a consultant. And today he's going to join us to talk about, but actually build an entire cloud application from start to finish. So next 90 minutes, it's going to be David McCarter. So let's welcome our next speaker, David. Welcome, David. Welcome to the Azure Virtual Conference.
Hey, Simon, how's it going?
Great. And I think that the audio really matched with what you were looking for, right?
Yeah, I'm glad you changed it from the kind of elevator music the other speakers had. So yeah, thanks.
So David, tell me, how are you? How are you doing these days? I think we are meeting after the AMA that we did, right?
We're meeting after what? Say it again.
After the AMA session that we did.
Oh yeah. Things are going okay here. I was a little bit worried 2 days ago. I woke up with a slight fever, but I don't think it was COVID. I think it was something else. So anyway, I'm here. I didn't want to miss this conference, and I did have an opening joke for you, Simon.
Okay.
So what's the number one best part about speaking virtually instead of speaking in front of people?
Oh my goodness, you can put on shorts.
I don't have to wear pants at all.
Oh yeah. See, I got it almost right.
Almost right. You were close. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. That's what boys would have to care, right?
Want me to stand up? No. Okay.
No, that's good. I'm here with the short pants. So okay. So that was the big benefit. And to all, even the guys who are watching, right? You don't have to get dressed. You don't have to buy any tickets. You don't have to travel. You can sit back on your bed and on your couch and just enjoy. That's so David, what are we actually talking today, and what's going to be the entire next 90 minutes?
So those of you that need to go to the bathroom, do it now, because I'm going to go for 90 straight minutes, and hopefully we can get through all the slides. I have cut some out, and I am going to kind of breeze over some of the slides so we can do it in the time frame. But basically what I'm going to be showing is, and I was thinking about this right before the session, is that, I've been watching off and on the conference the last 2 days. And so what I'm going to be showing you is how you can take all those kind of different features of Azure and use them all together, right? From queues to functions to Cosmos DB to Blazor, which is not really Azure, but you see what I'm getting. I'm going to show you how you architect that all together in one solution.
So it just looks like the entire 2-day conference that we had. You're gonna one who's going to summarize it and put all that into one demo, right?
Yeah, and I was thinking maybe it's good I did go last. I don't like going last at conferences, but maybe it's good I did this time.
Yes, I still remember the joke that you had the other day, why Americans are going at the last.
Yeah.
All right, David. So next 90 minutes is all yours. I'm going to pull up your screen into the live show. It's there. Let me change the background. All right. So I'll be active. If you need any help, just say Simon. And
okay.
There you go.
I do have some question slides. So I'll pause on those slides. And if there's any questions, we can do them then. Otherwise, I wanted to tell everybody listening, I'll also be on the panel after my session, so you can always ask me questions there too.
Perfect, David. It's all you now.
Thanks. So welcome everybody to Rock Your Code, the real world cloud app from start to finish. I'm glad you're all here. If you're in India or someplace like that, I'm really, really glad you're staying up late to watch me. Otherwise, I guess you can watch the video later. And before I begin, I just want to say that, I hope everybody is staying safe from this worldwide pandemic that we're all dealing with. The state I live in, California, in America, we just hit over 10,000 deaths last night. So, it's getting kind of serious now here. So please stay safe. Please wear your mask. Please listen to your officials. They know better. The medical professionals know better than you do. So please take care, because I want to see you next year at the CSharpCorner conference. So anyway, I'm David McCarter. I'm a Microsoft and CSharpCorner MVP, award-winning developer, architect, consultant, all that other stuff. There's my email address. Please email me if you have any questions or just want to ask me anything about anything. I'm more than happy to talk to you. And my Twitter account, my LinkedIn account. I'm not really using Facebook anymore, so I wouldn't try to contact me there. So I do want to push my latest book real quick called David McCarter's Rock Your Code, Code and App Performance for Microsoft.net. I want to do this just really quick because I've talked about this before. It's available on Amazon. But the biggest thing I want to say is that all proceeds from the book are donated to the Voice of Slum NGO in Delhi, India every month. So if you buy this book, please be aware that 100% of the proceeds go to the Voice of Slum. So please, I hope you buy one, not only because I think all developers need this book, but the Voice of Slum really needs your support. And I was there last year, and that's why I'm doing this. All right, so here's what we're going to talk about today. Opening act, why I'm doing this talk. Architecture and design, which is a really big part of this session. And then we're going to talk about the different layers that I'm going to kind of introduce with N-tier architecture, the data layer, the business layer, the communications layer, the user experience layer, and then encore and on to the panel, where you guys can ask the real experts about Azure. So, all right. I know those videos don't go across the web very well, so I have cut most of them out for you guys. Anyway, you know, I've been a full-time software developer for over 26 years now, and I've always learned best by doing. You know, that's really where I get the most out of learning a new technology or framework or something like that, by actually using it, not reading websites or blogs or things like that. I learn by doing. That means assigning a real project or as close to real as I can to myself, and then try to learn the technologies I need to provide that solution. So a few years ago, I set out to redo this talk. And so I decided to, you know, do another Azure application, but then use all the new stuff, you know, 2 years ago that was coming out from Azure. And I'm going to kind of take you through that process and how you're going to see that some of the things I wanted to use, I couldn't use, and I'll explain why. So this project was to teach me more about Azure, because one of my personal goals as a developer is I want to change my I want to change my MVP award to an Azure MVP award. And so any people from Azure listening to this, you can hire me anytime for your MVP if you want, or send me some t-shirts. So let me show you what I'm going to do. So one thing I do like about this session is that it's showing you actually not only how to use the cloud, but to use a legacy application, right? So so this will show you that, you know, you can use old apps with the cloud and vice versa probably. But so this is the, if you want to call it legacy, I don't think it's legacy because it hasn't been around very long. But this is my utility app that I released, I think about 4 years ago in its first form. This is a video grab of its current form. And it's an app that I developed a while ago for developers just like you. And it's called the Donna Tips Dev Utility App. And I'm going to take you through a quick demo of it. There's only 2 main features right now. Actually, last week, I came up with a new one that I'm actively working on right now. But right now, it has 2 main features. So it starts up first. It makes sure you're not running Visual Studio or something like that because of what it's going to do. And the first main feature that it does is it cleans out all the temp and cache files that Visual Studio, SQL Server creates, SQL Server reporting creates, because all those programs leave stuff on your system, and that can hamper your debugging because things get in the way and you're contacting the wrong DLL. I don't know what's going on, but when I have issues, I run clean and everything goes away. So, but the really big feature that I use every day is the backup feature. And the backup feature automatically scans all of your hard drives looking for all of your projects and all of your code and wraps that up into a quick and easy backup. It won't be quick the first time you do it because it's going to back up everything, but I've added a turbo mode that will back up only changed files. And I'm actually working on a new version right now. So if anybody wants to help me test the new version, please email me there. I only have one tester right now, so I need some more, especially in other countries. But you can see there, it's backing up 20,000 files, and it does it pretty quick. Deletion, of course, is a lot quicker. But so that's what the app does. It shows you any errors, if there's errors during especially the backing up process. But what I want the cloud to do, oh no, it stopped. It wasn't supposed to. Anyway, what I want the cloud to do, I'm sorry, it's really hard for you guys to see it, but what I want the cloud to do is there's this little clickable ad down here that people can go click on to buy my books or see where I'm speaking next and vice versa. And there's also a graphic here. And that part of the app right now is hard coded in the resource file. So it's very hard for me to change without doing an update, which is not ideal because I want to do ads that, show up before I speak and then go away after I'm speaking and things like that. So I decided to move this part and the management part of it to Azure and then connect to Azure from this app. So this is what I'm going to be taking you through the rest of this session. So, one thing I want to talk a little bit about is N-tier architecture. As I said earlier, I've been a software developer for a long time. And back when I was a beginner, one of the things I learned, and I still use today, is something called N-tier architecture or multi-layer architecture. And, I write every one of my apps in this manner, even testing apps, because I've seen just the amazing abilities of laying your applications like this. And usually at this point, I ask people, why do you use N-tier? And people give me answers, but I'm just kind of show you. But what I want to, one of the things I want you to take away from this, especially if you're an older developer, is you can still use N-tier architecture, which has been around forever in the cloud. There's no reason you shouldn't use that same kind of architecture. And actually, the cloud lends itself to that kind of architecture anyway. So this diagram is, I taught at a university here for 18 years in San Diego, and this diagram is the same exact one I would show the first day of class of every one of my classes. And it's N-tier architecture diagram. It's the base architecture diagram, a little bit different for .NET folks, but basically this is the base one. And the base of all applications, of course, is the data layer, no matter where it's coming from. Like right now at work, I'm working on, we just released an app for a Fortune 25 company that actually uses Salesforce as its data layer. And there's all kinds of issues with Salesforce, but that's what it is. So all apps have to have an awesome data layer underneath it, and I'll talk about that in an upcoming slide. On top of that, we have what we call a business layer, which includes workflow, components, entities, things like that. We'll talk more about that. Then you have the communications layer, meaning the communication, that data has to get in and out of, that machine or that cloud somehow. And so that's how we do it, through the communications layer. Now, the communications layer 26 years ago, of course, was nothing like they are now. So believe me, it's a lot easier to deal with. Then on top of that, we have what we call the user experience layer. And this is, the part that users actually interact with some local data caching on the side, hopefully, if you do that. If you're not, you should be. And then alongside, of course, we can't forget identity, because, we have to keep people out of these layers and the user experience layer and things like that. So we need to have some sort of identity somehow. And all of this, every bit of this, as I'm going to show you, except for my legacy app, can live in the cloud, every single bit. So, and that's the great thing that I love about the cloud. So I'm going to quickly go over my feature requirements because they'll be more clear coming up because we are short on time. So my goal when I started this project was, of course, to use the latest features of Azure Entity Framework and .NET Core, because this was what I wanted to learn more of. And so I wanted to have all the ad data managed by a secure website, maybe make some of that public, operate at the cheapest cost possible, because that app is free. So any operating cost is going to have to come out of my own pocket. And then I want to collect basically metadata every time somebody clicks on one of the ads at the bottom of my app. So, I want reporting part of this too. So let's quickly go over the architecture design so we can get to the meat and potatoes part of this. So some of this is going to be a little bit repetitive. So when the app starts, what I want to happen is in the background, download the latest ads, including the message, the image URL, the link, the schedule, because built into this, I do have a schedule built in. Like I said before, if I'm speaking, I want an ad to come up like a week before, then go away as soon as my talk is over, and I can do that with the schedule. So that's already built into the system. And I want to capture the ad clicks, like I said before. So those are the major overall feature requirements for the app itself. And like I said before, data be maintained by a secure website, basically maintained by me, have reporting for me. And I want to capture the ad clicks per ad by count, and also have monthly, quarterly, annual reports just showing me which ads are working better than others, or maybe, which things people are interested in more than others. So I need that reporting piece of it too. The database layer, I want to use Cosmos DB, of course. Daily backups, which I'm sure Magnus is laughing at me, but I'll talk a little bit about that later. On the business layer, I want to have my business entities, and I'll go over that in the next section. I'm going to be using microservices, which is an Azure function, and I'm also going to be using Azure Queues. For the communications layer, I want to use the Azure Service Fabric to receive ad data and to maintain the data too. So the legacy app itself will be using the communications layer. The website won't be, but the legacy app will be at this point. The user experience layer, I'm going to use ASP.NET Core, of course. Show some ads on the main page, have the secure pages to create, edit, and enable ads, and also the reporting. And my goal, of course, is to use Blazor, because when I started this project, Blazor was not out, but it was gaining traction in our world. And so I wanted to use the latest, greatest thing. And Blazor really interested me. So that's what I went for. And identity, I'm going to use Azure Application Settings and Azure Key Vault. And other architecture, of course, logging. I actually just finished a Twitter poll about logging and application insights. And I'll probably say this again, but if you've used AWS compared to Azure as far as logging, logging in AWS is a practice in complete frustration, and Azure it's not. So this is one of the reasons I really like Azure. And we'll talk a little bit about that, but not too much, because it pretty much comes for free and not very much work. So that's the first question slide. I don't see any questions yet. Nope. Okay. So the first layer we're going to talk about is the data layer. So I'm taking coffee in my CSharpCorner mug. Thanks, CSharpCorner. So here's how my architecture ended up looking like. So I have my database layer in the bottom there. You can see the assembly name there. I'm going to be connecting to Cosmos DB. But whenever I talk about the data layer, I also have to talk about the business layer, because the business layer is where all your business entities should live. And what are business entities? These are like the POCO classes that you use to, use with Entity Framework or other database ORMs or other things. Basically your data models should live in its own assembly. And actually, my data models in that assembly, that's all that's in it. And people ask me all the time, why do you do it that way? And the reason is because so I can use that assembly that just has models in it in all the other assemblies, including the client app. So I don't have to repeat classes and things like that, because that can get really messy, especially with maintenance and serialization and things like that. So it's never a good idea to put your business models here. Never, ever. You always need to put them in an outside assembly, and I just include that as part of the business layer. And whoever said my slides rock, you rock. Thanks. And I just want to stress really hard, I don't have a lot of time for this, but data is the foundation of all apps, and I can't stress this enough. Most apps that I see fail or should fail is because their database is just horrible. And usually the reason why is because a software developer wrote it, which should never happen. But this is the situation, at least where I work. I mean, in the area that I live in. So please hire a DBA that knows what he or she is doing, and start with them first, because they know what they're talking about when it comes to databases. So please do that. So I chose Cosmos DB mainly because it was new, and also because until my first project, sort of like this, actually, this is the first project I've ever used Cosmos DB, and it's the first project I think I've ever used a document-based database. So this was a huge change for me, because I come from the data relational world. And so Cosmos DB was quite a shock, but I wanted to do it. I almost gave up a few times, but with the help of the PM on the Cosmos DB team and others, I kept pushing through it and got through it. So what is Cosmos DB? Like I said, it's a document-based databases, globally distributed, multi-model database, and you can spread the database out in multiple geographic regions. And it scales like crazy. I don't know if there is a scale maximum with Cosmos DB. But I wanted to learn this, because this is where a lot of data is going in the world, is to document-based databases like this one. So I did choose Cosmos DB. It was kind of rough in the beginning, but I did do it. So where is my graphic? Hold on a sec. Oh no. It's not good a presentation until everything bombs. Yeah. I think part of that is because PowerPoint, for some dumb reason, decides to do autosaves while you're doing a presentation. But anyway. So here's how you create a Cosmos DB account. It has radically changed. If you saw this talk like last year, it's radically changed since last year. I had to redo everything. And so you just go to Azure, you go to create a Cosmos DB account. The first thing you have to do is pick your subscription. I picked my Microsoft Azure sponsorship subscription, which is part of that I get for being an MVP. I also created a new resource group called Dev App Add, so I can kind of group everything this app does in one place, so it's easy to delete mainly. And then I need to choose what kind of API that I want to use. And in the beginning, I chose SQL because I'm familiar with SQL, but there's other choices here too, like Cosmos DB for MongoDB, Cassandra, Graph, and Azure Tables too. So you can use those. I just chose SQL because that's what I'm used to. And then down here, especially while I'm developing, I disable the geo redundancy and the redundancy, and the multi-region rights, because this dramatically increases the cost of Cosmos DB. So until you're ready to go live, until you really think about those costs, make sure those two things are disabled. I think they are by default, but make sure you do that, especially while you're developing. And then the next thing I have to do is set up the endpoints, the networking endpoints. I make it public because my legacy app's going to have to use it. And then I also make sure that I make it available to the Azure portal so I can do stuff in the portal, and also for my local PC. And the virtual network stuff I left pretty much default. And then you go to the final page, and it gives you an estimate how long it'll take, and it shows you everything. You press create and go to lunch, because when I did this earlier, probably in March, April, it took 24 minutes during a pandemic to create the Cosmos DB account. Don't ask me why it takes so dang long. Ask Magnus, but it takes a long time. So don't think it's going to be quick. And then after you created your database account, now you need to create your database. And so for this database, I just gave it a database ID of add data. And then I set the RUs to 400, which is the minimum in Azure. And you can see there, it's going to tell me an estimated cost for my Cosmos DB monthly, which in this case, when I did the screen grab, at least it was $138 a month. I must have had some geographic regions plugged in for that one, because it shouldn't be that much just for one database. So choose your RUs wisely. I'll talk a little bit about RUs in the upcoming slide, because if we talk a lot about it, we'll just never finish the session. So once I'm done creating the database, now I have to create the containers. And containers are like a database table. You can think of it that way. So I'm using my existing database ID, which is add data. And the first container I'm going to create is called ads. This is where the actual add data will sit. And I also created another one for ad clicks, which will receive all the ad clicks from the users. I give it a partition ID, which is kind of like an index. Again, a big subject that we don't have time to go over. And I think that's pretty much all I did. So creating the database, except for waiting 24 minutes, is not very hard in Azure. I really liked, it took me a little bit to get used to the new, flow that they have compared to last year, but it's pretty easy to understand. So next I want to show you my entities. Remember a little bit ago I said that I put all my data entities in its own assembly. Well, this is the add POCO class for this project. I do inherit a base class called entity, which I think right now only has one property, and that's ID, because everything in Cosmos DB has to have an ID field. And I'll show you that in a second, but everyone has to. So I just made that part of the base class so I don't have to repeat that all over the place. And you can see here, I have my, some of these are enumerations like app. I have it if the ad's enabled or not. I have the URL to the image. I have what language that that ad is for, the link I want people to click on, the message they see on the bottom of the screen, the schedule, if there is one that's not required, and also the title, which I just use on the website for myself. So you can see there, I mean, the real one has a little more validation and stuff in it, but basically it's pretty simple model class. And I also want to point out, I am using the proper, JSON property attributes up here. Let me turn my laser pointer back on. So you can see, I am using the JSON property attributes up here to make sure that JSON looks proper, because they're basically the coding standards between JSON and .NET are different. So I want to make sure I make JSON people happy. So when that data goes into Cosmos DB, this is basically what it looks like. You can see all the data that I just went over at the top. You can see the ID, which automatically assigns to any new, new document in the database. And the rest of this is all automatic things that Cosmos DB puts into the data. But the most important one is the ID, of course, because that's how you're going to access that record if you're going to get, that ad, and which I have some code later to show you, or coming up. So I have a data access assembly for this, and I created a base class called data context, which takes any classes in the generic part of it. And in the base class, you'll see on the next slide, that's where all the heavy lifting to get the data, save the data is at, because again, I don't want to repeat that, in every context I want to create for this project or any other project for that matter. So I just put that in the data context and class, so all the other classes that inherit it can use it. So the first one I created was called the ads data context class. And you can see here in the constructor, I send in the three things that this class needs to connect to Cosmos DB. It needs the endpoint URL, it needs the database ID, and it needs the master key. And don't worry, that's not the real master key if you want to go try it. But those are the three things that it needs to connect to Cosmos. And then the only other thing you need to do to get a data context working is just tell it the collection ID. And which I guess that's wrong. It should be ads data because the collection's called ads. So, and that's it. And the class works. You can go after that data all you want. So that's the data context. Let's see what else. Yeah, I already talked about that being the base class. So that's the ads data context class. And here's how I upsert a record. So Cosmos DB, there's no update or insert. There's only upsert, which is the combination of the two. And you can see here that, all I need to do to retrieve an item, to upsert an item, is it passes in the ad up here. I do context upsert item async, and then I retrieve it and return it. That's it. Very quick, very easy, couple lines of code, very, very simple to do. And getting data is even easier. One line of code, essentially. So you can see here, retrieving an item by ID is very simple. One line of code. Well, sorry, that's using code in the base class. I'm talking one line of code in this class. So that's it. That's as simple as it is in a quick manner how you can get data in and out of Cosmos DB. Now, again, Cosmos DB is a much bigger animal than this. I've barely even scratched the surface of what Cosmos DB can do. So because of that, so you don't make the same mistakes I did in the beginning. before you sit down and start trying to figure out Cosmos DB, please go take some training. And what I did back then was I watched a Cosmos DB course on Pluralsight. I had to watch it like 2 or 3 times, and it's more of an overview. It wasn't as technical as I wanted, but at least it gave me an overview of just how Cosmos DB works. So if you've never done document databases before, please go get some training before you sit down, because I've been using Cosmos DB for 2 years now, and I'm still having a hard time wrapping my head around document-based databases as opposed to relational based databases. So I'm still working on that. So let's talk about cost really quick. Azure has all these Azure calculators. You can go and estimate the cost of things before you just start going and using them. And especially with Cosmos DB, and especially the way things are charged in Cosmos DB, you really, really need to do this, because it's more expensive than SQL Server, and it seems more complicated to me on how all this is set up. I have a database in a SQL Server database in Cosmos DB that only costs me pennies per month, where you can see here, this one is going to cost me a minimum of $23.36 cents a month, as long as I keep it to the 400 RUs scalability. So please go check this out before you start using Cosmos DB, or really any feature in Azure. Otherwise, you might be socked with a huge bill from Azure like I was last year. So I want you to avoid those mistakes. No questions? Okay, the only questions I can see are on YouTube. So,
David, there's a question that says, which data client recommended to connect to Cosmos DB?
I'm not the right person to ask. Or what do you mean by data client?
I don't know.
Okay. If they were meaning if you're going to pick between SQL or MongoDB, I don't really have the answer to that question. Yeah,
Maybe
I would ask.
Elaborate a little more. Yeah, the question can be framed a little better. Yeah.
Yeah. I really don't know the differences between those different APIs in Cosmos DB. But I'm sure there are some. Probably just the underlying context classes. Any other questions?
No, I just came in just so that you don't feel you're ghosted. Sleeping for 90 minutes, David, is a tough, right?
So you're not really watching. You're just going. You're going to watch TV and then coming back and going to watch TV. I get it.
Oh my goodness, David, I've been here for the last 8 hours.
I know.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Enjoy. So we've talked about the database layer. Now we're going to talk about the business layer, which has some things involved in it, including queues and microservices. So in this section, I'm going to be using service bus queues, and I'm going to be using a microservice called Azure Function, and that's the assembly name right there. If you get the source code, that's the assembly name. And so that's what I'm going to be talking about in this section. So, beginning my session, I talked about, I have a book about performance, and, the past 3+ years, I've been really focused on, besides code quality, I've been really, really focused on performance. Because that's what a lot of people have been hiring me to fix for them, and I've been doing it. So I'm going to share with you a real world way I help performance by using queues. When you're sending stuff to the cloud, as much as you can, put it in queues. because it will dramatically speed up your performance. Because those things can fan out into hundreds of functions running at the same time. So it's so fast. It's pretty incredible. You're going to see in the next information. So in this one company I was working at north of where I live here in San Diego, California, I increased the performance of their mobile app from uploading a 600K blob of data from 7 to 70 seconds. Yes, I said seconds, right? To process 600K of data to 500 milliseconds or less. For a wearable technology and sports analyst app north of me. And I also want to point out that, most of the code that did the processing of the data itself, I didn't even touch. All I did was put in front of it queues and functions and whatever AWS calls their API management system. That's all I did. And all those things did was still connect to their slow code in the back end. But because of the functions fanning out and the queues, I was able to get it down to 500 milliseconds. And the reason that company hired me is because they made a really big contract with a baseball team everybody in America knows. And, the baseball team was not happy with waiting 70 seconds to upload one bat swing to the back end. So basically what I'm about to show you is exactly how I fixed that problem. So first thing is I'm standing up a queue for all the ad clicks because, not that there's going to be ever 100 people using my app at the same time, but let's pretend there is. And so I need to prepare for that. And the best way to prepare for that is just to put stuff in queues and have functions process that as fast as possible, which is all configurable, of course, in Azure. But that's really the way to do it. And so I'm not going to show you how to set up a queue. It's really simple, but I do have a queue. It's called ad clicks. And there's the URL, but you won't be able to use it because you don't know the security. And then there's other things you can set up like the message time to live, lock duration, things like that. It's pretty standard. You can also set a maximum size for your queue. I don't think I'd ever get to a gig, but that's why I left it kind of normal there. But the thing I want, don't tell me it's doing a save again. All right, I'll take a cup of coffee. Come on. Thanks, PowerPoint. All right. Simon, make sure to cut those out of the video.
I'll try my best.
I don't know what's wrong with PowerPoint. It drives me crazy. So the one thing I want to warn you about, because I did forget about this again, because I don't do this very often when I set up a queue, is by default, queues are not, you can't get to a queue. You have to set up security for a queue. And this is how I set up security for the send, which will be, the send from the client app to Azure. So you can see there's secondary keys, the connection strings, things like that. But I just want to warn you, don't start using your queue until you set these privileged security up for your queue. And this is the code. It's not super hard. You can see here, I'm sending in the connection string and the queue name. I'm creating a queue client right here. And then all I have to do to send something to the queue, because everything stored in a queue has to be text basically. So, the best way to do that is just encode it into JSON or something like that. So here's the a message body, and then I encode it, and then I send it async to the queue, and that's it. Very, very simple code. The one thing I want to point out in red here is that you can't, even though this says send async, you can't use a wait on it, which I don't know how this got released by the Microsoft team, but for some reason, a wait does not work on this. So you have to do a wait at the end, otherwise nothing will happen, essentially. So be worried about that if you're using the queues in Azure. And then the next thing I need to do is set up my actual function app. So now I have a queue. I have stuff being dumped in my queue. And now I need to write a function app to basically, be fired off every time an item hits the queue, and then process that data down into Cosmos DB. So this is how you do it in Visual Studio. You just create a new Azure function, and you tell it, you don't have to, but you tell it what kind of trigger you want. I do this just because it makes it a little bit easier to set up. And all you need to do is give it the connection string name and the queue name. And that's basically it to set up a service bus queue trigger. Because I want this function to be triggered every time something hits my queue. So that's why I'm using this one. And I'm going to show you exactly how it works on the next slide in the attributes. So we're just going to pay attention to the top part of this method first, and because the top part is the service bus queue trigger. So the first thing is my function name. That's how you'll see it in the portal, and that's how you can address it. And then the rest of it is the service bus queue trigger. So here you can see add clicks for my trigger. You can see here's the this is what holds the connection string up in my app settings. Queue item is actually the message that's being sent to you from the queue. And then it also gives you the iLogger log so you can log stuff. So that's basically it. This one attribute is basically what sets up the orchestration between your Azure function and the Azure queues. You can do all of this in the portal. I just choose to just do it in the code because for me, at least, at this point, it's easier to do, and I just set these things, and I don't have to worry about anything else. So that's the service bus queue trigger. So remember, everything's coming in under this queue item as text, of course, because I told you everything's text in the queue. And now the second part is I want to show you the Cosmos DB attribute, because this is one thing I love about Cosmos Azure over AWS is stuff like this. So you don't have to use a Cosmos DB attribute, but I do for the same reason I'm using the service bus trigger attribute, is just to set up the orchestration for me between Cosmos DB and the function, so I don't have to do it in the portal. And to me, that just makes it a lot easier to repeat, setting things up. So you can see here I have my database name, which is not correct. I need to change that. It's adds data. Collection name is add clicks. And I set it to create if it doesn't exist, just in case it got blown away for some reason. And this is what holds the connection string to the database itself. But what I really I want to talk about, which I'll talk about in the next slide, is this right here, out dynamic document. This is where the magic happens in this attribute. And I'm going to show you that on the next slide. But just remember this, right? Out dynamic document, because that's going to come into play on the next slide. So that's it. That's all I have to do to set up these two orchestrations with my function itself. Oh, come on, PowerPoint. Sorry. All right. So this is my function. I think this is every line of actual code in my function. And you can see here, I'm always checking to make sure the queue item is, there's something in the queue item. I log, I'm processing it. And then the magic is right here. Remember the document I showed you, the document variable I showed you in the slide before this? Well, all I have to do is say document equals JSON convert deserialize add click message from queue item, and the Cosmos DB attribute basically automatically saves that data down into Cosmos DB. You can see here I'm not doing an upsert, nothing, right? I'm just setting it to document, and Azure takes care of the rest for me. Easy, I love easy. But that's it. That's all there is to this function. The function really doesn't do anything except for move that text data into Cosmos DB. And if I needed to do other processing, you know, like for example, if you needed to do multiple processings on an image or a video or something like that, this is where you would send those out to different places at the same time. But that's another talk for another day. So that's it. So stuff is automatically saved down into my Cosmos DB. I didn't really do much of anything except for write a couple lines of code. And after that, you need to publish your function to Azure. I'm going to show you the way you do it in the portal, because right now I'm having a problem with Visual Studio. I've been working with an engineer for probably 3 months now. I think I have an Azure engineer and a Visual Studio engineer now working on it, and no one seems to be able to figure it out. But anyway, when I publish through Visual Studio, it doesn't do it. It doesn't do it all the way correctly. Even though it actually gets it there, it doesn't complete and gives you an error. But it's really there and works. So anyway, I'm working on it for you guys and myself, really. But so I'm going to show you how you do it in the portal. So all you do is create a new function app in your portal. You pick your subscription. You give it to resource group. As you can see here, I'm using the same for all that. You know, I set the function name app, which I'm calling it .NET Tips Add Functions. I'm using code .NET Core 3.1, and I put in the Central US. And then I need to create a storage account, which I just left as default. I set it to the Windows operating system, and that's basically it. Oh, and you have to enable application insights. Make sure you do that. Application insights is a lot of valuable information, so make sure you turn that on. And then you do create, and that's it. This doesn't take 24 minutes. It's very quick. Most stuff in Azure is pretty quick, except for creating Cosmos DB. And this is just a brief overview. If you haven't seen Application Insights before, this is just some of the data you can see in Application Insights. This is a little bit old. You can see it's from January 2019. But Application Insights really helps me to drive down on, you know, any issues that I'm having, things like that. And it's so much, like I said before, if you've ever used CloudWatch logs, you pull your hair out trying to figure stuff out, whereas Application Insights, it's just really easy to find and drill into things. I think Azure needs to work a little bit to make it even easier to find. I think things have gotten a little bit harder to find since I first started with Azure. But you know, the amount of information and data you get, especially if using .NET apps, is immensely valuable for, you know, finding problems. And you can use Application Insights from client apps too now. So I hope to add that to my client app sometime in the future. That's it. Any questions? Someone had one but retracted it.
Yeah, David, it's with Kamran. He asked, you have implemented your function in .NET Core or in .NET Framework?
.NET Core. Yeah. I'd have to check, but I'm not. Well, I know AWS does not support .NET Framework. I don't know about Azure. Magnus might know about that, but I would definitely recommend moving it to Core. Most things should work in Core, so I definitely recommend moving to Core. The .NET Framework is pretty much dead at this point. So,
okay.
Yeah.
You can proceed.
Okay. All right. So the next thing, which won't be too hard, won't take too long, hopefully, is the communications layer, exposing your data to the outside world. We have to do this some way. Even in the app we just released for at work for a Fortune 25 company, this is exactly what we do. Everything is exposed through an API, a web API, as we call them. So I had to change the architecture when I came to this, I think last year. I originally wanted to use the service fabric in Azure because it had some great caching capabilities and things like that, but it was taking too long for me to figure it out. I struggled getting it to even work in Azure, and it's gone anyway. So, so while I was working on this, they got rid of it. So I couldn't use it even if I wanted to. So, so anyway, what I ended up going back to was what I knew and what I knew worked, and that's Web API. And Web API has been around for a long time. I remember doing a talk on it like the first year it came out. So I went back to what I knew because I know it works, and I know there's no problems with it. And because I just didn't know what other solutions I had in Azure at that point. So I just went back to what I knew. I'm reminding you, eat meal. You're not supposed to remind me, Alexa. Well, this is a good time to restart. I'm reminding you, eat meal. I even cut all the videos out of this, and it still is giving me problems. Oh, well. Dang PowerPoint. Anyway, create a web API solution. Just go to create a .NET Core API, and always make sure you have configure HTTPS on. Don't ever use HTTP anymore. That's even a recommendation from Microsoft. And that's basically it. So I tried to follow good patterns, so I created a repository pattern in the API app itself, and I just have something like this called Live Ads Repository, which shows me all the current ads, and it takes in again the endpoint, the database ID, the master key, and then I connect to the ads data context. I get my live ads, which is one of the things I wrote into that data context, and I return the result. That's basically it. Pretty simple to do once I have all the other pieces, written. Then doing it up in a higher level, like in an API, web API level, is pretty simple, very little code. And then, of course, I have my controller. This is the top of my controller, where I just call it my ads controller. I have a controller base. No, I think, is that for Microsoft or me? I forget. And I give it the configuration. Nothing super exciting there. But again, because I've done work in the repository, now doing this is pretty simple, getting the actual live ads. And I'm just doing an HTTP GET here. These are the two responses I send back, either okay or no content. I'm getting whatever app I'm asking for. I'm setting up the live ads repository. I get live ads and I return it. That's it. It's pretty simple, like I said, once you have the other stuff written. And reusable. This is why you put things in different assemblies and different layers. So it's really, really easy to reuse. And even someone on my team at work, once she saw how I set things up just like this in our app that we wrote at work, she was going, wow, Dave, this is so much easier to make changes. And I go, yes. That's why I do a little bit more work up front to save myself a lot of work later. But again, if you've done this as many times as I have, it gets easier to do. So then in Azure, I have to create an app service. So I'm just giving it an app name, picking the subscription, picking the resource group, or creating one, creating my hosting plan. And then I can publish it. And this is the part that's broken right now in Visual Studio, meaning, okay, semi-broken. So when you publish it, it will put it up into Azure, but it will give you an error. And then it doesn't complete a few things that it makes available in Visual Studio. So like I said, I'm still working on 2 different teams to figure this out. So just be aware that if you get an error after you publish, it actually is there. Go check the portal and make sure it's working. And that's it for communications. Any questions? Oh, someone was asking, you don't use Newtonsoft anymore. Well, the cool thing is .NET Core 3 has its own JSON serializer built into it, so you don't need to use Newtonsoft anymore. And actually, based on my code performance book, I forget whether it's deserialization or serialization, that the .NET Core is actually faster than Newtonsoft. So you don't need Newtonsoft for .NET Core anymore. All right. Simon must be watching TV again. So now let's talk about the user experience layer. This is the Blazor fun, I guess. And so I did learn and successfully use Blazor for this project, and application insights too. And because I really, really wanted to use Blazor, even I was using it before it was even released, because I see a lot of promise in Blazor. And I'm going to show you why. So Blazor is a brand new framework for building, websites in .NET. Why do we need a new one? Well, I'll get to that in a second. You can create all these things using C# instead of JavaScript. So and this is what's really interested me. A while ago, I kind of moved away from doing front-end work just because of it's just too much to keep up with. And I went to more back-end work, and that's kind of what I focus on nowadays. But so because of that, I just never became a JavaScript expert. Not that I ever wanted to be one, but now I don't have to be. I can just use C#. And there's a server-side and a client-side model, which we'll talk about. Everything renders as normal HTML and CSS, just like anything else. But my biggest thing, like I said, is no JavaScript. I don't need JavaScript. Now, those of you who love JavaScript, you can use it all you want, but I don't have to. So, and I'm going to show you that coming up in a second. So I want to talk about the 2 hosting models, especially since they are both out now for Blazor. So the first hosting model works similar to normal ASP.NET pages, but with a twist. So on the server model, you have your Blazor Razor components in .NET living on a server. And then the server then communicates through Signal R to the browser. And that's how Blazor really speeds up the processing is because now they're using SignalR, which is binary, and it's a lot faster than going through normal methods and sending JSON and stuff like that. So it's really fast. It's very performant at this point. I know they're working on it. But this is basically the magic of the server side, and why it's probably more performant than ASP.NET is because it uses SignalR to communicate to the client. Now, the WebAssembly model, which has just been released, everything lives in the browser. Everything. The Razor components, .NET, WebAssembly, DOM, everything lives in the browser and is executed in the browser. And that's part of the magic of Blazor is, Blazor can execute .NET, compile and execute .NET code in the browser itself. And that's really cool. But like I said, it's the first version, and we'll see. I know I've heard some stuff about performance, so I'm sure they're working on that. So here's the major differences. I'm just kind of go over them pretty quick. Blazor server, full access to server, fast startup. The code never leaves the server. I'll talk about that in a sec. Supports older clients. It does require, like any other web page, a persistent connection, and they're saying a higher UI latency. I'm not sure exactly what they mean by that, but I want to talk about a little bit about the code never leaves the server. And like I said, this is very similar to the way ASP.NET works. And the reason I kind of want to point this out is because of the current project that I'm working on at work right now, and security. Because we're in this project, we're hitting, via JavaScript to our backend API, to get data back and forth. And everything worked fine until we had to implement Okta security. And that's when everything screeched to a grinding halt. And so what I'm trying to say is, if you use the server model, you don't have to worry about that. If you use the WebAssembly model, you have to worry about the security issues. So at this point, just because of that, I might only use Blazor server, but we'll see. Blazor WebAssembly runs fully on the client side. It does not require a server component. You can host it as a static site. It can actually execute offline, meaning you don't even need the internet for it to work. It is a larger download, of course. That makes sense. And they're saying a slower runtime performance, probably because of the compiling and stuff like that. But like everything else in .NET, it's probably only slow the first time, and then it's faster after that. So to create a Blazor app, you just go to Visual Studio, say you want to create a new Blazor app, and you can pick the server or WebAssembly version of it now. Again, because of security, I would only pick server at this point for me personally. And of course, make sure HTTPS is configured. And what you're left with is something that looks like any other Razor template in Visual Studio, with a bunch of Razor pages and program and startup. And there's not a lot of difference really, except what it's using underneath the covers. And that difference is what I'm going to show you next. So, but this isn't one of those differences. So this is a Razor page. If you haven't seen Razor pages before, this is a very simple one for this site. And all I'm doing here is I'm doing a for each over the collection of ads. And for each ad, I'm setting the app, the title, the message, the link, the schedule, if there is one, and the ISO language. So it just loops through here for every ad, and then it just plays it on the page. So this is pretty similar Razor that you've probably used before if you've used Blazor. But what I'm going to show you next is the magic of Blazor. Come on. So this is the magic. There's actually two pieces to this I'm going to show you. This is a real C# function living inside a Razor page. And you have this, you create your functions in this functions tag here. And in this right here, I'm just setting up the variables that the page is using. And there's the ads collection and there's the ads clicks. So those are the two variables I'm setting up that the page will use. And the next I'm going to show you the functions, the function that populates this data. There we go. So this is the function. So there's the variables I set up. And then what I want to do so the page populates correctly is on init async, I'm getting my data. So all I'm doing is doing an await HTTP GET JSON async. I'm giving it the URL, and then I'm getting the this gets the ad click count, and then I'm doing another one to get the actual ads itself, and I'm sticking it into the variables, and that's it. That's all I have to do. That's all the code I had to write for this page. Pretty simple. And I'm not using JavaScript. Woohoo! Well, I'm not really. So, like I said, if you're used to using Razor, then this would be pretty familiar to you. And so now I'm going to show you the demo of the actual site itself. Hopefully. Oh, come on. Somebody please contact the office team for me. Anyway, so I'm going to show you the demo. I'm just going to show you the home page, which I might make public, the ads list, and how I edit and add ads. And the site you're going to see is the basic Blazor template. I didn't do anything to the colors or how the look and feel or anything because I just don't need to, because the site is basically for me, so I don't need it super fancy and super fancy logos and stuff like that. So here's the main page, and you can see here when I recorded this video, I only have two ads. I have one and one in English and one in German. You can see there I have the links. There's no schedules, what language it supports. And that shows me the top ads. This shows me all the ads. And here is where I can instantly enable or disable ads. And I can edit ads too. And the editing and adding ads is basically almost the same exact page. So here I'm editing an ad. I can go in and change the text and the length and link, language. The one piece that's missing in this video is the piece that you set the URL for the image, because that's actually an architect change that I did after I recorded this video. And then create a new ad. All I have to do is create ad. It's pretty much the same thing. I can set it enabled. I can give it a name. I can give it a message. I can give it a link, and I can give it which language it supports. And everything will default to English, but then if I have German or, other languages in there, it'll go to that one instead when you see it in my app. And that's it. And I added a new ad. I think I need to, no, I don't want to ever delete an ad. But that's basically it. That's the site. And, once I learned how Blazor worked, because I was familiar with Razor pages before, doing Blazor wasn't super difficult. I think I did, I know I did some research on Blazor first before I started doing it, but as you can see, there's not a lot of code, there's not a lot of work. That's all handled through, Blazor and ASP.NET. So that's the user experience part. Any questions?
Not this time.
Okay. I'm trying to hit my 1 hour 30 minutes, so I think I'm going to make it because we're in the last section. We're in the last section now.
Mm-hmm.
Now you can have some rock music. Okay. I don't want to bug you guys too much with rock music. So I'm still working on this app. Through the pandemic, I've been working on some of these issues, with the Azure team and the Visual Studio team. So I have been kind of behind on what I want to get done just because of issues I've been having and the pandemic and everything else, So so I'm still working on some stuff. I still need to add the box to put in the image URL. I might change some of the security around. We'll see. I need to hook up the ads to the client app, which will be super simple. Right now, I'm actually writing I'm going to cache all that data down onto the machine, just in case they can't go out and get ads for some reason because the internet's not working and stuff like that. So I'm working on the caching part right now. And after that, it'll be super simple to set up because I've already created an assembly that I'll probably release as a NuGet package to connect to Azure queues and other Azure endpoints. And I haven't done any reporting yet either because it's not really in use yet. So as soon as this goes live, I definitely want to do the reporting. And speaking of that, I said earlier in the talk that if anybody wants to help me unit test the new version of this, which will be part of unit testing this cloud piece, please email me at .NetDave@live.com so I can put you on the testers list. And you know me, I'll probably send you some swag and bumper stickers and stuff like that if you help me. I never forget the people that help. Hindsight, I might go back to SQL Server. I doubt it, but if cost is really a big thing, Cosmos DB might not be the greatest thing for you, and SQL Server might be. But I do want to stick with Cosmos DB at this point. I do want to learn gRPC instead of maybe using Web API for the API calls. So again, something I might do in the future, but right now it works fine. So here's the final architecture. You can see I have my client app goes down into my communications layer, and then down into the business layer, database layer using Azure Functions, Web API, Blazor, identity using Key Vault and other stuff, Cosmos DB, Service Bus Queue. So this is everything together for this app. And as you saw, the app isn't really that complicated. It's not really that big of an app. But, when you layer things out like this, I can build upon it. And that process will be a lot easier than if I didn't layer it out in this N-tier or multi-layer, multi-tier architecture. So, one of the things I wanted to prove in this talk, not that a lot of you younger developers out there have ever heard of N-tier, but, I wanted to prove to developers who've been around for a while that you don't need to abandon, and it's something you've learned for many, many decades. You can still use the exact same thing in the cloud. There's no reason not to, at least to me, there's not. So I hope I proved that point. I hope I gave you a general overview on how all these things can connect together. And oh no, Blazor will not end up as another Silverlight. And I probably know some legal reasons why, but I'm not going to say that live. So, so that's it. I have two resource slides. I'll let you do your screen grabs. There's where you can get the source, though it's probably old. So if you want the latest source, let me know. I wrote a whole series of articles about this on CSharpCorner and my site about this project from beginning to end. And you can go read those articles. This talk is basically based on those articles. You can go read about my app on that URL. You can't download it right now because click once is horribly broken, and I'm just going to have to zip it for now. And also, please check out my really good friend Carl Franklin's Blazor Train. He's every week is doing training about Blazor, and he's always showing really new cool stuff. And you know, Carl's been around as long as I have, and he's a really great guy and a really great trainer. Here's some other links for you to getting started with Blazor. Introduction to Cosmos DB. Please read. Please make sure you use the Azure cost calculators before you start doing stuff in Azure. Especially if you care about the money coming from your own pocket. And also, I found this serverless functions course on Pluralsight useful too. Again, kind of like the Cosmos DB, it's more of an overview. I wish they would do more technical sessions for serverless functions. I hope Pluralsight will, but this one gives you a good overview of how to do it. And before I go, I do want to promote my new project, and that's called the Hello World Cookbook. And the main reason I did it was because I want to try to raise even more money for the Voice of Slum in India. And so I have a brand new book that's not even tech related, sort of, about cooking. I've been, you know, a chef at a restaurant since I've been 18 years old. I've been cooking ever since. I'm constantly working on recipes. I've even come up with recipes like when I come back from India to kind of remind me of my trip in India and stuff like that. So I wanted to get, you know, recipes from tech-related people from all over the world and put it in this book called Hello World Cookbook. So I'm working on it. I hoped it would have been out this year, earlier this year, but I still need your recipes. So please send me your recipes. 100% of all proceeds of this book will be donated to the Voice of Slum. I don't make a dime off of this. And I'm also looking for help with to unit test the recipes, for graphic arts help with the book too. So this is a volunteer way of getting the book out. And that's it for me. I hope you like the session, and I hope you'll stick around for the the Q&A after this, and have a great rest of your weekend. Oh, see, Simon's not here, so maybe I should still keep talking. He's watching TV.
Hello, let's get Steven here. That was a great session, David.
Thanks.
All right, how's everything going there? How's California?
Well, you know, California is not doing very well with the COVID right now. You know, we've become a hotspot, and also, you know, I mentioned at the beginning of my session that, you know, last night California just went over 10,000 deaths. So, yeah, so things aren't going great. They're a little bit better in Southern California, where I live, than Northern California or Los Angeles even. So it's a little better down here, but yeah, we're hitting it. We're hitting it. You know, they have announced that there'll be no in-person school this year. Yeah. In my school district and the Los Angeles school district. So as far as the pandemic is going, we're not doing great right now, but the weather's awesome though. Yeah. As usual.
Okay. All right. No, so that's great. Simon, you want to go ahead, continue? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think so. We have concluded this Azure conference. We now have an upcoming React conference and a couple of more. I can go ahead and then play that video so that people watching can follow up with the upcoming conferences.
Are we? Yeah. So I mean, are we doing the Q&A or no? Hanging around? What's the deal?
I can hang around.
Yeah. So guys, what we will do is we will hang around for a few minutes, see how many questions. If anybody has a questions, we can pick up some questions from the question. But everybody, thank you for joining us this awesome event. we do these conferences almost every month now, and I think before Q&A, Simon is going to play a video where we're going to show some of our upcoming events.
Yep.
And after that, we'll do some Q&A, just chit chat. If nobody asks questions, then we will go and look for some food. I'm hungry.
You can ask us about speaking.
There you go. Yeah, that's definitely a speaking, community, writing, anything. Yeah, questions can be anything actually. So
All
Simon,
right.
if you want to announce publicly that anybody can post any kind of questions now.
Yeah, I think I've added in the comments. So people watching it, they can ask any question they want by commenting below, and that's
I
it.
can
I'll play the guitar. Before you play guitar, I would like to play the conference video.
Yep.
Let me go ahead and play the conference video. All right.
All right. All right. So I think the next big thing for .NET developers is the .NET conference.
Mhm.
Right,
And
Simon?
yeah, and I've also shared the URL in the comments so people can move to that website. And if anyone of the viewers is wants to speak, they can also call for speakers open and they can apply.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you want to pick up some questions? Are there questions? Again, anybody can ask questions. Can be about public speaking. It can be about writing. Community. David has been doing this for what, 30 years now, maybe more.
26.
26 years, which is almost 30. You know. um, and then anything about community, CSharpCorner. If you guys want to get involved in speaking, there's always on the conference page. There's a call for speakers open on these. You can go and submit your sessions, submit your bio, and then again, social media is also very active for CSharpCorner. You can always reach out to social media guys for any questions or any comments, anything.
I think you missed in the beginning, but David was talking about the benefits of this virtual conferences from home.
Okay, what I missed that. Yeah.
Yeah,
You don't have to
David.
wear pants. You don't have to wear pants.
Oh yeah, definitely. I agree. I'm not showing what I'm wearing now.
That's what I know. You know, all the newscasters on TV and stuff
Yeah.
sitting behind their desks at home. I know they don't have pants on.
So they're saving money on pants, right? You don't have to buy pants. All you have to buy is shirts now.
I wonder how they go outside.
Well, nobody's going outside. What do you mean?
Yeah, I get it. So there's no more questions coming. I think maybe let's wrap it up. I think people have
No
been.
question?
No, yeah, I think it was too long. Hey, tell me about your background. Looks like you have Om in your background, David, which fits
I don't-
right to your head, but I think it's upside down.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it's the that dot thing is supposed to be at the top.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's one of the covers of my guitar amps.
Oh, okay, okay. But do you know what
I like
Om
to
is?
keep my
Though?
stuff clean.
Yeah.
Well, I know what ohm means in electronics, but
No, so the Om is the first sound when universe was created.
oh,
That was the first sound came from the gods or whoever created that. And is the foundation of your whole, even in the left side, the way your body works and all that start with Om.
wow.
It's very deep meaning. If I start doing that, I will need another one conference just on Om.
Well, that's perfect for my guitar amp cover, right?
Yep. Yeah, sound and yeah, definitely.
Boom.
Yeah.
We have one question coming from Kamran. I mean, it's you both can answer it. He asked, Can you give some insights about .NET 5.0, etc.?
Yeah, go ahead. I mean, David, you want to go ahead? I'll do the you're eating first, then you can. Yeah, .NET 5 is, yeah, definitely. So .NET 5 is the next version of .NET. That's what they're calling it, just .NET 5. So it's a .NET Core's next version. So anything in, beyond .NET whatever core, it is .NET 5. It will have almost, there is a core part to it. There is a ASP.NET Core is a part of this. WPF updated, the Windows Forms, they're all part of that. But that's the latest version is going to be .NET 5. So they're just going to call it .NET 5.
And that's
Go
the
ahead.
version they're merging the two languages, or is that the next one after that?
This one will be the next after that. What do you mean by merging two languages?
Well, I mean, they're getting rid of .NET Framework.
Yes, there will be no
Right.
framework. Framework is done, right?
Right.
Framework, there's nothing called .NET Framework. Whatever you already had, 4.7 from whatever, that's it. It was done.
Yeah.
After that, they moved to .NET Core. All new development is happening in .NET Core, which was .NET Core 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, 3.1. There will not be .NET Core 3.2 or 4. It'll be just .NET 5.
Right. Yeah.
So .NET 5, any additions they will do, they're bringing everything. If they're doing, Blazor, they're doing a new versions, updates. Everything is just .NET 5.
And let me go ahead and share a couple of links from CSharpCorner that the community guys have written, getting started with .NET 5 and with the latest preview 6. I've shared all those links in the comments.
Yeah, and I think there's a video also on CSharpCorner from .NET team. I think it says what .NET 5 is, what are the new things in it, and there's detailed article on it.
Mhm.
It'll be interesting if I can, the client app I was showing in my session will be interesting. The how hard it's going to be to move it from, .NET Framework 4.7 point whatever to .NET 5.
Actually, what's his name? I was watching one of the Microsoft events, and they have already built some tools to migrate it. So certain parts will be, if your project is done in, probably newer versions like .NET Framework 4.7 or 4.6, I think they may have some tools to migrate it.
Yeah, but the thing I have to worry about, which I'm sure the company's working on, but my app uses controls from DevExpress, so those have to be there too. Otherwise,
Yeah, I'm not
probably not going to work.
Yes, yeah, that's probably going to complicate things.
Yeah, but I'm sure they're working on it already.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
they're DevExpress, Grape City, Telerik, or they're pretty good at coming out with the new stuff when the new stuff from .NET comes out.
Yes, they
Yeah.
probably already have newer, compatible versions already there, and they'll
'Cause they're-
give us. Yeah.
They're coming out with Blazor components like crazy.
Yes.
And someone asked the question, do you think that Blazor is going to go the way of Silverlight? And I don't think so. I don't think so. Well, I know part of the reason why Silverlight was killed, which I don't want to say publicly, but as far as the technology itself, I think Blazor, because it is just based off of ASP.NET and just normal .NET stuff, it's going to work out a lot better.
Correct. Blazor is a newer technology. Silverlight, why it was not a newer technology? It was just a .NET way of doing Flash, right?
Yeah.
And Flash has died already because the way browsers work. And the newer browsers came, like, hey, we don't need this anymore, right? Everything you can do in HTML. So that's the reason Silverlight died, and same thing with Flash. It's just not Silverlight. All the controls, browser controls, everything died. It's just not Silverlight.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I don't think most people realize this, but I do. But I probably watch Netflix every day. Especially since I live alone.
We all do.
Yeah, and especially since I live alone, I watch too much of it. But back in the beginning of Netflix, the only reason they were basically able to go kind of cross-platform is because of Silverlight. They adopted Silverlight really early.
Yes,
Right.
There's just several major companies. Their foundation was Silverlight,
Yeah.
and they were very easy. They were able to build all these very quickly because of Silverlight. So, people make fun of Silverlight, but I know a company down the road. It's a energy company. They and the CEO always talks to me and say, "Hey, Mahesh, I took your code from CSharpCorner when I built my first product." That company ran the whole products on Silverlight and became $20 million company. Then sold it to some bigger company. Everything was just Silverlight.
Well, the user experience of Silverlight was really good.
Yeah.
It worked really well.
Yeah.
And there's probably the same security issues that maybe Flash had, maybe, I don't know, but I know a lot of, when I talk to people that like work in the government, right, almost immediately out of their mouth is, well, I can't use that because the government won't allow it. And Silverlight and Flash is one of them,
Yeah.
right? Or we can't do this because the government does allow it. And, and so, government is a big business, and us as developers have to make sure we come up with solutions that even the government can use, because they're usually the most restrictive.
Yeah. But I think again back to the Blazor. Blazor is it's a newer technology. It's much better. It's really created based on a lot of things in mind and learn from past experience, learn from all problems. So Blazor is for people like us who never done coding in web, right? Like I don't like JavaScript. I never wrote JavaScript HTML because first of all, my mind when it says JavaScript and code written in gibberish, everything is in HTML. It's like okay, that's it. Because our mind is wired to like okay, there has to be a class, there has to be a different classes, and these they have to code has to be managed, readable and all that. So
Well,
Blazor is for people like us who are C# guys but want to build web applications.
yeah, and in the end, if you think about it theoretically, they could be faster because C#'s compiled and JavaScript's not. And so that, and to me, thinking about JavaScript is the language isn't that great if someone has to come out with a new package for it every freaking week.
Right.
just to fake it as a real language, right?
Yeah.
And and I don't know if you were there, but a while back, I don't know how long back ago, I was at the MVP Summit, and I was in a meeting with Anders Heidelberg, the original architect of C#,
Creator of
and he stood up in front of us and said, JavaScript is seriously broken, and someone needs to come up with something else that fixes it. And guess what he did?
TypeScript.
Came up with TypeScript.
Yeah.
So he left the C# team just so he could do that because he was so frustrated about JavaScript.
Yeah.
And so that's my thing with JavaScript is I like strong, I come from a strong typed background, right?
Yeah.
And I don't like using languages that aren't strongly typed, right?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, and this is how most programmers are who come from mostly like a Windows background, right?
Yeah.
Or come from a writing compilers background. If you're a web developer, you started with JavaScript, that's great because that's all you know, and that's the greatest thing ever you have worked in. That's it. You can do everything in JavaScript. But if you're writing a systems programming, like I know a lot of friends, they work for Microsoft, they work for Adobe, Google, where you have to do a lot of system level programming. That's they all they do is very high level performance coding. So it's a different world. But I think the biggest thing right now. There's so much software has to be written. It's just not enough. So everybody can use, everything is in demand, right? It's JavaScript, it can be HTML, it can be Node.js, it can be C Sharp, PHP, Python, everything pretty much.
Yeah.
Okay, looks like there's a question.
It says, will there be any scenarios for going with multi-cloud? A, say using AWS for web app and database on Azure SQL Server. B, for an entire application, few tiers on Azure and some on AWS. I think you should watch Magnus' session. He did answer this very well.
He did. And then if you missed the keynote, yes, answer is yes. I work with large corporations and they already using multi-cloud.
Yeah.
I don't see most of the companies I work with. I don't know any company that's just one platform.
I
I
do.
Yeah, I mean, yes, up there. If you look at large companies, there's some projects on AWS, some are on Azure, some are actually even on Google, because there's certain functionality is Google has something, something like unique about when working with like their mailing, right? So one product is done on Google Cloud, and then there's also data going back and forth, as Magnus mentioned, that there's some data coming from AWS to Azure and vice versa. It's already happening.
Yeah.
Another big example is IBM, right? IBM has this machine learning platform where it only runs on their cloud, and
Mhm.
you want to use that functionality and some data models being running there, but everything else is on other clouds. And one of the biggest client we are working with, it's a water utility company, is their multi-billion dollar company. They're mid like an 80-90% is on AWS, but then there's 10% on Azure, because Azure has these awesome, you know, cognitive services and other that AWS doesn't have it. So it depends really, but yeah, it's like no different than using. Okay, some companies use SQL Server and Oracle and some other databases.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And it should be that way. And unfortunately, the Fortune 25 company I'm working for right now, they don't take that approach.
yeah,
We will use AWS and that's it.
yeah,
Because I guess Microsoft pissed the CTO off or something, and so the CTO said, "Well, screw you, Microsoft. We're not going to use Azure at all," and that's what's happening. Which
yeah,
I think is not a good idea, because like our team really wants to use Azure, and for our product, that we just released a couple weeks ago, we could have got it done a lot quicker if we had it on Azure. And if someone that wants to connect to it from the AWS side, they can do that, right? There's nothing to prevent them from doing that. It's just that I think companies make the same mistake with languages, right?
yeah,
We will only, write in C Sharp, or we will only write in, stuff like that. And that's just the worst way to approach any kind of application.
yeah. It just I mean, long back, 20 years ago, it made sense because you have to
Yeah.
train your developers in certain technologies. You have to buy licenses. You have to own licenses, pay for that. But these days, everybody is learning everything. Almost everything is open source.
Hmm.
So, yeah, I think goal should be, what can you get the best option? What are the best options out there? What can you quickly build and launch and go live?
Hmm.
That should be the approach, than being like, no, I'm just gonna use this.
Yeah. And the whole AWS piece, at least for our team, has been a nightmare, because, we've been asking for over a year for access to the console and they won't let us have it.
Yeah,
So even though we have AWS, we can't use it.
yeah.
For some reason, this company thinks that, all AWS means is virtual machines.
Yeah, on to answer on that, there's a client I work with. All they really do in AWS is use virtual machines.
Yeah.
They don't have a concept of cloud, the real native cloud approach, where you can just have just different resources, add resources as you go and use as you go. But they're like, oh, there's new application. Yeah, let's spin off one more virtual machine. And what we
Yeah.
need to install on that? Oh,
That's
we need
not
a
the
license for that.
that's not the cloud.
No, that's
Virtual
not.
machines are not the
That's
cloud.
just somebody's hosting your server in it. That's
It's
not.
the same as
That's not
using
true cloud.
a
Okay,
server.
that's not true cloud.
Yeah, it's
Yeah. Yep. So, and I think Magnus had a good point that cloud, it makes sense. It's like as you go, you pay per you know, and use as much as if you're not using, shut that down. It doesn't pay anymore. Yeah, I would highly recommend David to Devin to go back and watch the Magnus's keynote. This should be available on YouTube, right? YouTube and CSharpCorner, probably next couple of days.
Yeah, I
YouTube
mean,
is available right now. I mean, once we're done.
yeah, it will be right away available after this ends, and you can also just click back and watch Magnus session. It starts at maybe it's the second session, the keynote.
Yeah,
It,
I think it
then
started 11:15.
yeah, 10,
Yeah.
15.
Yep, 10:50. Yep.
Stephen. You need to send me what camera you have. Yours looks pretty good.
Yeah, agree.
I don't know. I got it sponsored. Everything that you see here, this is all sponsored.
Oh, someone bought it for you. I get it.
I think he's not using the laptop cameras. I'm using laptop camera.
Yeah, I mean, you need to go back and see the videos that I had, the starting 10 to 12 videos. I mean, we were doing it and we were not like the camera was bad. And I'll show you, I mean, if you don't know, but I often like to show this part. You
Yeah.
see? So that a system that I have. That also
That's your own
sponsored.
setup there. Yeah.
That's
Pretty
not
cool.
mine, but someone just gave it to me.
Someone needs to give me one.
That someone is in the live show.
It's a business. It's a business expense. Somebody didn't give you. Business gave you probably. CSharpCorner probably gave you that.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, guys, that's fun. I think we're done with questions. David, that was awesome. Thank you so much again for coming. By the way,
Sure. Thanks.
.NET conference is coming up, and it's all .NET, and I see a big role from you. That there we definitely will have some panels.
Okay.
And what I think we are also learning is we're going to do some shorter events per day. Means rather than doing 6 hours, we're going to do 4 hours because it seems like there's too much for 6 hours for people to sit around. So we'll do like a 4 hours. Agree, Simon? 4 and 4.5. But
Yeah,
we will
that's
do multiple days.
yeah, multiple days make sense, right? When new audience may come in, they may join it, and 4 hours is good. 4.5 hours is perfect.
Yeah.
Well, wait. Someone has a question.
So yeah, company industry's perspective from cloud agnostic. It really depends on company to company. Some companies are not that great. Most companies are not that great because they don't want their developers to put everything is everywhere, especially the data. But there are some companies they don't care. They're like, okay, you can put something here, put something here. So it's not like one size fits all.
That's it. I think let's wrap it up. And
Oh, before you wrap it up, if anybody's got a new contract coming up in like November and you need a .NET Dave to be on your team, let me know.
Sounds good. All right, .NET Dave is looking for contract starting in what, November?
The end of November.
All
My
right.
contract is over at my current job. Yeah.
Sounds good.
Now it's on the web for everybody.
There you go.
I hope I put this part just tomorrow, right? The last section is very
Yep.
first.
Yeah. All right, guys. Thank you. Everybody have a good weekend. Good Sunday tomorrow. Saturday's already gone. Simon, good job. Thank you. All right, David.
Thank you. And I miss you. I miss all of you guys. I wish I could see you, but you know.
We will. I think soon. Oh, by the way, this is not public yet, but I'm announcing anyway. We are going to do a EU, European Union C#
Oh, yeah.
tour.
Based on my tweet.
Yeah, you saw the tweet. Next year we're gonna plan and we're gonna cover probably a bunch of countries in just one tour.
Yeah, like
All
we did
right,
last year, kind of.
No one
Sort of.
tagged me in that tweet, but I hope I am in that tour.
you'll be there. All right, okay, guys.
You can be my personal assistant.
There you go.
All right.
Playing the guitar, huh?
My goodness. All right, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for joining. We have the live shows coming every Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday are the virtual conferences. The next one that we have is on 13th with Thomas, and on 12th, that is CSharpCorner MVP show. Same timing, 7:30 p.m. IST and 10 a.m. EST. Till then, take good care of yourself, and we will catch you on next
All right,
Tuesday.
guys. Bye-bye.
See you next time.
Bye.